the LEC was forged by countless great moments that forever changed the European landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live on in the memory of every European fan. And of course, highlights from the LEC 2022 season.
Well, the analyst desk set us up beautifully for what will be a banger way to round out day one. And I wanted to talk a little bit more about this draft because I think that Kedril made some great points about the engage tools that Fnatic have when it comes to the team fighting. Hello. The concern I have is engaging into Azir, Caitlyn, Renata, Poppy. I think that Rogue's comp inherently likes it when you engage into them, especially when you think about Gangplank's ultimate, the amount of space that it can provide, especially into something like an Aphelios. And so on paper, I just kind of prefer what Rogue have drafted for themselves, with the caveat being that I think that it's super important that they get onto objectives first. Caitlyn in particular loves being able to set up those traps and create this zone with which you have to play around. And I think that that's really the thing that stands out to me for Rogue, in that they have a lot of zone control, as we see a bit of an early skirmish.
Well, there's the bop onto Trimby. Ignite thrown down. Hylissang forced to flash. Humanoid relatively close by. Upset down to 450 HP. Trimby is going very low. Can flash over the wall and is forced to do so. Continue to harass down Comp. So trading Hilly Sums for 3 from Comp and Trimby.
So overall, a good start for Fnatic, but notice Humanoid's position here. Larssen will have control over the wave, and we'll be able to start this push very early and get a bit of poke damage. Not that that will necessarily mean a huge amount against Humanoid this early on, but yeah, good start for Fnatic at the very least.
It is indeed. And of course, in this mid lane matchup, a little surprised in some ways to see this Corki locked in, but I just want to quickly throw some numbers your way. Larsen's most played champion is Azir with 43 games. His second most played champion is Corki with 25 games. So absolutely aware of the intricacies of how this will play out. I think, Vedi, what you mentioned about, like, compositionally speaking, how Rogue have some tools to deal with Fnatic, I absolutely think Larsen's Emperor's Divides are going to be pivotal.
It's so funny to me because we speak to pros all the time. They're like, why do you say that I'm like this type of player? And I'm like, well, you know, that's usually what you play. I'm like, no, I play everything, dude. I can play everything. I can play everything. And then we look into the stats like, you know, you've played 7,000 Azir games, right? And you're like, yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, but I still play other things. So, of course, Larssen is a super phenomenal player, but we typically know him for his mages, as Malrang has now run into Razork.
Stepped into Razork's jungle, dropped down the ward. Larssen is shoved very far forward and can come to the support. But Malrang was cut off from pushing in behind Upset and Hilly, who, by the way, are pushing into Comp and Trimby very, very heavily. So Malrang unable to make a play or try to punish that.
So Razork did a full topside clear into red buff. And conveniently, that covered for a potential early Malrang gank. But now they're contesting over this crab. Razork should force him off, given that the priority in the bot lane will come from Upset and Hylissang, meaning that that will be secured. So Fnatic continue this small lead in the early game. And I think it's really important that you isolate this Caitlyn and Renata as well. Not that long ago, when we saw Caitlyn lanes, we would actually see the map being split, where you would do your bot side camps, you would then use early push to, well, you could even invade very early on and kind of divide the map, force the enemy jungler out, and then control that side of the map. We see it less often these days, but I like the pathing that Malrang tried to take to kind of burn more summoner spells out from Upset and Hilly to then actually give more agency over to Comp and Trimby.
Of course, Razork making his way down. Dredgeline will find Trimby. Uses that handshake. Razork flashes forward. The Pillar of Ice is fantastic. Trimby's locked inside the minion wave. First blood secured by Hylissang. They're not done yet. Comp gets chomped, but there's no further follow-up, no further damage. And Comp's able to walk out for now.
A really good gank from Razork and setting up this Fnatic bot lane for success. Typically, this team has been a very top-side focused team, but they're returning to old and, well, successful ways as they look to try and set up Upset for success. He will not secure first blood. That will, in fact, go down to Hilly, but still, Fnatic find themselves with that first kill.
I mean, Trundle is 6th, 7th most played champion for Razork. Nearly a 70% win rate, and that flash pillar was pixel perfect, probably at max range as well. And this is how this engage started out.
Yeah, this hook really good from Hylissang. Tries to sidestep it. but not quite able to from Trimmy. Then the flash into Pillar means that there's nowhere for Trimmy to go, rather. Upset. Props to Comp. His trap usage was really good there. He made life really awkward for Upset, who was trying to get in range and deal some damage, but they end up getting the kill anyway. And of course, it's not resulted in a significant gold difference, but Fnatic do find themselves with a small gold lead for now.
I think Odo, as well as Larssen, had CS advantages going into that play. You can see a small advantage for Larssen in the mid lane for now. And while this engage does look like it's going to fizzle, I just want to take a brief moment to talk about these bottom lanes, because we were, in our prep, focusing on them, talking about who are the best performing players and what to contrast. So when you see Upset versus Comp, kill participation higher for Comp thus far, but he's behind in damage per minute and basically bang on even in golds.
I think it's really interesting that you can see such a very high KDA from Upset, yet the kill participation is overall relatively low, and I think that that's the biggest difference in terms of the representation from what we've seen this split. Fnatic have not been a super bot side focused team this split, whereas Rogue have tried to play a lot through this bot lane, along with the bot lane 2v2 just securing themselves a lot of 2v2 kills. Now Malrang is trying to respond in kind. You can see him hovering around the lane. Hilly will have his flash back up. Malrang recognizes there's not really much I can pull off here, so I'm going to disengage. But I think it's really interesting when you compare these two AD carries, when you also contrast the amount of resources that they've had and what they've been able to do with the resources that they've been given. And credit to Fnatic, of course. Wonder, when he gets those resources, he has still had a very good performance and a very good split. But we are seeing a return to form with Fnatic playing a lot more towards bot side this game.
I do like the fact that they are showing a slightly more diversified approach. And of course, I'll talk about those bot laners without highlighting the supports. Hylissang at the moment, not having the same, let's say, quantity or amount of success as we've seen in seasons past. When you look at kill participation, when you look at the ganks he's had, kill per se, as well as forward percentage. But I do think it's interesting to contrast these two players, as Hylissang always likes to play forward and in the face of his enemy.
We see Malrang hovering around mid lane. Humanoid does have the flash.
Well, Humanoid's going to get interrupted by that steadfast presence. Beautifully set up and played.
That's a cool combo. I didn't even think about that one, but it makes a lot of sense. Hook comes through.
Not gonna find damage just yet. Hylissang gets caught out for now. Level 5 as Upset continues to step forward with that white-green combination. Not a huge amount of damage really landing on both parties. The turret is dropped and instantly taken out. Hylissang will use this time to at least bait out some sort of play. Dredgeline will connect onto Trimby. Flash is available to him. Moonlight Vigil comes out. Flash forward from Upset, but he's low. Down to 300 HP. Being fired on by Comp. Forced to back away. Those chakrams running amok. Comp's not going to die just yet as Wonder will be taken out by Malrang. And it looks like Comp and Trimby have survived. Razork, level 6. He's got that subjugate available. The Pillar of Ice is out. Looking to chomp down on Odo. He eats an orange and it's not okay. Razork gets himself another 2 kills to 2. As that bottom lane, nobody died.
I love that just after we talk about these two bot lanes contesting to try and be the best bot lane in Europe, we see an all-in and neither of them die, demonstrating some of the mechanical prowess that exists between these two bot laners. Really exciting stuff, but on the top side, Rogue find themselves another kill on Malrang, in particular securing that one. And when we think about Rogue, Malrang facilitating his laners by setting up for ganks is a large part of where their success came from last split. Wonder feels like he's safe because he has a giant stacked wave. He has Razork on the Herald as well, but Odoamne with his use of the ultimate and Malrang committing the flash, they're able to secure that kill. But Fnatic will respond by getting themselves the first Herald.
All right, it's a 500 gold difference, 2 kills apiece, no dragon secured. Larssen maintains that CS advantage in the middle lane, and I feel like Larsen's had the push for most of the opening minutes of this game, allowing him to obviously build up a little bit of pressure onto Humanoid. He was the recipient of that fantastic gank by Malrang, and Rogue again marginally ahead. We've got ourselves a pretty bloody early game.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams are supposed to be two of the best in Europe, and so far we've had a pretty back and forth early game. The kind of, I think Malrang, I've been really impressed with what he's been trying to do in the early game, and Razork initially doing a good job of shutting it down, but as the game has continued, Malrang has found pathing around Razork and has been able to find some pretty successful ganks. This should be the first strike of the game secured for Rogue. Razork now level 7, looking to set something up.
Pretty bold, stepping forward without immediate backup. Hylissang and Upset remained in lane, shoved that one forward. Humanoid also catching away. Brazil gets away with the Scuttle Crab. Dragon secured by Rogue. And I think you were talking a little bit about the teams and expectations, but Rogue have consistently been reliable as Larsen's going to slide and glide out to safety.
Let's not forget that Rogue find themselves on a 7-game winning streak right now. Considering they started off the split with a 1-2 scoreline during the Super Week, the fact that they've been in this type of winning ways for so long, it's the regular season Kings Rogue, right? You have a look at their week 1, they struggled against G2 Fnatic, and then they got that win against Mad. And that win against Mad was, yeah, you know what I mean?
It was sketchy
yes.
at best.
And the fact that they've been on this incredible winning streak since then, you could argue like, oh, it's due to their schedule. You know, they had these tough teams at the start, but like I think now they seem to be informed the which this game is a big test for them. You know, can they actually prove that they do deserve to be at the top and that they should continue the mantle of regular season king?
I mean, for Fnatic, this is the uphill battle. Rogue secure first tower in nearly 90% of their games. They've got second highest goal difference. And of course, that tower difference, it is the highest. It's a slightly odd statistic, but those percentage points mean a lot. It basically just means that Rogue will, on average, have more towers than their opponents. I think, you know, just to say some numbers on the other side, Fnatic only get first tower half of the games. They only get first herald in a third of the games. So for Fnatic, still some inconsistencies in their approach. But what I love now, 11.5 minutes in, basically even as far as the overall state of the game, but it does feel as though Rogue are just marginally ahead. They've got a few more proactive plays, and I think the fact that Humanoid is being bullied a little in the middle lane makes me a little nervous as we head into this mid stage.
Well, so there are a few things you can ask yourself if you're looking at this game and you're trying to figure out, oh, well, okay, who's in the better position, who's winning, etc., etc. Typically, Caitlyn lanes, her strength is, I mean, I wouldn't say that anymore she like has this mid-game trough. Like you could still argue that maybe she does, but that's like an old tried and true caster.
That is a classic caster
But
line.
what I will say about Caitlyn is that she is very effective at sieging towers in the early game, so getting early heralds is really valuable. The fact that Fnatic secured it and denied it will slow Rogue's ability to siege early on, and Herald will also make it easier for Fnatic to be able to contest it. Ooh, Malrang tried to use his ultimate there, but Razok with a quick sidestep. Will they be able to stop this? Not quite. Good secure there from Fnatic. Means that they'll make that mid tower a little bit weaker, and this will be one of the hardest sieging points for Fnatic. And now they're threatening a dive onto the bot side of the map and securing more plays. So when we, again, come back to this question of who's securing a better early game, like sure, the easy answer is Fnatic right now, given that they've just gotten a bunch of plates. But it's important to put into context that sieging against this Rogue comp is very difficult. Caitlyn traps, Renata, Azia, Gangplank ultimate.
Yep.
It's very difficult to take towers, which means that as much tower damage as you can get in the early game with this type of comp is extremely valuable for Fnatic if you enter the mid game relatively even. So I would say that right now Fnatic is much happier given the current state of the map, and they're going to secure themselves another plate, as Wonder should be able to chip that one away. There's another one. So right now that's 5 plates across the board, kind of being evenly spread across for Fnatic.
And of course that's going to give them that minute gold lead. Fnatic will continue to apply some pressure here. Wonder jumps on top of Odo, forced to flash away as the cannon barrage was melting his HP. Now Razok has found Malrang with no keeper's verdict. Flash is available if this Poppy needs it, and instead will just be able to waddle his way to safety.
Yeah, the phase rush there coming in clutch from Malrang as he drops down the chilling smite to both apply the slow, get a bit of extra movement speed, and the phase rush means that he was one zoomy Yordle. That's the word I was looking for.
Very.
What?
I'm getting very excited for like team fights objective
Naturally,
battles.
That is a play-by-play thing.
Do you have a preference, or do you lean towards either one team for setting something up or potentially fighting? I mean, I know Rogue have got some disengaged tools, right?
Well, like, often in Pro, you have to think about who gets on the objective first, because different comps are good at doing different things, right? So, hang on, Larsen should be fine. Yep. So the thing about Rogue's comp is it's very good at controlling space. With Caitlyn traps, with Azir soldiers, with Gangplank's ultimate, you do really well when you own a space first and you force the opposition to walk into you. Fnatic have pretty good poke, which means that things like Corki and Aphelios, they can contest this space, but if they can't actually move into the space to poke, then it becomes a lot harder. So often what you'll see is a lot of contention around the setup. And that's why you'll see what Fnatic is doing very wisely here is, look, they're trying to gain prio through bots because Rogue is playing through mid. This then gives them easier access into the river, and now you see this dance. How quickly can Rogue set up around the objective as the flash comes in?
Flash for flash traded and stolen away by Razork. Malrang's caught inside the pit as the hostile takeover will buy some time, but Humanoid and Upset are melting through Rogue. Thus far to 1-for-1, but Comp's running for his life, taken down over the wall, and Malrang flashes away from that Moonlight Vigil. Razork won't be able to pick up the kill. 2-for-1 and the Dragon to Fnatic.
Great engage from Fnatic and a really clutch secure there from Razork. I didn't think he'd be able to actually steal that one away, but there we saw a situation where Rogue didn't have all of that setup. Fnatic very smartly used their prio when bot to be able to shove in that wave, and then as a three-man collectively push their way through, as Wonder now in a bit of danger.
Gonna hop over the wall. Mega Nars just moments away. Malrang feeling confident that the backup would help him, and I think Fnatic just, they dove in instantaneously.
Yeah. And that's where you have to give a lot of credit to Hylissang, and it comes back to what the analyst desk was talking about earlier. When we see Hylissang on these melee supports, it gives Fnatic way more agency to actually force these engages. And so much props needs to be given, because look at Hylissang. So there's no traps here, there's no Azir poke, so Hylissang just flashes in, goes to the hook, forces Comp away. And this then gives access for Humanoid to come in from the flank, and look at Upset's positioning. Sidesteps the Renata ultimate, but he's just free hitting everyone. While Hylissang does lose his life, the fight ends up going heavily in the favor of Fnatic, and these traps, they're just not doing anything. So well played by Fnatic, very good decisiveness, really good response to how, even though Rogue got onto the objective first, Fnatic found a way into the river, found a good fight, and now they secured another Herald to boot.
I think it might be fair to say Rogue need a little bit of time as well. You want to set up those traps. You want to be able to ideally face down Fnatic from one sort of angle, because Humanoid and Upset were just uncontested. They were free hitting for quite a few seconds in that fight. That gives them the 2,000 gold lead. The duo lane's pushing up top with the help of Razork as well.
So now you can see Fnatic doing something that is tried and true for Fnatic, and they're rotating their bot lane around the map, and they're leveraging this Herald. They secured the bot tower, they move Upset up top. Let's see if Odoamne can pull off a little play here. He has the ult. Nope, the barrels won't secure anything.
No, barrels don't find a target. Cannon Barrage still available. TP is up for Larssen as well, and Razork's coming in potentially from behind. Cannon Barrage used to clear out the minion wave. Shelly does get that bop onto the tower. And Fnatic are starting to push Rogue around the map, pressuring the mid lane. TP coming down. Malrang throws out the Keeper's Verdict, and the Steadfast Presence will interrupt Wonder's hop. But I do think they've got a numbers advantage for now. Larssen remains unchecked in the bottom lane.
So Larssen gonna continue to push. But right now, Fnatic... Oh, that pillar's going to interrupt.
No, it's on cooldown, I think.
I mean, it had to have been,
yeah.
right? There's no way Razork wouldn't use that. Okay, so Larssen gets out just in time, which means that Fnatic, they secure themselves top, mid, and bot. And again, like, so much of this early game, right? So much of it has to come back to Razork's pathing, which is kind of crazy to think about how, like, the butterfly effect, but... Razork pathing from topside into red, seeing Malrang trying to set up for that bot gank. If Malrang gets that gank off, this whole game is very different. But by stopping that and then Razork securing bot side control into then a bot lane gank, really set up all of the moving pieces for Fnatic to successfully play through their bot side and then kind of snowball the game through there. Now, of course, this doesn't mean that Fnatic have won the game. The gold lead is sizable and Fnatic is in a great position. But Rogue still have a comp that will allow them to win later game teamfights. The question is, can they execute well enough to come out on top?
Handle the pressure that Fnatic is applying. I still love that flash Pillar of Ice from Razork for First Blood. Production and observers gave me a heads up, by the way. The Pillar was on a 3-second cooldown, which is why Larssen was able to escape. He did expend the teleport, however, and we're a minute away from the next Dragon. It's only one apiece, so neither team really... forced to play for that. CS is pretty much even across the board. Itemization is pretty much even. I'm keeping an eye on where Humanoid's going with this build. Obviously, it changes on 12-13. But Vedi, I just have your voice in my head saying that Rogue ideally want to be first to an objective, ideally want some time to set up. And it looks like right now, Razork is pushing in and maybe dropping some wards.
Because let's swap it on the other way around. Right, that was really bad English. But let's say Fnatic is first on the objective. Now Rogue has to walk into all this poke, right? So now you have a composition that doesn't have the best engage tools. Trying to get close to Corki, trying to get close to Aphelios, and then if you do get close, oh, well, there's a pillar of ice that's in your way, slowing you down, and then there's also a potential Mega Gnar that you have to run past. Like, and when you have little engage, you can see how difficult it then becomes for Rogues to be able to walk up to the objective and actually leverage the range that they have, which is why being first is super, super important. And that's why you can see that in this position, in this map state, even though Rogue have the bot push, they're like, you know what, we have too many members top, Larssen doesn't have TP, like, let's not bother, let's just concede this Drake, let's just continue to scale for the time being.
I mean, this Dragon is pretty inconsequential right now, as Humanoid goes forward and instantly taken out. Marang waiting in the wings for that exact moment.
Yeah, Humanoid was not expecting that. He did have his flash up, though, so I'm surprised he didn't flash out of the Steadfast presence, but regardless, that's another kill going over to Rogue. They will secure their first tower of the game.
Does that tilt Humanoid, or does he just brush that off as unlucky?
You just laugh. I think at least I would just laugh at that situation. I'd probably ask, like, why is Poppy here?
They're inside Humanoid's head. And of course, the fact that these two mid laners have faced one another so often. 7 wins to 6 in the regular season, 12 wins to 11 in playoffs. I love the fact that it was a first pick blind Azir from Larssen, super confident and comfortable. And right now, he currently has the better of Humanoid, but Fnatic as a team have the better of Rogue.
It's really interesting how close the head-to-head is between these two players. It is one of the longest-standing rivalries that we've now got here in the LEC, and to us two, they're still like relatively new boys. You know what I mean? When we think of like oldies, you think of Nuke, Duck, Odoamne, those guys that have been around like since near the beginning.
Yeah, going on 8, 9, 10 years.
But like, admittedly, what Larssen, Humanoid, they've been in the league 4
correct
years now. Like it's crazy how their rivalry has developed and how close the two eyes. Fnatic now control the top side of the map. Marang trying to reclaim some of that control.
Oh, that's a dredge line onto Marang. Commits a number of abilities, securing at least that kill.
This could be a Baron.
Is up. No smite available. Cannon Barrage is a few seconds away.
Where did
Rogue contest this?
Hilly just flashed over the wall. He said, I'm not wasting time, I'm just getting in there.
Can they contest? Can they stop this? TP is up for Odo. 2 seconds for the Cannon Barrage. Sand Soldiers are available. 3,000 HP. TP being used. Emperor's Divide is up for Larssen. Down to 1,000 secured by Fnatic. Another barrel onto Humanoid after TP concludes. Enough Fnatic are being run down by 4 members. Another great barrel. Hop forward from Wonder. Uses the knock. Razok jumped on. Wow. Slash to the face. Larssen throwing out those Sand Soldiers. Command attack available. There goes Larssen. Looking for upset. Emperor's Divide secures the kill. 1, 2 members down. Wonder and Humanoid now running for their lives. Odo looking to chain those barrels. Flashed away from by Humanoid. There's a TP in the middle lane. And it looks like Fnatic have got away with a few of those buffs.
Wow, so Rogue played that team fight incredibly well, considering that was a 4v5. The flank from Odoamne with the barrels was perfect. The ultimate was extremely good. And it felt like the Fnatic really didn't have many options to respond. Of course, they still get away with the Baron, but let's see that initial pick onto Marang. Ultimately, this is a bit of a mistake. He feels like he has more control over his jungle than he actually does. He does have his flash up, chooses not to flash away from the hook, and at this point he's realized, okay, I'm dead. So, big mistake there from Marang. He definitely could have gone out of that position, but the ultimate from GP does so much work. It kind of forces Fnatic more into the pit. Then the ultimate for Comp comes through, and look at this barrel onto Humanoid. Chunks him out massively, and now Rogue can actually chase down, leveraging their range. Really good stopwatch from Larssen as Odoamne gets the initial pick onto Razok. Upset tries to turn it around. You can see how long he can actually stay in the fight, and it's not very long at all. Larssen then realizes, you know what, I can just commit onto this play, invests his flash, secures the kill. But just a really well-played fight from Rogue.
It was, and that was ultimately 4v5. They were able to, kind of harass down Fnatic that were focusing the Baron. But I think one of the highlights, Wonder, Humanoid, and Hilly get away with that buff. The fact that both solo laners have it is so important. Larssen and Marang slowed down by that Pillar of Ice. The 4th member of Rogue's defense makes their way up. Wonder's in the mid lane, and Odo's down bottom, so they will hold for now on that top tower. But Fnatic are not done. They're going to continue the siege. And I think, by the way, Vedi, I have to go back. You talked about how hard it is to kind of take down towers into this Rogue comp. With the help of Baron buff, that makes it a lot easier. It may explain why Fnatic are chasing all the way forward.
Upset.
Style takeover comes out and Upset's held in place long enough on a counter barrage to secure the kill or the barrel. Humanoid gets chunked out by a parlay. Wonder's continuing to pressure the middle lane, and that's a knock against the wall into a two-man follow, but the damage just is not there. Now the TP coming in from Wonder.
Malrang tries to set up a play, but as you rightly said, quick shot. The follow-up just wasn't quite there from Rogue. But in reality, Fnatic's still fine with this. They end up securing 2 towers, both top and mid, and all they lose is Upset. And he didn't even cost his flash for that. So, sure, Rogue get themselves a kill, but in terms of map control, Fnatic still find themselves in a very good position. Of course, that Baron power play not going to look the prettiest because they did end up getting killed around the objective. But now the Drake is up. This is going to be an important one because Fnatic could put themselves on Soul Point. Let's see how things play out.
Upset is still in the bottom lane. He's going to be a little late. Wonder making his way forward. And Razork, not just there yet. The Subjugate on cooldown can see the Dragon. It's only 2 apiece at 25. And we continue to play this one out. There's a few big team fights still to come.
So that was the big net win for Rogue after that little play because Fnatic had no ults there. There was no Hilly ult, no Upset ult, no Razork ult, meant that Fnatic, if they tried to force a fight, it would not have gone super well. Of course, while Rogue were in a similar position, the fact that Larssen still had his ulti ready was just going to be so massive for the Rogue comp. So they chose not to risk it. The Drakes are 2-2 apiece. And this has definitely been our closest game of the night.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And remember that Rogue are on that 7-game winning streak. I think for Fnatic, being able to pick up that early advantage thanks to Razork's pathing, which Vedius, you've talked about a fair amount, and to be in a position at 26 minutes where they're still dictating sort of the flow of the game. Fnatic are looking to bounce back from that 0-2 week 4 to potentially look at taking down Rogue will be very, very crucial when you look towards the end of summer, when you look towards playoff seeding.
And I wonder if you can bring up the standings for us right now, Quickshot, because I think we should look back and think about how close and important matches like this are for Fnatic. You find themselves, obviously, SK and BDS being highlighted right now, but
not the one that we need to highlight, but I will show you the standings for everyone else on top.
The important thing to recognize is that Fnatic find themselves only at 5-4, and they are so close to the rest of the pack. Every win is super important in terms of being able to make more progress to the top of the lead. So getting a win off Rogue would be massive in terms of the stand.
Ooh, Rogue stepping forward straight into a 5-man stack of Fnatic. This is a 5v5 showdown for now. One pushing top and bottom lane. We're a minute away from the next Baron. We'll see Humanoid going to catch and push that wave. He has teleport available. Actually, all 4 teleports are up and available. I'm looking down the rest of the summoner spells. Larssen will have his flash in just a couple seconds. Humanoid is just dinged 16. Taking a look at his build, by the way, on 12-13. Gale Force as well as Tiamat. Making his way forward. We're not going to see that same level of explosive poke damage.
Yeah, for sure. But he's still going to hurt. The poke is still there. It's just not going to be quite... I get hit by a rocket, I have to be sent to the hospital immediately. It's still going to be lethal. The Corki's still going to do a lot of damage, but we'll see how much damage as we get closer and closer to the fights. The Baron spawns in 10 seconds. Fnatic is back out on the map first. They have the mid in push. The mid in push. They have the push in mid. They have the push in top. Razork getting a little deep here.
Oh, he is indeed. He's got the pressure for now. Ace in the hole comes out. Razork stays alive just a few seconds longer. Larssen takes him down. Meganot is up for Wonder. Hellesang forced to flash. The Moonlight Vigil does so much damage. Upset. Gale forces forward. Flashes over. The Emperor's Survivor. Here comes Odo. Drops a barrel. Gets the kick onto Upset. But it's at the cost of Comp's life. Odo jumped on by 3 members of Fnatic. He's forced to run for his life. Wonder hops forward, looking for that boomerang, waiting for the cooldown. And Malrang, the man who was jumped on first, managed to catch out
so
Razork.
Fast.
Runs for his life. It's a 1-for-1. But all of a sudden, that Baron is looking very juicy. Malrang escapes with his life.
In the fog of war as well.
That?
They couldn't find him. He's able to escape, but huge props to Fnatic, considering how badly that fight started. They nearly won it in the end, and honestly, I would say that they did. They can still threaten the Baron, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
I really want to see how much damage Upset dealt that fight. Playing it to perfection. Multiple members of Fnatic in the pit. This is a 3-man Baron for now. 4 of Rogue, closing the gap. 6,000 HP, it's low. Malrung is on 250 HP. 5 seconds on Smite, 2,500 inside the pit. Channel on Hex, can he steal it? He does! Rogue do it! Malrung gets the Baron! Razok flashes forward, or hops 40s, looking for that pillar of ice. Trimby split away from the rest of the team. The package thrown down, chucking up the rockets. Ace in the hole, not going to be enough to pick up the kill. Odo's the target, and Razok will find it. Now Trimby and Comp turn it back around. It's another 2 for 2, but the Baron to Rogue.
Malrung, you absolute mad lad. There was like 1 second on your Smite, and you're still able to steal that? What a hero play from the jungler from Rogue. Fnatic looking to get a collapse. Oh my god, but there's still so much of this game left to play. The Dragon spawns, 25 seconds, both teams getting back out on the Rift.
Teleport there into the middle lane. Trimby, Comp, and Larson looking down Wonder, Upset, and Hilly. Comes out the Vigil, and not a lot to follow up. 14 seconds before the Dragon spawns, and Hilly still just trying to threaten something. Potentially throw out that dredge line. Wonder, by the way, has TP available to him, but he's just mega gnawed out, so we'll need some time to cool down before a fight, and Fnatic concede it because Veri is the 3rd Dragon. It's only the next one, and you have to fight. 31 minutes in, we are dead even as far as these teams are concerned.
Oh, I don't know if we're going to get a replay of that Baron steal, but I know at some point we'll see it, and I want to know how pixel perfect that was for Malrung. What exactly happened? Because that was one of the craziest steals I've ever seen. We were counting down the Smite timer. I didn't think he was going to have enough, but Fnatic, they delayed it. They delayed it because they were worried about the burst, and because they delayed it, it gave Malrung just enough time to get his Smite off cooldown. At least, I think he stole it with a Smite.
We have to find out.
Oh, we're about to find out. Okay, so you can see the timer at the bottom of your screen. So does he actually Smite it? So he Hex flashes over the wall.
Oh.
Where does it come from? It's Q Smite. Wait, it's not his Smite. His Smite wasn't up. He just stole it with a Q.
That is...
He stole it with his Q.
What? There are no words for that moment. Fnatic, when they watch the replay back, definitely going to be kicking themselves, but it puts us in this position where Rogue, remember, we're in the deficit. Rogue were being pushed around by Fnatic, and goal difference is now balanced right back out. 3.5 minutes until the next Dragon that will be for Mountain Soul.
That's the second time that they did it against Mad too. There was the Ezreal ult that stole it the last time.
Well, can they finish this game out? Rogue looking to be 8-0. Continuing to siege, take down yet another tower. This is going to even it up with Fnatic at 5-5. Fnatic, teleport is available for Wonder. He's level 17. Looking for some opportunities to jump onto that back line, but last few moments it's been fantastic team fights. How do Rogue close this game out?
Oh, I don't know. Don't ask me questions. Look at this game. I mean, honestly, it's just been really incredible team fights from both teams. I think if you want to talk about a standout, Larson, his Azir has been so impactful in every single fight. And even at the very end there, when Fnatic were trying to close things out, he sidestepped Humanoid's rocket, which definitely would have killed him, to then not only get that kill, but to then turn around and get another kill from the rest of the teams that were playing it. He has 0 deaths in this game, and obviously it's not the highest kill game ever, but with the amount of action that's happened, the fact that he has walked away unscathed should go to show how well his positioning and play has been.
It's been flawless, and of course Upset in that previous fight was able to disengage, was able to get away from everything that Larson threw at him. A quick look at some of those items, 4-4. I think Odo's barrels are going to be very problematic if he can continue to find them one after the other. TPs are up. Razok will have his flash shortly. Most of the flashes coming up. Razok and Trimby the last to go. 2 minutes for both major objective. And we've got ourselves set for a banger. Berlin, I have a question. Will Rogue win this game? Will Fnatic win this game?
Oh, it's pretty even. That's pretty even.
To my ear, I think there were more cheers for Rogue.
That's kind of what I heard too.
I think so.
But it's close. It's definitely close. And what a great way to round out day 1 here in week 5. This is, of course, the beginning of our second half of the split. The race for playoffs is officially on. All of these teams are looking to secure those playoff spots along with those world spots. Things are only getting tenser and tenser, and a win here will be massive for the rest of the season moving forward.
And Vetti, just a quick reminder that Fnatic were able to take down Rogue. One of their 2 losses is Fnatic. Very, very important for the rest of the season. All right, 1 minute for Mountain, 1 minute for Baron. Melrang trying to turn around. Razork does get hand shook backwards, but Rogue are somewhat split up. Comp is potentially being jumped on Flash for Flash. Hilly will be very happy with that. The rest of Fnatic continue to pressure forward. Melrang is miles away from the squads.
Okay, so of course the Dragon is still 50 seconds away. So Rogue are just a little bit early in terms of trying to contest control, and Fnatic make the smart call of let's just fight, or let's just keep pushing down mid. Upset leverage that wave, and Hilly saw an opportunity to get Comp's flash. Now this could be huge in the upcoming fight. Losing your Caitlyn this late into the game would be massive, but of course the additional damage threat of loss of Nodoame still exists. I respect the attempt from Hilly. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't quite able to find it.
Surely Rogue concede the Dragon and try to defend the Baron. It would only be 3-3. Melrang once again on the front line. Teleport being used here from Larson. The rest of Fnatic now stepping forward. Comp, I think, actually used his Gale Force forward. Pillar of Ice there will dissuade further follow-up. Humanoid, does he go in? 1, 3, and 2, 4 items completed. It feels to me, Vetti, like Rogue want to fight this Dragon.
Oh, I mean, of course, yep. The problem is they don't really have an easy way into the river. It's going to melt before Rogue can really contest it. The Baron is now up. The teams are tied 3-3 in Drakes. They were like, Casters, it's not close enough. We're going to make it closer, but here's the pillar.
Oh, Trimby's very low. Humanoid, if he jumps forward, has to deal with that Sun Disc. A lot of Sand Soldiers to get through, and Wonders Meganor is going to slowly start to time out. Baron is up. There's no real vision to speak of. The Malrang and Trimby are low. Fnatic, they've started this one off. Hylissang's coming from south of the river. Malrang, Keeper's Verdict, sends 2 away. Now they hop into the pit. Hilly is looking for a target, but he can't find it. Larson blows him up. It's now 5 versus 4. Humanoids drop down low. Wonder's got no Mega to speak of. Rogue, this time, in control of the pit.
And now look at how much control they have. The Sand Soldiers, can they get the tracks down?
The burst damage is still very high, so the heal has been used. Larson goes for the Emperor's Divide, but it's flashed away as Upset will once again escape. Oh no, this time being jumped on by Razork, and Wonder, that's the shutdown. Trimby finds it onto Upset.
Humanoid killed Upset!
Are still running for their lives. Oh no, gets poked by Baron for another shot, and now all of a sudden Fnatic are back available. The Baron survives, but the teams do not.
I love these team fights. Fnatic, they should be losing these fights much harder than they are. Humanoid.
Gets caught, pulled back. The damage onto Trimby is so immense. The rocket will not find its target. But now they're forced to run away.
Wait, but
Wonder
that's
is here.
massive. That's massive because the rest of Fnatic have been able to reset. And, oh, but Rogue, they're just going to commit to this anyway. Wonder is hovering around. Here comes Malrang.
Fight!
The
Razork
TP?
currently alone. 1v2, but no damage finding its target. Hilly needs to get through the traps. They managed to find Humanoid. The Hexflex, the shield stays alive for a few seconds. But Larson manages to pick it up through that Maw of Malmortius. And can they go for Baron again? TP
Under the TP!
Benny, it's just non-stop. Rogue is still trying to secure this objective. Hylissang's got the ultimate.
I think they've got it.
They're going to look to finish it off. 2,000 HP. Hilly steps forward and will not be able to find anything. Rogue finish the Baron. They extend that gold lead by 4,000. And it's 2.5 minutes to Seoul.
Oh my word, what a team fight. And it ends up being Rogue's victory. They're going to propel the gold forward. They will secure the Baron. And Fnatic find themselves now on the defense. They'll have to try and protect their base as Larson, the Emperor of Shurima, will be setting his sights on the Nexus.
6-0-6 for this Azir. Has been involved in 12 of his team's 13 kills and heavily involved, frontlining those Emperor's Divides.
Nuts right now. He is doing so much damage. He just melts anyone that gets too close to him. But I can't believe how great these fights have not gone as I expected. Dude, that's a lot of damage. Props to Humanoid. He's been doing his fair share, and he's not running the AP build. You know, Corki has been nerfed, but late game Corki's still a thing.
Yeah, we saw one of those big ones hitting inside the Baron pit. Still doing a lot of work, Not quite game-ending tier.
So in the last team fight, what was crazy was once Larson went into stopwatch, Trimby used his ultimate onto both Humanoid and Upset. Upset cleansed it, but then Humanoid just killed Upset. So that was that.
Oh man, there's too many things to follow right now as Rogue will use this Baron to secure their 6th tower of the game. A minute and a half away from Dragon, reaching pretty much full builds. Several members. Upset got that rapid fire cannon. He's 5th and final, but he needs time, needs to be able to find those targets, and the pressure from Malrang, from Odo, from Larson, from all different angles has been gigantic. I hit that with my elbow, that was not intentional. Okay, Vedi, let's judge setup. Rogue, they're here early. They've got the traps, they're pushing the vision. This means it has to be Rogue favored.
It should be. They just need to push out this bot wave, but it looks like they're not going to push it just yet. They're waiting to get another wave mid. The Dragon is still spawning in about 50 seconds time, and by keeping it here, it makes it harder for Fnatic to clear out that wave because they can't overextend. So Rogue, I think, doing the smart thing. They can probably send someone in the near future to push it out, but for now, they're just holding control of this bot side jungle.
Oh, observers, if this drags out a moment or two, can you toggle to Fnatic vision just to see how much darkness there is? Dancing on the edge, Hylissang gets chunked down. This is what Fnatic are working with. Hylissang steps forward, the barrel is gigantic! Cannon Barrage not going to be able to finish off the kill. Hilly needs to run for his life. Wonder can stack that Mega Gnar. He's got his sights set on Comp. Handshake pulls Comp backwards, and a rocket drops him a little bit lower. Wonder still trying to get that ulti, and Hilly will buy some time to heal up.
Here comes Malrang!
That's a stun! Into the wall! Comp gets the final blow! Hilly will be a little late to this party. 65-second death timer. Dragon is up at Rogue. They're pushing forward. They're pushing into the base.
They've got the Sun Disc as well. Odoame has the TP. Rogue, though, they're not going to overcommit. They're going to make their way towards the bot tower, and Odo's going to solo the Drake.
Malrang gets knocked up by that Pillar of Ice. Upset gets choked out. So much damage. But Sand Soldiers in range from Comp doing work. The tower will be the next focus. Soul secured for Rogue, looking for their 8th win in a row. One inhibitor down, another to follow. 30 seconds before Humanoid is up.
Fnatic, they're going to need some type of miracle fight to come out ahead, but the range just seems so brutal for Fnatic to deal with. Rogue continue to keep Fnatic at arm's length as they find pick after pick, but that is Fnatic's base left intact.
Oh my word, 2 inhibitors, the Soul. Malrang finding that heroic charge into the wall. Just unlocked everything. And of course you saw the vision, like Fnatic, they had darkness. They had to try something and ultimately stepped just one moment too far.
Just a really great play from Malrang. Look at how fast he is with the Dead Man's play into Flash, Slam. Humanoid, there was very little he could do about it there. Even if you use the W, the steadfast presence is going to prevent you from dodging anyway. So just a really good play, and arguably just slightly poor positioning there from Humanoid ends up getting punished. So Rogue now find themselves with what, 5.5, 6k gold lead. The Baron spawns in a minute and a half, and Rogue, they're just taking their time. They don't want to risk anything. They know that they're stronger right now. They are so much stronger. The only real way in which Fnatic can turn this around is if they can find some type of pick onto Rogue, but with the GA now coming out onto Comp, all the summoners being up and available, it's a very difficult task to accomplish.
It is indeed. Larson and Comp with flashes available. Actually, everyone on Rogue except Malrang for now. Number of summoners up on Fnatic's side. The package is being delayed here. Humanoid wants to hold on to it for as long as possible. Super minions making their way towards the base. Package picked up. This is a double TP. This is a double TP. Mega Gnar's available. It needs to be massive. That's not the way. Malrang with the keeper's verdict. But Razok is the focus for now. Chunk down low. Comp finds the kill. Attacks the Odo. That secures it. The Malrang goes golden. Is upset. Cannot shoot any targets. Humanoid forced to run for his life. It was a bold strategy, Cotton, and it did not pay off.
Oh, the idea was so good. I loved the idea from Fnatic, but it just couldn't quite come together. Such a great ultimate from Malrang to split apart the duo. Humanoid was left isolated, and Rogue could very quickly regroup. Now they make their way towards the final Tier 3 tower of Fnatic.
Inhibitor will be the 3rd of the game. It's 10 seconds to Baron, 30 seconds until Razork is alive. A Nexus turret falls to those super minions, and Fnatic have to clear them out, push them back, and this should allow an uncontested Baron. 3rd of the game for Rogue. Malrang with the hero play again, interrupting that engage.
The Baron now secured. Rogue immediately make their way towards the top lane. There's very little left standing in their way. God, but that was a play for what it's worth. Like, in the position that you're in, not many teams would come up with that. And that's why I have a lot of respect for Fnatic, because you have to try and do something, you know?
Yeah.
When your backs are literally against the wall, you've got to try and make that miracle play, and that was so close to being that miracle play. Rogue just responded too well and shut it down before it could be anything too problematic.
I was just looking at that Narbonne, looking at how many members of Rogue were inside the choke point. Did not come to be, and now with Baron-empowered minions, Cannon Barrage used a little bit early. Good chunk there on to Upset, and this will allow Rogue to take out the tower. 5 members pressing forward. Upset needs to heal back up as much as he can. He's going to deal with the super in the bottom lane. Third secured now for Rogue, and they're playing this one as respectfully as they can. Of course, Wonder now going to be a small threat. Flashes up, wait for him to time out and go back to Mini-Gnar, and then see, do Rogue continue the siege? It feels like that's the case. Dredgeline will find Malrang. Pillar of Ice locks him forward, but Helatan is so incredibly low. Malrang gets the bailout for a moment or two longer, but the kill is secured by Humanoid. Wonder chunked down by the parlay. Upset still full health. Got himself that red as well. Stepping forward, the AoE from the blue gun doing work. Lawson caught by the Dredgeline, but there's not enough damage. He flashes to safety, gets himself the kill onto Hylissang. Upset remains alive. Upset's got no summons available though, and the rest of Rogue are focusing on the Nexus. Upset can do naught to stop Rogue. The 8 streak continues. Rogue take down Fnatic. Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
control of this lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff. Really inspirational.
And here we go, he's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
And if we break apart, we'll pick up the pieces, pick ourselves up again. 'Cause you and I, our love won't die. We're just too good to let us fade into dust. Won't let our love, won't let our love die. Won't let our love, won't let our love die. Won't let our love, won't let our love die. Won't let our love die.
For those who watch, for those who move, for those who play.
Look at the smite, he's done this before.
Now it's your turn to move to the big stage and play the match of your life.
Kia, movement that inspires.
There will be times when the waves hit harder, but we won't wash away. There will be days when the skies get darker, but we won't fade to gray. And when we fight all night and all our tears run dry, we'll be okay, okay, yeah. 'Cause we can talk it out, nothing can bring us down. No, I won't walk away. Our love won't die, we'll stay alive. 'Cause we're just too good to let it fade into dust. Let's make it right, 'cause you and I, we're just too good to bring the bad out of us. And if we break apart, we'll pick up the pieces, pick ourselves up again. 'Cause you and I, our love won't die. We're just too good to let it fade into dust. Won't let our love, won't let our love die. Won't let our love, won't let our love die. Won't let our love, won't let our love die. Won't let our love die. There will be times when I overthink it, 'cause I don't feel enough. There will be nights when you get too jealous, finding it hard to trust. And when we fight all night and all our tears run dry, we'll be okay, okay, yeah. 'Cause we can talk it out, nothing can bring us down. No, I won't walk away. Our love won't die, we'll stay alive. 'Cause we're just too good to let it fade into dust. Let's make it right, 'cause you and I, we're just too good to bring the bad out of us. And if we break apart, we'll pick up the pieces, pick ourselves up again. 'Cause you and I, our love won't die. We're just too good to let us fade into dust. Won't let our love, won't let our love die. Won't let our love, won't let our love die. Won't let our love, won't let our love die.
see you all in the studio. The second round robin started with a bang, and it will continue today as the race for playoffs is on, and some of the top dogs are clashing at the end of the day. But first, we'll see if Astralis can take that crucial win in the race for playoffs as they face off against Team BDS. My name is Shox, and I'm joined once again by the Goldborg-Jamada duo. Aww. You guys look so great, I gotta say.
Thank you.
And both in that pose and as well, you know, the matching outfits. I mean, we're all kind of... Yeah, I believe, but that's, you're borrowing his shirt, right?
Yeah, I've ransacked his
It's so terrible when your friend borrows your clothes and he just looks better in all of it.
Yeah, he's been getting so many compliments, and Goldberg's just like, ugh, that is my shirt, actually. Oh well, let's take a look at the standings, because it's still a very dead even battle for the last playoff spot. But one team, they just stand above the rest. The regular season Kings, Rogue, Jamada, and now 8-game winning streak after beating Fnatic. They are on a roll.
I will say, it was a close game yesterday, to be fair. But yeah, on a roll, regular season stuff. We expect this from Rogue. Maybe the game was a little bit closer than they would have liked Infinite.
Yeah, but I also think it brings out a new clutch factor from Rogue, right? We're so used to the fact that it needs to be by the book, it's a proper draft, and it's just clean and calm and collected. Yesterday's games was nothing like that. And, you know, Malrung having that Hex Flash over for the Baron, I mean, that pretty much sealed the deal for that game.
That's a tilter, if that happens, I
mean, that just makes or breaks it, and it's literally a poppy queue. No smite needed. What a moment to witness.
It's a sub 100 damage spell when it comes to like hitting Baron. Yeah, it was absolutely absurd. So many team fights just back and forth. I really have to give a lot of credit to, of course, we spoke about Malrung already. Larson on the Azir really popped off multiple times. I think as well, you mentioned Goldborg earlier on, comps positioning as well was really superb in a lot of fights.
I think it's just like, you know, Rogue came in with a composition that had to outrange the opponent. They only really had the Poppy to mitigate the pressure that Fnatic was going to apply to them. And they played around the range really beautifully. I think they showed why this composition is difficult to actually pull off, but also why they're able to do that themselves.
Yeah, skillful composition, and that made it also maybe in part a very difficult game. Jamada, you and I talked to Trimby in PGL as well, and he was saying, yeah, we're trying to teach ourselves to be better in these clutches, in going for it, even if it's not 100% play, rather than doing it and failing than not doing it at all.
Yeah, and super important, always on the same page, just sending the play, making sure that you do it as soon as possible, because hesitation will, like, on many occasions, end up losing you many fights and skirmishes that would have been your way if you just did it in the first place.
Yes, so good that Rogue is practicing that going into those playoffs if they lock, but I think it, looks pretty likely that they will lock. Someone who is not locked yet is G2. They did finally break their 4-game losing streak up versus Astralis GB, but you know, if you say that other game was close, like this was...
They did it, but it was not in a fashion that, you know, they had hoped up for. They set out to set themselves ahead in the early game, put themselves in a stable position in the mid game. That was not what happened. This game almost comes so close for Astralis to come back into the game, and had it not been for BB's call at this position to end the game with a base race like this, or just a backdoor rather, it could have been dire for them.
Yeah, let's be honest, you're a G2 fan, you see this game, you're not feeling confident, to be honest, probably,
right? Are you though? You just wanted to win.
I mean, sure, you wanted to win, but it's Astralis. The Astralis that have not made playoffs once ever. Sure, they're looking the best they've ever looked. Let's not mince words for Astralis and their split so far, but to have it come this close to the point where you have to base race during a Baron quarter, take a win.
I think it's exactly how they want to win, right? They want to get the blood flowing, the blood pumping for sure. Now, SK, they are on a high. They now have 3 wins in a row. Yesterday, they were up against BDS, of course, last place. They're not doing too hot, but those can be tricky games, right? And in the past, they have fallen to those opponents, Goldberg, but they have shown us yet another look to SK.
That's what I mean, right? And that specifically because they didn't do it in the same fashion they did with the 2-0 week. The only thing that was reminiscent of that was the fact that Gilius was back on a playmaker on the Jarvan. The rest of the lanes was fairly scaling. And for that, SK, they couldn't be as proactive as they was in the past, but they still made it work.
Yeah, I think I said this yesterday. If you swapped the nameplates around, or you turned off the nameplates, you would expect the drafts to have been swapped. You would have expected SK on the red side, and you would have just not really seen this kind of scaling aspect you saw yesterday in previous weeks. So it was definitely a very nice change of pace, and the fact that they were able to execute on it pretty damn cleanly was definitely a very nice surprise.
Yeah, they may even make playoffs. I believe there was a little bet that went off in the Discord.
Went, on in Discord yesterday. Nymera and Dai have made a bet. He thinks SK is going to make playoffs and going to make Worlds. And if they do, I'll have to dress up as a Star Guardian and apologize. If he doesn't get it, he's dressing up as Star Guardian Ari then. So
okay, I'll see.
It's a win-win for him.
I feel like you both really want to dress up as Star Guardian.
No, for him, he gets Ari. I'm confident.
I hear also that maybe someone today will be dressed up in Star Guardian something, but we'll see. But for summer, the LEC Finals is heading to
Malmö
in Sweden, and you can already get your tickets at lec.gg/Malmö. Thank you, Treats. But you can also join the expo beforehand. Now, we did this last in Athens. It's basically, activities for you to do before you head over to the show. There's player booths. There's all kind of activities, a lot of fun. You can meet the players. We'll be walking around there. This is how we did it in Athens. But what's very important is that you need to register. Even if you already have a ticket for the day, you need to head over to, one second, I have the link for you in a minute, lec.gg/expo, because otherwise, we don't know how many people are coming and know the whole deal. But it's really, you guys weren't there, I think, in Athens last time.
Too much of a zoomer, unfortunately.
Too much of a zoomer, unfortunately. It was a lot of fun. Misfits even had, I believe, like a quiet disco booth and everything, so we were jamming out. It is a lot of fun, and I hope to see you all there. Now, as we love our fans, we're going to keep our fans in the spotlight for an edition of Family Feud. On Discord, we will ask fans questions, and then it's up to us at the desk to guess which answer the Discord will vote for, basically. I have never played this game, but I have been briefed. But you know what? We'll just go with the flow. Let's take a look at the very first question for the fans, which is, I think it'll be behind us, actually, probably. Or is it the lower third?
The first one is impromptu.
Who knows? Oh, it's in the prompter. Which one of these champions would you like to remove from the game? Shaco, Yumi, Teemo, Yasuo. Well, for sure, Yumi, no.
After the second champion, you didn't have to read anymore.
No.
It's Yumi 100%. I think I would actually wager that Yasuo is probably the second, because Yumi is such an obvious answer.
So the thing is,
it's 3 out of 4, right?
This is a Discord.
Or is it 1 out of those 4? Oh, 1. It's got to be Yumi.
Then it's Yumi. It's not even close.
I think it's really important the fact is we're not discussing this. It's Discord who's like, we have to find out what Discord's actually doing here.
How would it not be Yumi?
Well, first of all, they said Fnatic was the best bot lane yesterday. So
yeah,
that also takes in some different, some different logic here. But in the end, I probably would have to agree with both of you.
I mean, what would be? I mean, Yasuo is kind of a tilter because, like, when you have a Yasuo on your team, they always feed, and when there's on the enemy team, they're always.
I respect you selling it, but do you remember the nerf buff remove segment with the pro players?
Yeah.
How many of them said Yumi? Because I think it's going to echo here.
Yeah, I think we're going to go for Yumi. I think Discord is going to have picked Yumi. I don't know if you're supposed to get it here or what's going on. Aha! Which champion would you like to remove from the game?
Well, there we have it.
Fnatic, Boots, Scuttle, option 3.
What is happening?
The answer is Yumi.
The answer may surprise you.
It seems like I'm having like a stroke or something. Fnatic, Boots, Scuttle. Okay, it was Yumi. Discord, thank you for voting. We're going to go on to the second one. I hope that animates correctly. Maybe. Who will win LEC Summer? G2, Fnatic, Mad Lions, or someone else? Like, Rogue doesn't even get it.
Here's where that Discord thing comes in from yesterday.
Yeah.
There is a different amount of a fan base in there, so I don't necessarily this may be it's going to be the right answer. I think it's going to be the answer that they've won, and that's either Fnatic or G2.
I think they have some common sense.
Okay.
And I think they may go for someone else.
Wow.
I wish
You're
I could
generous.
agree.
I don't know. I mean, usually it's always Fnatic or G2, like in our poll, so...
Oh, I saw most Fnatic. I'm going to go with Fnatic. I'm going to say they said Fnatic.
I don't know if it's bamboozling
Not that I believe it, but I think they said it.
All right, just to be contrarian, I'm going to say G2. I feel like they would either have sense, though, and say Mad or Rogue. But I'm going to lock in G2, I think.
Here it comes. Who will win LEC Summer according to Discord? We'll see. Maybe they just surprise us and they're like, Rogue.
Oh, they actually did say someone else. Good job, Discord.
Damn.
Wow.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
But clearly that's BDS. We just fill it in ourselves. Nice job, Discord. Not being biased, something we can never do. We have one final. Oh, Marcoon, Comp, Niski. Oh God.
Oh, no.
We're not looking at that.
No,
We're not looking at that. Next question, finally, is. It's the first time we do this segment, guys. What is the most OP role in the game? Support, jungle, mid, or ADC?
I like they left out top because no one was ever going to say that.
Top. I mean, do you want to say it or should I? Because I think we know what the answer is.
It's jungle.
It's jungle.
It's jungle.
Yeah, I'm a jungle player. I know it's jungle. It's not anything else.
You clearly haven't played with any good support.
Well, I have. I'm the support main.
Yeah. Exactly. So, you're saying that Discord's going for jungle? I think that's fair.
I think they've won.
Yeah, well, because like AD carries are always like whining about their
I'm
power
gonna
level.
say-
Mid, maybe? I don't
I'm
know.
gonna say it's
No.
gonna go jungle support, mid AD.
Okay.
I
That's
think
what
that's
I would
probably
put
the
down.
solid.
Let's see.
Yeah.
I hope it doesn't break this time. We'll see. Support 15, jungle 68, mid 15, and ADC 2%.
Yeah.
There's two votes for ADC.
Told
There's
told you the ADCs were whining again. They're out again. Well, that was very smooth, Discord. Thank you for playing. We're definitely going to do that again. On to more games, though, but not really. It's quite serious because Jamada and Goldberg, you've actually picked out some mid-season MVP candidates. So, who are they?
Well, we've gotten over 3 potential mid-season MVP candidates to talk over today. Obviously, nothing is official here. It's all hypothetical. But for the first one, we are going to start out in that infamous AD carry position, as just discussed. Not very OP. Comp, on the other hand, in both 2v2 scenarios and in teamfights, makes it seem quite broken.
It makes it look like it's the best role in the game very frequently. And I think not only is it because of how strong of an AD carry player Comp is, but also he bounces really well off of Trimby. They are, for me, our best duo in Europe at the moment. But not only that, it feels like Rogue do a great job at facilitating them out of their lane into the mid game and actually using the strength of the champions to try and slingshot themselves even further ahead.
And I think that's one side of the coin, but there's also the other side where sometimes, we've seen the Senna Seraphine. We've seen the bot laners be the facilitators of the rest of the map as well. And I think having a bot lane that can do both, that's really important, especially when a meta that always just shifts around different picks and all of that.
Yeah, such a volatile meta. I think when you have that kind of flexibility in a bottom lane, it's super important. And moving into, the mid lane, I think when you talk about flexibility, Niski is maybe someone that you would expect to be flexible. But for Mad Lions, he's been playing effectively one style, and that is push mid, roam, and it is making Mad look excellent. And to me, I feel right now he is facilitating Oyoya so well, and it's just giving Mad these massive leads.
I think it's the fact that Niski's not a star player, but he's making everyone else around him a star. He's such a selfless mid laner. He loves to be on the Lissandra. We saw him on the Talia yesterday as well. And I think just the way he's planning goes with Elyoya. You kind of touched on it a little bit yesterday's Telestrator too. They're just so good at finding plays from the early game, the early tracking, and then just make a game plan on the fly. Super impressive stuff from Niski. But we also had an honorable mention for a specific jungler who had a very, very good start to the split. Lay out the groundwork for Marcoon here.
Yeah, so for Marcoon, kind of in a similar vein to Mad Lions for me, I feel is doing such an excellent job at securing his own individual leads, but I feel like the difference between, for example, XL and Mad Lion is Niski is consistently facilitating Elyoya, whereas Marcoon is kind of getting a lot of his own leads and then pushing that into lanes. And when you then occasionally see Nuke Duck bounce off of Marcoon in the 2v2 and then move that to a silent as well, XL look even more threatening.
Yeah, and I also think just in general, I mean, if they did not have this little slump just last week, Marcoon, if he continued up this trend, I mean, I would have just straight up slammed him at the mid-season MVP. Such a huge, impressive performance going from spring into summer instead. But speaking of Marcoon, he is looking to lead XL to the playoffs for the second time in the Orcs history as well. And tonight, they can make a huge step as they take on Fnatic in our LG Ultra Gear match of the week.
XL is such a quandary because the organization and the management behind the team have shown such clear commitment to development and training processes.
It has taken 1,142 days, and on the 7th time of trying, XL will make playoffs.
It took 7 seasons for them to make it to playoffs. And I think for XL, they've always had the drive. They've always had the motivation. And I think for the first time in maybe the organization's history, they have the players to live up to those expectations.
If you stop improving, you're not going to be a top team anymore by the time playoffs comes, especially by the end of playoffs. For me personally, I haven't even considered ourselves like a top team until we actually beat teams in playoffs. So the drive is still there.
Oh, Mutti needs the needle working on the target! Finito! Done so! XL! Kill 3 and they're not done yet. That's 4! The ace for XL!
When I think of Fnatic, they already are presumed to be at the top. Rogue consistently winning the regular season. Mad Lions adding trophies to the cabinet, along with only 3 other teams from Europe. And now all of these organizations are being challenged by teams like XL. So I think XL versus Fnatic is incredibly important when you look ahead. And when you start to think, does Fnatic continue to garner the respect, the fear, the expectations of being a finalist?
To be honest, I didn't expect XL to do that good, but bot lane is quite good. Probably one of the better bot laners in Europe right now. So from my point of view, it's there for sure threat, but we're also a good team, and I don't see why would we not win against them.
Absolute slaughter in the mid lane, the triple for Twitch. Fnatic finding the lead over G2 in the regular season.
When it comes to Upset and Healy, I think it's mostly their names carrying them. They're not actually the best, especially right now. I think me and Mickey, we can match them.
The confidence from the Fnatic players is what drives them and pushes them to do amazing things. But in my opinion, it also could be a factor in why some of the more basic elements of competitive play are overlooked or disregarded.
I don't think they seem like a team to me. I think they're very individually focused, so if you win individually, you're gonna insta-win the game. And second of all, even if they are individually better than you, you can still win by team play, because I feel like they seem to be lacking that a lot.
Upset down, Bing with the barrel takes Hylissang's head, and only their second ever victory versus Fnatic.
I don't think Fnatic underestimated XL, but I think they were surprised by how good XL performed. I mean, we all were. XL at the beginning of summer blew everybody's minds. What I can say, Fnatic will want revenge. Those players will want to prove that that was a fluke and that they can do the same to XL.
Well, yes, the Fnatic does want to prove it was a fluke. Otherwise, they'll be doing their best G2 cosplay because they're currently on a 3-game loss streak. Could be 4 if they don't manage to win the match of the week versus XL. And I really like the fire coming out of some of the XL players there in that video. And I'd love to toss it to my panel, Yamada, in terms of saying they don't look like a team. They go off individual prowess, and still then if they pop off, you can beat them because you're playing as a team.
I don't even disagree with that point at all from Arcoon, to be honest with you. I think we've seen it quite a few times. I think one of the biggest examples is probably the Caitlyn lane from last week, where I feel like Upset and Hilly were sure getting their own individual leads, but across the map, they just weren't really playing with it.
That's the thing, right? So you don't see bot lane take a lead, move that lead to the rest of the map. It's very like, okay, bot lane, let's get ahead. If we get into the mid to late game and we just start team fighting around objectives, that's great. But it's not like they're looking to facilitate the rest of the map, which it did look like for 1 week, and then we just didn't see it again.
And that line about it's just their names, Upset and Healy, but on the Rift we can't really see it. And I think that's always a case with Fnatic as the brand, as the organization, because of all the successes of the past. But it seems to me that they're not exactly there right now.
No, I definitely agree with it. And even in the clip, you know, Healy saying that XL's bot lane are quite good right now. I'd say the same if I was solo kill by them down there in the 2v2. We just saw it in the clip as well. Patrick and Mickey, they are on a tear. They are on a roll, not only just in the 2v2, but also just in the map state instead. Yes, they had a little bit of a slump, but so does Fnatic. And I think for either of these two teams, it's great to have this as a stepping stone. XL already have the head-to-head. When you're racing off against Fnatic for playoffs, getting that 2-0 against them, that's so monumental.
Absolutely.
Yeah, though, having the 2-0 head-to-head would be absolutely insane. But also, you think about it like this, going into next week, there's, what, 7 games left or so, and Fnatic would still be at 5 wins. That means on, you know, average, you would need about 9 to get into playoffs. You have to win 4 out of those 7 games, and right now, given how Fnatic are playing, I wouldn't even have them down necessarily to do that.
You can't drop the ball anymore. It's a real benchmark, a barometer for, I think, the rest of the season between Fnatic and XL. But we've got some other bangers to close out the day as well. G2 and Rogue are going to face off right before our match of the week. Our match of the week will, of course, be at the end of the day. Now, these games will be played on stage, but a small reminder that games 1 and 3 will not have players in the studio due to positive COVID cases for Team BDS and Vitality. We do wish the players, of course, a swift recovery, as always. Hope to see them again soon. And you might think, but I saw Astralis coming to the studio. They are healthy. They are playing from the studio, because then we can do interviews with them, like we're going to interview Kabi in a little bit. So that's why they are here. So let's talk about the first match of the day, Astralis versus BDS. For BDS, it's starting to become really difficult to talk about. And I think you also see that when you look at the players' Twitter, Grabs' Twitter, in terms of first like a little hopeful, trying to get a positive approach here and there, but nothing is working.
I think for BDS, which is a team I quite tracked in the beginning as well, I thought they were better coming into summer. They were really good at getting gold leads in the early game. They just did not understand how to close out the game. Now moving forward, I feel like they didn't develop as a team. I actually feel like they regressed. Now they're not even able to get these gold leads we saw them get. I don't think the drafting facilitates it either. This is a team that just needs to get one thing going for them at this point to try and make it back, because nothing has just been working for them.
Yeah, and I feel even, you know, you say they've regressed, right? They've taken one step back. Even if they take one step forward, then they make it to the point where they're getting early game leads. If they're not able to push it against a team like Astralis, who have very consistently been drafting late game team fighting compositions, that is their core strength. How do you expect to close out against Astralis? Because realistically, it's just going to come to a point 25, 30 minutes into the game where they're just going to out-team fight you alone off composition.
So hopefully they can find the strength to get something going in the early game for BDS. But when it comes to Astralis, I think for me has been one of the biggest positive surprises so far of Summer. Now the question is, how much more do they have left in the tank in terms of really being able to lock that playoff spot?
I actually think that some of Astralis' draft has been incredibly good. Even going into the draft against Excel, where they had the Ashen to Kalista, or we saw the draft against Vitality, which unfortunately they lost that game. If they sometimes had better hands, I think they would win out some of these games. But I really think that the drafting lacks off of some of the things that, you know, they can't always develop as players into the game. And then just in general, showing up with Jonghoon, with Kobe down that bot lane, that's been excellent.
It's been excellent indeed. And speaking of, we're going to get more insight on Astralis as Machine was joined by Kobe earlier.
All right, we're rocking and rolling. Thank you very much, Efya. And we're here with Kobe, of course, of Astralis, AD carry, who's been to the tippy top. And I'm here to get into the nitty-gritty a little bit, if you're up for it, Kobe. You've got a proven capacity for greatness. And I think it's perfect time, you know, deep into the season to try and investigate, you know, where you are setting your goals. I imagine it's not easy to kind of keep not only realistic goals, but high aspiring goals and find the right balance. Do you actively set goals and have you met them, or have you got on track to?
I do actively set goals. I've done that my whole life or career. But I've learned along the way that, I mean, it's good to have high goals, but sometimes you got to be more realistic as well. Like, obviously I had the goal like everyone else to win Worlds and all of this, but my main goal is still to win LEC, because that has been realistic the whole time, I think, even though I haven't done it. But yeah, it's definitely hard when you constantly get knocked down year after year, and if you feel like you're getting older, it's drifting further and further away. But I do believe the best you can do is set high goals and keep working for it.
Have you heard this popped up on my TikToks the other day? It was an Olympian talking about the rule of thirds, suggesting that when you're chasing a dream or chasing a goal, you have 1/3 of the time you're at the highs, you're at the high highs. 1/3 of the time you're feeling crappy, and 1/3 of the time you're in the middle. And if you're off in some way, you know, if you're feeling too high all the time, you're probably not having set high enough goals. And if it's an interesting way to think about it. Do you think you're adhering to the rule of thirds in your career right now?
It makes sense when I hear it, but I think for me it's not really the case.
No.
I think I've spent most of my time like on the low end, or like disappointment, I feel like, or in the middle somewhat. Like a lot of time is in the middle, and to me that just doesn't really do anything for me. Yeah.
No, I was just thinking, because it's a team game as well. Like, you know, you have all your individual goals, but you also have 4 other people around you that need to have similar ones to achieve similar things. I would like to talk a bit about your bot lane. Jonghoon is an interesting prospect. You know, the idea of a Korean rookie sent to Europe and doing well. You know, he turned heads in Korea. He's popping heads here in Europe. How has it been, though, with the idea of a language barrier? It's something I'm interested in. A lot of people talk about language being its own, or league being its own language, and there's differences there in terms of how you communicate, how you kind of understand each other. How are you finding it? I mean, how is his English?
His English is improving day by day, week by week. When he first got here, it was not very good.
Sure.
So yeah, but I think he's a good player, and I see myself as a good player too, and we can kind of understand each other in game and what we want to do. And there's obviously the league terms like Drake, Baron, push, recall, like all these.
Sure.
He knows these words, right?
Is it non-verbal as well? Like, is it kind of, you know, he knows what you want? You know, when you play enough, he kind of sees how you're moving, sees what you want to do, what your next move might be.
Yeah, exactly. That's coming slowly.
Okay.
So I feel like we have a good understanding, and not all the time I feel like the communication is needed. So actually, right now the problem for our team is like not communicating with him. It's more like communication in the team as a whole is not so great right now. But that has nothing to do with him.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
A team game. Dude, thank you so much for your time. Really insightful answers. I wish we had more time. I've got like 3 more questions on this thing, but amazing answers. Cut that whole thing. Knuckles. And we're going to throw it over to Goldborg back in the studio.
Kasper Kobbe Kobberup. A stable name for us LEC fans. But of course, it wasn't always like that. Travel back in time with me. The year is 2016. Kobbe is on a team which would become synonymous with his name. Starting out in the EULCS with no success story for Kobbe. In his first split, he finished 8th, and he was forced to play relegations, barely holding up to that spot, beating Giants 3-2. For Summer, changes had to happen, and rookie support, Mickey X, was brought in as Kobbe's new duo. Remember, our past failures forges our future. In his rookie year, Kobbe makes it to World after an incredible bounce back for Summer. But success is often fleeting. In their group, they get destroyed, finishing 1-5, and their World run is over. Over the years to come, Kobbe becomes one of the most consistent ADCs in the league. But even Mr. Consistent have his struggles. 2017 Spring and Summer, 3rd place. 2018 Spring, 3rd. 2018 Regional Finals to qualify for Worlds again, 3rd. Until finally, in the summer of 2019, from the failures of his past, he forges his future, earning the title of All-Pro ADC of the summer of 2019, finishing 2nd at the regional finals, and finding his way back to the international stage, to the World Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the peak of Kobbe's career. And unlike his last appearance at Worlds, they're absolutely smashing their group. They're making a name for themselves with incredible individual performance and great team effort. They're able to tie FPX, that won that World Championship, in the group standings and make it to quarters. They fall in the quarterfinals to SKT. But for Kobbe, this just seems to be the beginning of his career, looking to solidify himself at the next top EU ADC. Unfortunately, that's a world we'll never know, because Kobbe, he transfers to Team Solo Mid, and after a mediocre split, he's back in Europe, playing for Misfits, and now could no longer even make it to the once regrettable 3rd place. And then last split, he then transfers to Astralis in a roster move I genuinely thought would put him into retirement after finishing 10th. But you know what they say, our past failures forges our future. And that brings us to the present, where this summer, honestly, he's making me eat my own words. And while he's not back to peak performance, he is showing signs of life again. Paired now with Junghoon, this summer, he's shown a newfound aggression. In lane, looking to take charge like we once saw it, and have impact in the mid game. He's doing his best to dictate the pace of the fight on threatening AD carries like the Twitch and the once infamous Sire. Kobbe is rewriting his failure from Spring for a better future in Summer. And we'll see today if they can pick up a monumental win versus Team BDS in the race for players, and maybe even Worlds for Kobbe again. Now let's throw to a caster duo, the only two brothers I've only seen on a caster desk together. Initialize and Nightmare, take it away for a first game.
Never won without the other. Berlin, welcome to the LEC, and I hope you're ready for a very special day. A little over 2 years ago, we started casting together, and it is my absolute pleasure to introduce my brother, Samuel Initialize Hapgood, to the big stage. Welcome.
Thank you, buddy. You've paved the way, and it is an incredibly special moment, really, to have this opportunity to cast here in Berlin, live with audience, and with such a phenomenal person to do it with. Oh, see, the crowd love it as well. That does, however, mean, though, that perhaps enough sentimentality for now. Because we've
just
got
for now.
just for now. We'll probably bring some more back. We know what we're like. But we have got to start talking about our first match of the day, namely BDS versus Astralis, and Gullborg set us up perfectly to start talking about where these teams are at and what they're trying to do in this summer split.
Yeah, and obviously we focused a lot on Astralis with that big speech about Kobe. He's obviously not the only experienced member on this team. We talked a lot about the return of Vizicachi, Xerxes coming back to this team. It was a bit of a splice reunion for those. Of course, some rookies in tow as well. And on the other side, BDS, you know what? We have to get into that game and see how it goes.
I tell you what, oh brother of mine, that music hits so different in person to anything else as we head on in to talking about picks and bans here, looking at these beautiful pictures of all the players in this particular game.
So, of course, for this game, players are going to be playing from home. Of course, a couple of the games were hit this week through illness. Astralis are actually playing backstage, so they might be coming around for a wave a little bit later. But yes, not going to be in the studio. It doesn't matter, though. They're still going to have their hearts and souls left on the Rift as we do get into those picks and bans, hopefully sooner rather than later.
But until that, we can have a look around this beautiful studio and see everything ready to go onto the light show. And both these teams, as we are into this picks and bans, in quite different positions, really, in the trajectory of this split. BDS not really had the entry to the league in general they would have liked. Astralis, it's been a mixed bag, but definitely improvement over spring, and we can see the hints there for potential Dark Horse playoffs run.
Essentially, and imagine saying that halfway through spring, 0-9, and now we look at halfway through summer, halfway through that split. BDS have actually kind of gotten close to that mark than Astralis are at this moment. BDS looking to try and at least gain some confidence. It does feel like that playoffs run is so difficult to get to. But Astralis, you know, they did take a couple of hard losses recently as well, potentially an opening.
Well, onto those bans, particularly a lot of Flavor of the Month ones. You can see the Yuumi and the Poppy, the Seraphine, Gwen, all those really strong picks on the current patch taken off the table. It does mean a first pick Zeri, though, for Kobe, this AD carry that we've just been hearing so much about. Curse. A phenomenal monologue by Goldborg. See whether he can pull his shots, though. Is the curse real? Find out after this game, eh?
On the other side, we have a pick which was picked up in the last game by BDS. They had the Aphelios. It was an Aphelios Lulu lane which they had, which was actually a little bit of a different take for BDS. BDS were trying to put a little bit more pressure in the 2v2, look for a little more firepower. They were typically going towards stuff like the Ezreal, Misfortune, even a Seraphine game in there alongside their Senna game as well. But having something like the Aphelios, it means that they do want to put more resources down to this bot lane, and that's something which they haven't really done so far.
Absolutely. And while Astralis' early game has been a little lackluster, I think it's fair to say, picking up something like the Wukong here, despite some of those nerfs, to try and make some of those early aggressive plays and be a team fight engage option definitely plays into how the side of Astralis like to play those mid games.
Okay, of course, now, just a reminder, this is patch 12.13 on the bottom of the screen. It does mean that a couple of our champions have been hit. Wukong was hit, of course, in the last couple of patches, still going to be locked in. And with the Gangplank, this is very typical for Astralis too. They love to start impacting those team fights, hit 2-3 items, turtle up to that point, and then take it to the 5v5s. BDS on the other side, they've typically had a bit more strength in the early game when they have been strong. It's not really been seen for the last couple of weeks, but with something like that Xin Zhao, you can see how potentially Syncrop, and if Nuclear has a pick to help him alongside that, maybe they can start getting things going early so Astralis don't get to that strength of the late game team fight.
We are kind of waiting to see after this second phase of bans what support and mid laners are going for, and I'm kind of curious what you'd rather see be the blind pick option here.
So obviously we've seen a lot of Silases come out recently.
Really?
I actually wonder for for a team like BDS whether they would like to try their hands at that again. You can see that Nuclear has actually had 2 games on it so far, and the whole league has been pulling at this pick. Look at the likes of Certus and SK had a couple of awesome games on, or at least Genx had a game on it too, but see other teams pulling it out to great effect. I think that something like a Silas could, again, fit the team composition of BDS to try and stop Astralis from surviving through to that mid game. Silas has the early punch, have a couple of the picks in the pocket too, which can help with that.
The BDS have decided to focus down Jonghu's pool a little bit. Of course, had a pretty phenomenal Braum game yesterday. Nearly pulled out some very clutch defenses against G2 Esports, even if they did lose that one just about in the end.
Bit of smoke and mirrors happened in that one.
Yeah, it was indeed. And on the other side, very much focusing towards those roaming mid laners that can attack the side lane. So the Lissandra and the Talia off the table for Nuclear Int. And now to see what BDS will decide to blind pick.
of course, again, looking for proactivity out of mid lane. I do think that's what BDS would fit their strengths and potentially stop Astralis from getting towards theirs as well. I'll have to see whether they agree with us, though. Something that they showed a lot through the year. Of course, they do have a couple of picks.
The brothers, we barely agree with each other, so I'm not sure that's ever going to work. It will be
at least Nuclear Rain agrees with me. You know, I had a read on that one. And now suddenly you have stolen Cannon Barrage, plundered Cannon Barrage, might I say. Let's keep it thematic.
I'll keep that one.
I don't know what we can really call like the stolen Wukong ultimate, but either way.
Twister instead of Cyclone. Something like that. Find another way to talk about spinning whirlwinds.
But either way, again, it really is a strong mid-jungle from BDS, which can help so far. And you know what? Dayor was pretty much the only Vex player in Spring from the LEC that really stuck to their guns, pulling it out again. And that is actually a very good early matchup in Silas, particularly at level 1. That's one of Vex's power points. Maybe Astralis can stick together in that mid-jungle 2v2, which BDS have thrown them the challenge in.
Well, Corby's Legendary Zaya won't be, of course, coming through because of the Zeri, but the Rakan is in for Jonghoon, so half of that Lovers duo locked in for the bot side. Odote thinking about something wild like a Zillion, but of course it is a hover. It's always dangerous to talk about, so we'll see what it actually will be. But there, and it's actually locked in.
Right.
There you go.
So, you now have some ability to speed your friends into the fray. I think seeing the Zarya and the Rakan, you look at your fellows and think, actually, you don't really need support matchup to help you through the laning phase. I think if it was that point where you're looking at a stronger lane, you have to pick in something like a Lulu. But with that, they say, let's go towards that mid-late game, give us some more ability to mid-game skirmish.
Indeed, and honestly, after yesterday when it was, let's dive the bot side and make it a bit of a hellscape, having the Zillion ult to try and reset some of that might make some sense here. Of course, you know, on the other side for Astralis, they've got a lot of tools to make Kobe and Dayor very dangerous in this game.
And of course, Kobe, already talked about them before. What a carry they have been for this resurgence of Astralis. Hit those 2 items, for everyone on the board. Astralis going to feel happy about things.
And now we've got to wait until we head onto the Rift. Backstage, you can see the Astralis players ready and focused for this game.
Concentration. Ooh, those faces. So, Astralis, of course, worth setting the stakes for this. Astralis are coming in as very much the overdogs in this, the favorites, particularly with BDS's recent run of form. They have been very much struggling to pin even together a strong early game, which was their strength. But it is at this point where you are looking at how close the table is. One slip, one mistake, and even a team like BDS can punish you even when they are down on form. If they find that today, might be able to take a win from Astralis, huh?
Seen some crazy runs before. Maybe, just maybe, it's a possibility. A very long shot, but still a shot right now. Some very excited crowd members today. I'm enjoying that energy. Of course, on the other side, the table right now is incredibly tight. You know, the space between being in playoffs, being out of playoffs is a game, 2 games apart. And you've got to be trying to get these wins against these, you know, BDS right now, who are the lowest placed team in the league. Astralis can't afford to slip up, as you were saying.
No, they can't. But, you know, you take a win today.
Yeah.
There's even that coveted 4th world spot, which potentially might be up for grabs at some point. Good enough win streak from this point. Maybe that's on the table for them.
I think I've heard word from production. We might just be ready to head on to the Rift.
Game.
I'm hitting the button. A welcome indeed to our first game here of the LEC on this day 2 of week 6. No, 5. I got the wrong week. Got my numbers are not as strong for me. Never do maths on air and I've messed it up. Like, what is it, 40 seconds into game 1?
Yeah, well, maybe you're trying to escape. So obviously last split,
yes.
Week 5 was the crazy split of Spring. Maybe it's just casting fear into the hearts of not just the teams, but the broadcast as well. So, as we can see, no real level 1 moves happening, particularly when you have champions like Zillion, and well, I mean, Rakan can do some level 1 stuff. You're not looking for the same kind of level 1 invade pressure.
The crowd goes wild. They remember.
Oh, original as always. Original.
Look, Kobe was on TSM for once. It's actually relevant. You know, he's moved on from then. It was a bit of a dark days for Kobe, but he's back to Astralis, back to a Danish org, and Gullbug has already shown his national pride with that earlier speech, as we said, and head up alongside this incredible rookie support in Jonghoon, who was on the Challenger League not so long ago in Korea and was on a 6th to 7th place team, but still considered one of the absolute best prospects in that league. Hell, went with the Korean team to the, I think it was the East Asian Championship, beat the LDL equivalent to win that league as well. So the Chinese academy roster that went over as well. So now over on Astralis, who, you know, have been putting up some really good numbers.
And also, particularly, Jonghoon has been one of the standouts for Astralis. And you know what? While we've got a bit of a slow early game, we'll see what Syncroft does. He has some early options, but for a rookie to make that kind of impact first couple of games, we saw those Pyke highlight reels, right? It means a lot, because it is not easy to be a rookie in the LEC, particularly looking over at BDS. There are a lot of people who came into the league. They have not had an easy time, but this is not the intro which all of these players would have wanted, which Jonghoon has found himself.
And when we were prepping for this game, we were kind of setting this matchup to be something about expectations and debuting. For BDS, it was their debut into the league this year. For the likes of Astralis, like, you've got, of course, Jonghoon, who is debuting himself, but likes of Vizicachi, like, re-debuting, having retired back in 2019, coming in and having all these statements about, look, the top laners have got so much better, all those niche mechanics have now become commonplace. You don't get to come in and not know all the ins and outs of every matchup to you. It's such a hard job to come back in.
Yeah, baseline is, it's just difficult to play in the LEC as a new player. There's so much talent stacked up here to forget about it sometimes. Now they get a chance to test their mettle once again against each other.
Syncroft, though, has found his way in just behind Dayo, but Xerxes around, and maybe turn around. The wind does become lightning and connects with Dayo, but I don't think he'll strike twice and throw in the Audacious Charge quite yet.
Xerxes just trying to fix the wave. Nuclear Int out of mana, and it started with the Doran's Shield, so it doesn't have something like a Corrupting Potion to keep him topped up on that. And you can already see how important it is for these junglers to be keeping an eye on that mid-jungle 2v2. That's something that we linked very early in the draft of BDS in terms of this is how they have succeeded in the past. Of course, haven't found as much of that right now, but Astralis, they're ready to respond.
Syncroft does secure that bot side Skullcrap, and something I do want to keep an eye on is, of course, BDS's early game. In the first couple weeks here of Summer, we saw some actually pretty good numbers from them. 100% first blood rate, were with a gold lead, getting some kills on the board, and then from those first 2 weeks, they have fallen off an early game cliff. That is a monstrously negative change around in fortunes.
And that's a really awkward thing to see from BDS. I'm trying to think of the right word for it, because honestly, the thing that we could always return to with BDS in spring and those first couple of weeks was, okay, but at least they have early game. They're losing in the mid game, particularly when they have to make the more creative plays when the map is very open, but the early game was solid for them. They could play through, again, Syncroft getting things done early on the map, but they've struggled to find that same kind of footing so far, and you're looking at so many of these teams now which look at BDS and say, well, what strengths do you have? You need to show us something new now, or at least recover that early game.
A little bit of that question about trajectories, about expectations for this team. Like, what is the goal for this organization at this point? What is the goal for these players? Because it's been a bit of a rough start, a bit of a rough half of the split. We need to start seeing some of that improvement, some of that recovery, just for the org in general.
So part of what will help them is having a bit more competitive lanes. They've had a little bit of a struggle in that. Of course, Astralis, they've not necessarily been the laning connoisseurs themselves, but Nuclear Int on a high agency champion who has some support from the jungle, that very much helps. Having this 2v2 down bot side, which you know is going to scale into relevancy too, as well as to Spike very powerful. Speaking about that mid lane, the high agency champion from Nuclear Int takes a flash.
Does indeed. Dayor, that's not what you want to see early on in this mid lane. The Vex getting a little bit bullied there by Nuclear Int, who does land that abduct. Respond, and yes, out of mana, but gets that flash, and suddenly Syncroft on this Shinzao, this early agency jungler, can maybe find an angle there.
Have to see whether the pathing comes back to that point. Of course, we're getting to the point where first Dragon is up if we see bot lane pressure turn into everything. We've seen a lot of bot lane 3v3s in the meta when you've had these very interactive 2v2s, less so in this game, but we've seen it quite a lot with like the junglers pathing down bot and looking for those 3v3s into something like a Dragon Secure. So maybe that would be the option as well. But of course, with that flash missing, it just gives Syncroft a couple of these extra options to play towards.
There's so many stories for Astralis, so many long-standing memories. We heard about Kobe and how, honestly, he's had another really good split, but the question is it enough to carry him into playoffs, the first potential playoffs for Astralis if they can make it?
So we just hinted at, you know, potential jungler pathing down bot side, head towards that 3v3. It is looking like we've got that, but Dayor is here first. Nuclear Int stuck under tower. Of course, top lane is not really in a position to impact as much. Of course, you have the cannon barrage, that's the one thing, but it's still pre-14 minutes. You know, I have to always think about that again. I go, oh yeah, you can't actually teleport in anymore.
Not yet.
Kind of makes things a little awkward, but with that in mind, BDS kind of see the vision on Dragon. They go, oh, all right, let's not try our luck too much at that point. And actually, Dayor without that flash, see what he can do.
Behind, has still got Hijack available now with the level 6 can try and punish this Vex without the flash. The bombs are on, Xerxes around. but Nuclear Imp will not pull the trigger quite yet.
Okay, and again, actually, big praise to Xerxes. The few times where BDS have looked towards mid, Xerxes on the whole has been there to recover. So Dale just paths towards the Wukong and gets away with a chunk and nothing else blown.
Well, this time, of course, on vision here is the Zilean. Has to speed his way away from danger.
Wow, look at those Korean recall cancelling mechanics.
That was what you went for with that.
It's what I've got, Sam. Take it or leave it.
I'm going to leave that one and move on, I think is what I'll actually do. Nothing hugely exciting happening thus far early on. It's been a relatively slow-paced early game. Got a Hex Drake up first, but no one's felt bold enough to start that one up exceptionally early. And about 30 seconds till a Rift Herald spawns, which might be our first real taste of action in this game.
Yeah, and part of that lack of action is kind of the nature of what we've seen from actually the bot lane matchup. Normally you think, okay, the mid-jungle, that's really where things are going to start flying off, but it's a little bit different when you don't have something like a Nautilus in the game, which can very easily roam. Of course, Rakan kind of can, but when you're playing defensively in mid lane, because the Sylas has kind of got a leg up on the Vex, even your Rakan can't do that much. So both supports kind of lacking a few of their options. And with that, neither team really wants to overforce. Matty, though,
have you just cast a curse this one? Not quite. Matty thought about an angle, but now Kobe's going to throw down the lightning crash. But he continues to get out of the ground. Emperor's cannon barrage afterwards, though. Might turn this one around, but a flash away will keep them alive. Keep your eyes on Daya and Xerxes, though.
Yeah, they got the mid-prio again. Sylas cannot respond. Aggressivo cannot respond. That means that, though there are no kills, Astral's force off the tower.
Xerxes got a Warrior Trickster and a Cyclone! Inclement weather incoming! But what category is it? Just a category 3 for now, and no one is washed away.
It's category 0 kills. Can't see anything more off of that. And Nuclear Int has finally found their way to the party. You don't have any tools now. What can you do, Astralis?
Comes lightning and the weather turns around. First blood to Nuclear Int Sylas.
Going to keep looking for something. When's that next extend duct up? Not going to be up in time to follow that on. So Nuclear Int a little late to the party. Astralis, I think they kind of bait themselves into a bit of a false sense of security. Just because you have that mid-prio doesn't mean the play is going to happen in a time scale which ends before the Sylas gets there. They mistime it a little bit. What we're saying about mid-jungle having some ability to fight early, BDS kind of find it just about. Nuclear Int with a kill on the board. It's good news for BDS.
And when we thought about BDS success has often been through this mid-jungle, and the jungle is here at least to try and punish Astralis. Goes in with the wind, becomes lightning, and the audacious charge gets a flash out of Kobe into the Crescent Guard. Can't quite secure the kill though after a fantastic round entry. Flash will not make him escape. The Chakram secure the life of the Rakan, but at least the AD carry survives for now.
Oh gosh, so now BDS, what were we talking about for them? Their early game started to fall apart. We haven't seen it for a number of weeks at this point. They're starting to show, again, some of those echoes of how they found success in spring within the earlier weeks of the split too, at least within the parts of the game which looked okay for them. This is kind of what we were saying just at the end of that play. Astralis think they have the timing for it, but they can't finish the play in time. Then they're caught out, the overstay is punished, and BDS pick up the kills.
Dead to right, 2 kills on the board. And we've had questions about Astralis' early game as well, let us not forget. Yes, they've been able to come back in some fairly crazy games over the last few weeks, but this is not what they wanted to see if they want to be pushing for those playoff spots.
Yeah, so just to again put things in context in that sense, Astralis have had some awkward early games, but typically they have drafted towards 5v5 team fights. They have that again this game. If they get towards multiple items, it is going to be very difficult for BDS to fight 5v5 on even footing. It's why it's important they're getting these kills early on. It potentially can even those scales and take the strength away from Astralis, who have been very comfortable going late game and grouping up.
A little bit of trading there from Matty and Kobe, who were trying to secure control of the lane while Syncroft was soloing out this Drake on the other side of the map. You can see Xerxes gets a hold of that Herald, and that'll be objective traded across the map.
You know what? Actually, speaking about putting pressure towards bot lane for BDS, chatted about that in terms of the draft. It's Nephelius locked in again. It's not something like this area themselves or another one of these kind of champions which survive a little bit in isolation. This is something that BDS tried to default to a little bit later into the split. Put resources bot side. They're actually potentially doing it again. Great vision toggle by the observers. Thank you very much for highlighting the state that Astralis' bot lane it is. Jonghyun and Kobe have to play so respectfully.
Jungle is dark and full of BDS members. They always hanging around, but was not required to invest the ultimate or the teleport this time. 3 plates, though, is Matty's prize for this lane pressure. And yes, there's a Herald inventory on the other side, but need to make good use of it. Maybe they can do that right now as Astralis are looking to maybe collapse on the bot side.
A BDS horde on an open field. They'd love to fight it. I
that
noticed
was a good reference. Yeah, well done.
We do those occasionally.
Occasionally? Like, I swear most of our casting is reference-based.
It is, a little bit. See how many more we can slip in there. Let us know what you realize, because sometimes I don't either. I do recognize that Sencroft is once again bot lane, and again, this is BDS putting resources bot side, and Kobe doesn't have a flash and doesn't have
got a safety surge. He's going to throw down the lightning crash as Xerxes coming around. Won't lead to any more action, just the ultimate being used there by the Astralis bot lane.
Now, it doesn't have a flash, but of course, Zeri, when you stood next to a wall, effectively has like a triple range one. You just hop over into safety, does blow that ultimate, and again, you can see that BDS are really trying to shut this Zeri out of the game. Oh, Matty.
Oh dear, he is dead, deceased, pushing up the daisies. Gone to meet his maker, he is an ex Matty.
He's pining for the fountains. He is, and this is so sad for BDS, because this has again been a little bit of the story for them, where they've tried to piece together some of these okay early and mid games. I'm thinking of that one game they had, which went very late game, where they had that Cogmore mid. I can't remember the exact name for it, but it's just a couple of key positioning, reset errors which can catch them out. And the hard work of BDS put towards that bot side actually gets very difficult for them to capitalize on them now. And suddenly, Astralis, huge power play. Shut down the AD carry, get more safety to your own bot lane. Herald goes over, and that early game you worked very hard to try and make the bot lane uneven. It's fallen away from you.
We're all sharing there, and the joy of the crowd enjoying some demolition of structures. They do love a Shelly charge or two here in the Berlin studio.
Season 12 champion, by the way.
Thank you.
But of course, that is why Kobe's been able to survive so much on this bot side. You know, you do look at that and you think, yeah, he's just playing very respectfully. And while they're doing that, has managed to keep in the game. And I think this goes very well to show, again, we talked about how BDS, we talked about it a lot from the BDS side. Let's go switch that over to Astralis very briefly. Because what Astralis have typically been very good at is turtling up and say, you know what, we will get to these late game team fights. That's been how a lot of their victories have come. They will get to the point where this multi-item spike comes through for their team. Despite the amount of pressure that was put towards this bot lane, Astralis have come out with a very respectable amount of gold onto their AD carry. Yes, they're going to end up losing this tower, but they took one beforehand. That's fine. It's trading even, and Astralis happy with their position in the game. They've shown this to us before.
Another cheer goes out as another turret falls, now 1-1 in that score for both teams. And you're right, you know, like Astralis have made themselves a
sometimes right.
Sometimes, yes. Yeah. I didn't want to give you too much to go with.
Good.
I'm trying to be nice.
Yeah.
Steak, clearly, is your older brother. But yes, Astralis have kind of made themselves somewhat renowned here in the LEC for being pretty capable of team fighting their way out of scenarios they've put themselves into in the early game. And part of that is what they grab for, of course, but part of it is like be better and see and the ability to look at a map.
I've come to a revelation.
Have you?
I actually think Aphelios is hiding something. I think he's hiding the fact that he's actually a bug. Kha'Zix is not the bug champion in League of Legends. Because
where are you going with this?
So, you know how bugs are sometimes colored in bright colors to say, don't eat me, I'm poisonous? Look at those colors on the weapons he's got. I actually think Aphelios is actually the bug champion of League of Legends. You see that red, white, and you're like,
is it like a chameleon bug? Like changes weapons and like dangerousness
look,
depending on
I didn't think that much. I'm thinking about bot lane fights. That potentially might happen.
Xerxes in the spot of bother, but does sidestep the wind, becomes lightning.
You see, the Aphelios wasn't there. There was none of this language to say don't fight. Anyway, that was just a little thing which I was thinking of just off this whole
So, Aphelios is an insect. Yes. You can determine his danger by the colors he's sporting. But there you go. David Attenborough here on the caster desk, apparently. Syncroft fighting for vision control, but Jongwoo's going to pop the quickness. Flash engage doesn't quite land it. Cannon Barrage comes afterwards. In they come with the Vexpress! But that looks like a zillion ults to keep Matty alive. Ults popped across the board. Ultra shot laser. Just about avoids taking Matty's life.
Oh gosh, but the big thing here is that they don't pop the Zillion ult. Matty has to stay on low HP. It's 10 seconds until the Dragon. Astralis were fishing for the play. They find a play which gives them the numbers advantage. Chachi has to blow the ultimate, but still has that TP. Astralis happy for the next couple of seconds about how this is going to go.
Problem is they are down 3 critical ultimates, and that could be punishing. Jonghoon will get the knock-up and dance his way out of danger. And Gratiba with Meganar hops in, gets Jonghoon's stopwatch and missed times and Bar into the wall. He's over the wall. Jonghoon being chased down though with Eudoicious charge. What can Dale do afterwards though? Gets the fear. But I don't think it'll be quite enough. The personal space not going to keep them alive. Xerxes' clone is jumped off, but not the monkey himself. Gets a cyclone off and now nuclear in with the stolen cannon barrage. Plundered rather. Managed to get his way out of danger. And only one dies despite a lot of chaos.
And Jonghoon goes down, but look at the amount of time he buys. It's not a clean pick from BDS. He makes them really work for it. But what happens with that is it gives Astralis another chance to contest this. This could have been a blowout fight. It's now back to even. Dale's got the ult.
Ready for round 2. They are going to land another Theum. Syncroft guns the Dragon. make. And Matty spinning around with the Inferno, trying to get as much damage down as he can. But they'll get the Dragon, they'll get out, no one else dies.
And of course, they didn't actually have the ult, just the passive charge up, looking for something on the side, but BDS, it's hard for, it's not exactly clean, but it does get them the 2 early Dragons. Now, they are still behind a little bit in gold, and Matty might be in danger. Let's have the flash, we'll probably have to use it.
Jonghoon's got quickness back up again, but this time has cleanse, and the barrel crits Matty down to about a third, but nothing more. Now, Chachi in danger, flashed away with an abscond, an abduct, and a dead pirate.
BDS willing to throw some punches.
Oh my days, Nuclear in. About a pixel, a Teemo away from connecting on the Ricard as well.
I mean, the pirate goes down, but apparently it's Captain Jack Sparrow in the support role. Jonghoon making it, again, difficult to pick off this Rakan, using the mobility to the lengths that they can. So, BDS, what have they won from this? 2 early Dragons. They're going to get themselves potentially a Herald off of this too. Doesn't look like there's much left to contest. And now BDS, they actually find themselves, again, tenuously back in the lead, particularly with those objectives stacking up their way. It adds a little bit onto the game, which hasn't been shown in the gold.
And we'll get to play with some of these buttons indeed, and you can see that's where the gold is right now. Bit of a lead, of course, over to the mid lane. We'll go to this replay. It is, I can't do that now. So we're going to see Matty get jumped on, but does manage to get out with the cleanse.
And I think what's really good from Astralis here is what they're doing is they see Aphelios on the map and they go, we don't really want you to have farm where we can, so let's just try and stop them from getting that. Again, it's just overestimating their ability. We saw this in the bot lane in that first dive where they're kind of like, oh yeah, this feels like the right time to make a play, and it kind of was, but the execution's not quite there, the timing's not quite there, and BDS managed to punish. And that's something which BDS haven't managed to do for quite a while now. Again, signs of life from BDS. This is a better showing from them they've had for a little while in this split.
Try it again, perhaps, with different button this time. That's total gold right now. It's Chachi printing money, but Nuclear in just behind. Still a pretty close game, though. Astralis lead just into the advantage now with that additional tower take.
And that's actually quite a dangerous look for BDS, because Kobe has gold.
Oh, yes.
When you see this area, you can see those components in inventory. This area is going to start popping heads at some point on BDS. They will not be easy to close down. I look at the tools that BDS have, and I'm looking at the Gnar potential on a flank. Maybe the Jin's have to manage to tag something, but it's all a little difficult to land. But you do have a lot of people playing blocker with Gangplank barrels, with Rakan playing interference. Reaching Kobe is going to be a problem, and they need to if Kobe has gold, which of course he does.
Can they close down the Zeri? An age-old question, it feels like, at this point, since that champion's been released.
Since the dawn of time, which happened like six months ago.
Yeah. Time is like, I don't know, what's the word again? Like, not irrelevant's the wrong word. Flexible. Human constructs.
There we go.
Thanks for rescuing me there.
Started on physics. I can talk to you about the James Webb telescope. It's a fun one.
Very exciting. Very off topic.
Look to the stars. That's Astralis' brand, right?
Do that. See, that was impressive to bring that back to being relevant to the game. I applaud that.
Yeah. Well, bring it back to what's happening on the screen. See that both these teams now at the point where trying to move between side lanes is becoming more of an issue. Really look towards the lane allocations which BDS are looking for, because I'm looking at Nuclear Rent, I'm saying, okay, going up into that Gangplank lane. Does that give you the ability to push in that Gangplank in a way that Aggressive can't really currently? It feels like they're trying to get that Gnar a little bit away from Visichat. She's Gangplank, and he has been a long-term player of that champion. He was, of course, around when it was first remade back in Season 5 Summer. Let's get some numbers to that, because he has been around an awful long time. Came in Season 5 Spring, made it to the finals of UOL, and has been a mainstay of the league. He's returned back to the fray.
Yeah, exactly. UOL in 2014 was when he was making his debut on that team. Such a long time. Kind of left in 2019, come back in the summer of 2022. Hell, before he was in League of Legends, he was the faker, the GOAT of another esport that was entirely different. He was an Age of Mythology player under the name of Magyar.
That is a blast from my childhood, but see if you can channel into Divinity in this one.
Absolutely, looking a little bit dangerous though for Synkrov. Just trying to survive with the Crescent Guard, but not for much longer. Kobe with even more gold to his name.
That's starting to look, again, more and more dangerous. Astralis, they're getting to the point where they can group up, and that is where their strengths have been in Summer. BDS, we talked a little bit earlier about how they can get a little bit lost when they have to make the decisions on the open map around mid-game. Typically, it was their early game, which was their strength, and they found some of that this game, but once again, looking a little bit lost on the map. Synkrov not really close enough to his friends, and now Looking at Astralis with position on the next dragon. It is spawning in BDS again. The hard work that they had on the Stelios objectives starting to get a little bit dangerous.
Nuclear Int tries to steal away the Shadow Surge. Will not quite land it this time, and now Dayor still potentially in danger. Missed another Scald Abductor. Now maybe Nuclear Int is in danger. In sprayed. Try to turn it around! The stopwatch to prevent the engage with a Mistral Bolt.
Close friends stuff. We have seen a couple of side lane 1v1s coming out in the last couple of days. Some of you will remember what happened with Nuke Duck yesterday, pulling out the that Talir.
Oh yes.
He had a heck of a good time on that one, and Nuclear Int on Silas in this game, side laning, taking it today, or both of them looking to put up a fight.
Definitely trying to put on an exhibition. Of course, Silas increasingly popular around the world, becoming more blind pickable, so many amazing ults to steal and not as many counters as before. You can sort of see why it's coming back to priority.
Kind of left alone a little bit of mid laning. I was just wondering what was going to happen there, but of course, Cersei was a little far away to lead the charge on that one. Seriously looking to see what's happening with this mid.
Oh, the barrel from Chatty! Oh! That's some veterancy! Not going to matter too much right now. They're going to try and survive anyway as Jonghoon goes in, kills off Syncroft, and the fight continues. Meganar is going to be around as well, but who even cares as everyone melts and Astralis find mid-game team fights. And it's a complete ace aside from Maddie.
They find the way to group, they come to the mid lane. You see that Aphelios farming again, and they say, you know what, let's not have any of that. They collapse him from the side lanes, get the kills, gonna get themselves the Baron off of that. A beautiful, disgusting set of barrels of Chachi. This is just not fair. That is absurd. Double crit. Maddie completely out of that fight, and the Aphelios you're waiting to come online on the side of BDS is just a non-factor.
Doesn't matter, look at the engage afterwards. Vex, press, straight to the backside, and everyone melts.
And how satisfying is it to see this Astralis roster, which was so down and out in spring, make a couple of changes coming into summer, some old faces coming back with a fresh lick of paint, and we just talked about Chachi Xerxes alongside them too, coming back from NA. What a disgusting team fight.
That was pretty brutal.
It was.
Lots of wombo combo going through, and BDS's early game.
Hang on, Jonghoon, buddy, did you just spellbook smite the cannon away from your AD carry? Korean mechanics, baby.
That's support tax right there. Not even going to save it for an objective, just Society needs to switch it out. He's got the Ignite in place. It was a sacrifice for the better summoner spell, the greater good.
Honey, it's cannon minion wave time, you know what's happening.
Baron in inventory now as a result of that fantastic team fight in mid lane. Astralis beginning to earn themselves a much more significant gold lead than we've seen through the rest of this game. And of course, Astralis have been very good about these mid-game turnarounds, and now they're in a position where BDS must find a comeback, something they've struggled to do all season long.
And it's something which Astralis have often put to bed as well when they get those strong 5v5s. Called out right from the start. It's their identity, it's what they've drafted. You get gold onto the right people and it gets very difficult for BDS to really shut them down. You now have all those items onto your scaling laners, onto your scaling AD carry, and BDS don't have easy ways to pick off Astralis around the fringes. They're pretty much always going to be sat in the group now, besides one person sat on a side lane probably, and it's going to be difficult to shut down.
6,000 gold now, the lead. They've stopped the dragon stacking to boot, and yes, this Aphelios is at 2 items. How you got 2 items across the board, but on the other side, you're looking closer and closer to 3 items.
Just to quickly cut in, actually, because I absolutely love this ward here. That ward there is actually really, really cool. You can see actually a couple of them littered through the jungle, but the main thing is, like, you look at the minimap and there is 0 vision. Do you see a ward here? No, I don't. Do you see a ward here? No, I don't either. BDS are working with no information, whereas the Astralis have wards everywhere, and it's allowing them to fearlessly push up. They know they don't even have any wards behind them right now to get teleport flanked on. They have wards in the middle of the lane to scout out whether Matty is farming. They know where the Aphelios is. They know what everything they need to secure the map in the way they want to. Astralis, when they're ahead of the game currently, have found very good ways to group and close out, and their vision control is part of it.
Xerxes lurking on the flank here, looking to call forth another Cyclone. Won't be required to quite yet. Playing it slow and steady, controlled with all that vision control we've been talking about. And the problem is, if BDS go to fight that, there are so many dive tools. How they could go for an Olympic gold with the amount of dive tools on the side of Astralis.
Oh no, wouldn't you have to pick a pike for that? Isn't that a diving move? Double pike with a twist.
I was expecting you to talk about the deep water dive on the W, but no, you actually went through the name. That was good, I grant you, but unexpected.
For someone who knows basically nothing about diving, I'm glad I had that one stocked up in vague memories. back to what's happening on the Rift, though. Astralis have now managed to reset, get themselves a whole lot of gold, and I'm looking at BDS trying to push out side lanes, which might help them retain some of that vision control, but they need to really start finding ways to play around these vision traps. Because again, the vision control of Astralis allow them to make plays like this.
TP, and Matty is sandwiched between a rock and a Vex place. Nowhere to go, and Mistral Vault was a barrel. Sticks him in the dirt, 2 foot wide, 6 foot deep.
He stuck him into the barrel and chucked him overboard.
That's not a barrel, it's a coffin.
Filled with lead, chuck it overboard. Now you've lost your AD carry again. BDS have really struggled this game to protect Matty when they're farming. Yeah, they're going to get a dragon out of this, but your AD carry's off the board once more. You're going to have your lanes shoved into your base yet again. This is a consolation prize, and yes, they get to Soul Point, but do they even survive another 5 minutes to see the light of that soul?
And you can see the chain of events there, the dominoes that fell, the butterfly flapping its wing, whatever analogy you'd like to use. The vision control led to wards behind Matty, which led to him getting TP'd on, leading to his death. And a very sad BDS who, as you said earlier in the game, are struggling with being lost on the map in mid-game. Now this mid lane inhibitor under siege, and Syncroft is doing his absolute best to clear out the wave. There's just nothing to do. Cersei goes in, cannon barrage afterwards. Astralis looking for some more. The turnaround damage with the Moonlight Vigil powered up by an Infernum. Doing what it can to ward them off. They'll keep the inhibitor alive at least.
Yeah, sadly, this first ain't venomous enough, ain't poison enough to stop the
Stay
fight.
up with a flash! Personal space looking to invade BDS's. Not quite enough nuclear in on the side, though. Had to go golden. Trying to stay alive, but it's just a monument to his sins, that statue. Breaking down very quickly, but does survive the attempted turnaround by Astralis.
Would have reached the backline, but a monkey beat him over the fence. Cersei getting in towards that backline, and yeah, didn't quite find the engage they wanted to around that inhibitor turret, but wasn't enough just again to break that base. They do it with without the Baron as well. That's spawning in a minute. See what happens to this continued vision control. That's the next thing which I'm looking for, right? We've seen BDS effectively run out of ways to find ways onto the flank. They have really struggled to get this Silas, this Gnar, into the backline through a way which isn't just running straight at them. Yeah, the Zillion can help, but it's just not been enough. And Astralis, if they keep up this vision control, should be an easy put-to-bed game.
30 seconds till Baron, and we can sort of see exactly how much work Chachi's been doing in the top lane.
So, for those of you that don't realize, that's actually just 3 barrels. Yeah, that's how much damage they do.
That is 3 Matty health bars.
Maybe back in like season 6 or 7 when you could build Sunfire Iceborne and everything.
Oh, good lord, yes.
Yeah.
Probably more like 10, let's be real.
Gosh, I can't imagine what Aphelios would have been like back in like season 7 with that kind of season 6, 7.
That would be despicable. That would be. I mean,
why did you let me think of it?
We have got Sunfire Nash's build, so it's semi-back. Of course, getting removed very quickly from the patch notes. Haunted by season 6 and its traumas.
Please never build AP Aphelios. That is not so much I can support.
Just in dark and full of Jonghoon this time around. Not quite like the early game of teleport coming from Nuclear Int. But it's just to try and support his team this time around, just a chunked out jungler. Not going to get too much more out of it this time around. Nice attempt from Astralis though to punish.
But it's just tools away from BDS for pretty much free. And now Matty walking up, someone has to walk up. At least they still have the Zillion ult. That allows the first person into the fray to at least have the ability to start off the fight. And as you're actually just pointing out on our screens, actually, there is now 2 wards of the river from BDS. Yay! Woo! Vision control. Thank you, Bella. Nice.
They understand the power of wards. Jonghoon is going to be on one and now has to hop his way over the wall. They're going to throw down a cannon barrage to try and keep this mid lane turret alive. Agresivo will stay for the final auto and secures it. And that is a big win for BDS, or at least a win. First they've had in a while.
Yeah. Well, getting rid of that mid outer turret, it definitely helps to a large degree, but I think actually you're far enough behind now that if anyone from Astralis is in mid lane, you're still probably losing that push, which means, again, it's like, if this had happened 10 minutes earlier, you'd be okay with it. Now it's happening now, it is again just a consolation prize. Xerxes, he's alone, but he feels empowered to go do this. He's on 3 items, the Black Leader and that the Space Marine sword. He's got the chain sword. He got a lot of gold value in those 3 items. Very tanky, lots of utility on this this Wukong.
Very
and it just allows him
considering the team. It's in Adeptus Astartes.
Adeptus Astralis. I can get behind that. If you ever want to open a new chapter, let me know. We'll see what happens with that. And Cersei, so much tanky stats on him. Again, just allows him to act on his own, which is very important. Well, he's on vision. Which is
the Warp of Vision might just have been one hit by BDS. They're going to land the Binding Eclipse courtesy of that Graviton gun. But he's going to get out of danger now. Agresivo being punished on the other side. It was all a ruse. And the Gnar is down. Chachi on a killing spree. And the inhibitor turret soon to fall afterwards.
Astralis taking a couple of notes maybe from their previous game. Got a side lane to death versus G2, and Astralis pick up a couple of tricks, send a couple of people hidden down to that bot lane, and they break the base without even having to go towards that Baron. They don't go for the flip, they take 2 inhibitors, and they're out clean.
All eyes on Baron meant they weren't paying attention to the bot side. They slip in, they murder the Gnar, and they get 2 inhibitors to boot. Smooth plays for Astralis, and maybe an even smoother turnaround. Synchron left out to dry, nothing to be done as Vizichachi starts landing nuclear warheads instead of barrels. That will be game. There is nothing more to be done. Only Odote survives the battle.
It is almost a clean ace. Only Odote survives the oncoming Exterminatus from Astralis, but this game is effectively done. Teleport's calling in. Drop him from orbit. Astralis looking to go 5 and 6.
BDS competed in the early game, but the mid-game collapse seemingly foretold. And Astralis will clean up this game in smooth, swift fashion.
Receiving one last charge.
A brave, valiant attempt, but it is just a firing of the 21. Boulder salute for the Gnar to celebrate and mourn the passing of his team. Astralis with the victory.
And you know what? That's about as typical as it does get from Astralis. They had that again. Maybe a couple of shakes in the early game, but really do want to credit them for sitting there and actually defending the early mid-jungle aggression. Xerxes was there on time. Kobe and Jonghoon in that bot side, though they had a lot of resources thrown at them, also played out the game very safely. They turtled up to a point until they saw that opening, and yeah, there were a couple of overstayed plays of their own right when they tried to go aggressive, but they got to that point of power and they played through it a way which they've done for the majority of this split.
And let's be real, welcome back. Nice to see you all again. Looking very beautiful all today, Berlin.
And there's also Sam.
Thank you. Wow,
that's why we got the mask for you.
Yep. Just getting worse. This is what it means to be casting with younger, by the way. But, of course, got to credit up, as you said, BDS, they tried in that game, just wasn't enough, and Astralis' mid-game power just too much.
There they are.
Coming out from behind stage, here to take a bow after their smooth from the mid-game victory.
Yeah, it's, again, great to see this team recover from Spring with a mix of that veterancy and new blood. And yeah, now they're seeing the rewards of it. A very cohesive team with a strong identity around those team fights. Doing very well for themselves.
A little disappointed for the crowd to see the winners disappear so swiftly, but alas, time to move on instead to the key player of the game on LEC at Twitter. At LEC on Twitter, let me get that right the way around. Vizichachi, Xerxes, or Kobe.
Can I vote specifically for Vizichachi's barrels?
Just like the barrel
Just
itself?
the barrel.
I have no idea. Ask Twitter, I guess.
We'll go find out there.
Throw those votes in and we'll find out how that goes. But this does actually, now moving forward, mean a big deal for their potential playoff dreams. A reminder, everybody, Astralis as an organization, since they've entered the league, have never made playoffs.
And now you are looking at this team, which was kind of one win behind the pack of Fnatic at 5 and 5, G2 alongside that, Misfits and Vitality. There's 4 teams tied up at that. And it just, again, just keeps the pressure on. Now, as we were talking about in this game, if somehow Astralis had slipped up, yeah, that's actually a pretty bad loss to have. You know, suddenly you're getting to the point where these victories mean an awful lot. Kaiser was talking about the meaning of how close it was in the LEC and what it means for the whole league. But these mid-table teams, now seeing that 4th world spot, now seeing that it is very close to those playoffs, a team like Astralis should stop gaining momentum and should really be perking those ears up now.
Absolutely, and we're just buying time here before we get an interview, which has been confirmed to be Xerxes as well after a very strong Wukong game. So just waiting for that to be all set up and just give us a little bit more time to ruminate on the results of that game and look forward to the rest of the day.
Yeah, and, you know, Xerxes, because we're going to go speak to them now. You know, this guy has been such a good facilitator for his team. And, again, really want to shout out what happened in those first couple of minutes in that mid-jungle, where we're saying, oh, yeah, you know, BDS, going back towards that mid-jungle, really looking to ways to upset what Dale can do on that Vex. And Xerxes was just there. And suddenly, those teeth that the Silas and the Zhenzhou had were pretty blunted. And a lot of that was just Xerxes being there at the right place at the right time, not to mention his team fight impact later.
Yeah. And for all the early plays didn't work out as well as they would have liked for Astralis, I am really pleased to see that they did try to make those early plays work, especially because we have been criticizing the early game. We're starting to see at least some work towards making that stronger, and we'll see how it goes from there.
Yeah. So now, obviously, we have to see what goes on ahead from Astralis, keeping pace with the rest of the pack and seeing what they can do.
But that's enough from us for now. Machine is standing by for Xerxes for that winner's interview, so give him a cheer, Berlin. We'll throw it over to the boys.
Woo!
Oh, the energy is high today in Berlin. I'm sure Xerxes high off of a must-win. That was a must-win game for you guys. Did you have that conversation? Did you make it clear, like, you know, if we want to continue for this playoff journey, you know, never before done by Astralis. You've got a roster that a lot of people are saying has that within you. Did you have that conversation, get yourselves ready to play your best today?
After yesterday's game, we kind of just like took a step back.
Yeah.
Because I feel like yesterday we were like in a really favorable position to win the game, right?
Right.
So like we feel like maybe we are doing too much and we're like really overcomplicating.
Overthinking a bit?
Yeah, we're like really overthinking, overcomplicating a lot of things that, you know, if we just go with the flow, it's gonna be way easier. And we tried to do that today. Was a bit more difficult because we were playing from the backstage and it's a different feel to play from the stage in front of the crowd, right?
Yeah. Oh, he's playing the crowd as well. A bit of a charmer.
I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. So yeah, it was very hard to play to not play in front of the crowd. But, you know, a win is a win.
A win is a win, an important one as well. I wouldn't mind talking a little bit about that game yesterday. You guys, you know, you've discussed it. If you don't mind, you know, what do you think went wrong with it? Because a lot of people thought this was it. This was Astralis, you know, about to take a huge leap and take a big scalp.
Well, even I think all of us in game, we felt like, you know, this is our game, you know, we're about to beat G2. So maybe it just felt too...
It was that conversation, that maybe unspoken idea of we're doing it.
Yeah, exactly. Like it felt like we are so close, but like we started like just complicating things for no reason. Right. And yeah, we kind of just...
Was it hesitation as well? Do you think when you get to that point, you have an idea, but then you go, but that might be, that might ruin
it? Like, we got a bit hyped, right? Because like we were like really close to winning, so like everyone tried to chime in and be like, you know, how do I win the game for my team? And maybe we had too many voices at the same time.
Yeah, I guess that's difficult when you kind of, you know, you all have to be following, you know, singing from the same hymn sheet, but then you're all want to win as bad, and you all have ideas for the songs to sing, and so you kind of get a bit, you know, wires crossed.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is that the league right now is like very close.
Super.
Like I looked at the standing, and we are like one win compared to like being top 3, top 4, right? Right. So in a way, that's good. You know, like it was a really big loss for, you know, for our playoffs run, obviously. But we are still like in competition. You know?
And I'd had a quick look at next week, as I'm sure you might have as well. SK and Rogue. I mean, how does that land on your eardrums when I tell you SK and top of the table, the untouchable 8-win streak Rogue?
Well, it's definitely gonna be a good test for us to see how we're doing against the best team in LEC right now, right? But I'm sure that if we kind of like have a conversation over what happened this weekend, I feel like we're going to surprise.
It's doable.
Yeah.
It's doable. Reach for the stars, to the stars, all of that Astralis mumbo jumbo. Xerxes in the building, give it up. He missed you today. And I say thank you, bro. Looking forward to seeing you guys do your damage to next week. Cheers, Xerxes. We're going to go to a quick break. When we do come back, more League of...
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
And some Kit Kat for you, and some Kit Kat for Elder, and some... No Kit Kat for Barrett.
For those who watch, for those who move, for those who play.
Look at the smite, he's done this before.
Now it's your turn to move to the big stage and play the match of your life.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC Summer season where SK Gaming and the Mad Lions are rising in the standings, each with 3 wins in a row. But now this is going to be about to prove who is the best between them, and also a very important step towards the playoffs for SK and Mad. If you'd asked me 3 weeks ago about this matchup, I would have been like, whatever. That's not true. I love every of our matches equally. But now we've got Mad Lions at the top of the standings, SK Gaming on a 3-game winning streak, Goldberg. There's a lot to be excited about.
I mean, I even had that coming in to cast the other games. I was building up history segments instead of building segments of the playstyle of SK because I just didn't believe that they had it in them. Well, boy, were we both wrong. And I think for good reason as well. I think they've been very proactive with their early game playstyle. I think that word alone, proactiveness, has been really good for SK.
Yeah, and I think when you take a look at last week's games, even in comparison to yesterday, right? I think last week it was more about the lane matchups that they actually drafted themselves, a lot more individuality. Yesterday, it was more about just a late game scaling team composition with an early game jungler, but they still met the execution floor, which was kind of a much different take of what we've seen from SK so far.
Absolutely. It was against BDS yesterday, so we're going to have to...
That's the caveat to it.
That's the caveat to it, but hey, we're happy that they are trying things. Now, I got a big question for everyone at home. Do you actually think SK will make playoffs? You can spam in chat, yes or no. And I think this match is going to be really interesting also in that regard, because if they do manage to beat out the Mad Lions in terms of SK, then you would be more inclined to say there is a chance. But let's take a look at how these teams approach the games in terms of the early aggression. Mad has been no slouch, and Mad has actually been one of our best teams so far in Summer.
I think both me and Jamada have been talking about this matchup specifically going into it, and I think SK, this is the true test for them, really. You want to really solidify yourself towards playoffs, this is the team to beat. But quite frankly, I don't think they'll have it in it to do it. I think going up against the likes of Elyoya and Niski, it's too difficult of an obstacle. I think they're the best at what they do.
TV, I heard you say this in a different way right before we got on there. You were so passionate about why they weren't going to succeed. Give me that same fire.
Okay, well, basically, I feel like Gilius had a lot to prove as well. He's super proactive. He was on the map all the time. The problem is just, I think if you make one mistake in terms of your pathing against Niski and Elyoya, you'll get found out. They'll have a ward on your camps. They'll cross-map your entirety of the map. They'll play on the other side while you just start clearing or you're getting invaded. And it's so difficult for people to play against them because of this reason.
Yeah, and I think yesterday you even have a case study of Mad shutting down a jungler so they can't play the game, right? I think yesterday, obviously, that draft was very difficult for Vitality to play out. And I think, realistically, Haru was the only person in a position to really get anybody anywhere in that game. But I think the fact that Mad clocked onto that very clearly from their early game plan and shut him down very efficiently makes me worried for SK and Gilius, because I feel like if Mad are coming into this expecting him to be the carry, they're going to do the exact same thing to him.
Yeah, but we do have Certus in the mid lane for SK, who has been playing phenomenally as well. So let's see if they have another gear left. I'd also like to check in with the votes, seeing what people think. If SK does have a chance to make it to the playoffs, we'll get an update in just a second. But that does give us also a chance to talk about the jungle matchup a little bit more specifically. And it's a very interesting one of 2 converging storylines for these junglers. And Elyoya, who came into the league, took everyone by storm, then had to weather the storm quite literally, and now has found his second breath. And then Gilius, who's been around forever, he's had some high highs, but the question is, can he still roll with the top dogs?
I think it's not just an individual matchup, right? It's a matchup of also having your mid laner around you. And yes, Gilius, in the last few weeks, has been very good at staying proactive, trying to facilitate his laners. But Gilius has never really been facilitated himself. It's not teamwork when they're walking around on the map. Gilius with Hex Flash and Poppy was great, but when you play against Niski and Elyoya, it's like a 2-man unit all the time. It's like playing it's always at a disadvantage.
Yeah, I feel like Mad are such a teamy team, right? They do everything together. It is all pre-planned typically. I feel like for SK, maybe we need to see Certus potentially step up and try and match what Mad are doing in that regard. Maybe in the draft, try and give Certus a matchup with early agency so he can actually pair up with Gilius and try and shut down this combination.
Perhaps.
Yeah. And specifically for that draft, like once again, champions like Lissandra, I think they're going to be so pivotal because I think the Poppy will actually be a contested pick between Elyoya and Gilius. Either we'll see that ban or first pick on blue side. Second one is that Lissandra. We have seen Certus on it, we've seen Niski on it. Personally speaking, I think Niski is the way superior Lissandra player themselves, so it wouldn't surprise me to just see, you know, SK ban away that, try and get Certus on something with the agency, like the Akalia, like the Silas we've seen him on in the past, so he can take control by himself, so you don't have to fight the 2v2 all the time, but there's one member who can lead you forward.
And where do we think we're leaning towards with this champion pool in terms of the jungler specifically? Gilius, if I remember correctly, yesterday went for the Jarvan, for instance. We've seen a lot of Poppy, but it's banned out very often. We did see also the likes of the Viegos and the Zinzaos and whatnot still. I feel like some things have been taken off the table, but it doesn't necessarily hamper them too much.
Yeah, no, I think both these players still have a very deep champion pool. I think one thing, if we start to see things like the Poppy come off the table, even the Jarvan ban early, who knows? I think something like Lee Sin is something that both these players would happily lean on.
But we don't want to
honest.
see it, I think. We remember when we watched the Gilius game a couple of weeks ago and everyone was like, no, don't play it anymore.
Well, the thing is, Lee Sin is just really struggling because there's so many champions that deal with mobility, but one of the few players I would let it slide for in EU would be Elioya.
Yeah.
And I think that's also what kind of makes the individual difference between them. Gilius had the veterancy. He's got the voice as well. He's got something behind the team that we don't see on screen. But Elioya is a star player. He's got that caliber where you see the impact in the game that he's having. I think that's a big difference when you play, like, compare the two junglers.
We do get the answer, I think, for Discord because the graphic didn't work. But will SK make playoffs? Yes. 46 people, 22%. No, 206 people, 78%.
I think it's fair.
Yeah, it's fair. I think it's a bit too steep. Maybe there should have been like a couple more votes. They're realistic. We are like narrative merchants, so it's fair enough.
Yeah, I was expecting something close to like 60-40 and in like 60 to no 40 tier. So I'm kind of surprised. I feel like SK, I don't have their run of schedule in my head of like to just boot and say out. But I feel like they probably have
the thing is, they have 4 wins, right? And there's Astralis, Vitality, Misfits, and G2 and Fnatic all have 5 wins. I don't know.
It's a tough...
It looks like they're far down, but I mean, they are, but...
I think the underlining fact is losing here today is just going to hurt. Like, just because everybody is so tied up. Losing games when the schedule is like this sucks.
But if you win today, all right, ahead to playoffs, and SK we're believing in.
There we go. That would definitely sway the Discord vote. Yeah, really interesting matchup overall. Huge stakes here for SK and Mad. Let's head over to the Brotherhood, I guess.
It is indeed.
Is this Assassin's Creed now?
I was about to say, like, this is the video game sequel you never asked for, but hey, we're back.
MOBA Assassin's Creed, and welcome back to the LEC studio, everybody, where the crowd is going wild as ever. I'm still Sam, that's still Alex, we're still brothers, and we're still here to talk about League of Legends. And I do want to remind people of the bet that was made yesterday between Nymera and Guldborg, and of course, that bet is even more bold than just SK making playoffs. My brother has decided he's lost his mind entirely, and the SK are going to be Europe's 4th seed at Worlds.
Okay, so for the 46 people out there that voted for them, thank you. Gives me a little bit of heart, but I really did have this belief in SK. You look at Spring, and they went, what, 2-7 on that first round robin. It was a very difficult time for them. They have improved off of that in the first round robin in this split instead. I think currently, after coming off of that break, when we had that 1-week break, you can hear the players actually talking about this in a couple of interviews. They're saying, yeah, we just watched LCK and LPL, and it feels like SK have really benefited from that. I think that they are ahead of the meta read right now in Europe, in the way they play around bot lane, in the way that they play around jungle. And I think that is going to float them very, very well up the table. But they have to go through Mad Lions, who are the other team, who are scarily ahead of the meta in Europe. These are two teams who are innovating right now. They're playing differently than the other teams, and they're succeeding with it.
Well, your money, or at least your outfits, are where your mouth are, because...
just the forfeit of the bet was effectively, if SK makes Worlds, I win. If they don't, I don't win. Guldborg wins instead.
Yes, you win less.
I win less. But the forfeit is an apology video dressed up as a Star Guardian as their choice. So I look forward for Guldborg putting on that outfit. See how that one works out. But
that is focused there, Gilius,
well, I mean,
moody.
We have Machine in the studio. We also have The Machine on your screen. Self-titled from last split.
There's no avoiding the camera, Gilius. Not like this.
Always
He's staring straight into our souls. Look at that. Flipping heck.
Oh, gosh.
That's quite intense.
Imagine looking down on the other side of the rift to this man, The Machine.
I mean...
Locks in Hecarim, refuses to elaborate, leaves with 3 jungle camps out of your jungle.
I mean, he's going to have to today, potentially. Like, we're making some jokes here, we're having a little bit of fun, but seriously, that matchup, Gilius versus Elioya, and yes, Gilius has really stepped up in the early game over the last couple wins for SK. Elioya has been on an absolute test, specifically in taking the other jungler out of the game.
Yes, so there is actually a stat which we don't tend to bring up that much, but it's something called jungle control, where it's effectively, if a jungle camp goes down, how likely is it that your team is taking it? Mad Lions have the highest of that in the whole damn league right now. They just hoover up jungle camps. Most of them go to Elioya. It is actually at the expense of him ganking a lot of the time. His kill participation falls from that, but he is just so strong. Strong enough to take down SK. Find out now.
Oh yes, and the music's live, the crowd is wild, and the players are on stage for our second game of the day. And with that juicy beat drop, we found our way into pick and bans for this game. And honestly, there are so many lanes, so many players we want to watch up in this one. But one thing I do want to call out before we get too much out, of course, Unforgiven broke an LEC record yesterday on Draven. With the largest goal difference at 15 on the champion ever. Cheers for the Yuumi ban.
I could get behind that.
And of course, speaking of those Draven numbers, he was up 4,146 gold at 15. Breaking Hans Sammer's record of 3,907, which is an extraordinary feat.
That's like halfway to just going into practice tool and clicking the gold button. My God, guy's got an absolute bank in that last game. But looking through these bans, I think that Kalista ban is really, really telling. I actually think SK are the best Kalista team in Europe. Mad Lions not letting them have that. Of course, SK in one of their games on their current win streak of 3 wins in a row was on that champion. Of course, that is a shared champion between the two of them. The other champion, which is shared, well, actually there's 2. There's Zeri, and then there's Draven. Question is Draven going to start coming into the minds of these two teams? Because they have both loved kill lane bot lanes. It's something that both of these teams have been drafting towards. It's something that the LPL has done a lot this split. Well, they always kind of do. They always fight at that point. But these two teams in particular have loved going for aggressive 2v2s after that break we had just a little while ago.
Absolutely do, and we're just waiting on that final ban from SK. Will be the Zeri, another one of those very popular picks. Saw Kobe pop off on that last time. So
there is only one shared AD carry left, and that is the Draven, so keep an eye out for that from the draft. Of course, Poppy banned as well. So you're looking at a lot of the picks which have been prevalent this week with the new patch coming in, 12-13, are kind of starting to go. The Gwen, of course, another one that's changed at this point. Of course, another one which has kind of not been changed, but has been flourishing the meta is that Sylas. But this is a potential answer to it. Something that Nisqy was playing to get that early mid lane priority. Actually, it really
I'm seeing the hovers, and I'm like, some of these look so exciting, and I'd love for one of them to get locked in, but it would be a little bold.
Gen X plays a whole lot of stuff.
He does.
But yeah, I mean, that Taliyah will really shift this draft already. It's already heading towards Nisqy being able to shove and roam and play towards Mad Lions' playstyle.
It might just go back to the old faithful then and the crowd perhaps a touch disappointed, but we all know this champion's still very strong. But the match up into that Taliyah will be the Sylas. Of course, you could steal away the ult a little bit like you used to with TF and match the roams, and at the minute with so many good ults.
Is that the Thieves Wall?
I feel that's not the best name for that. We'll workshop it.
Okay.
That's what we'll do. Says the player who's now going to have to think about it.
Yes, there you go. I've taken your brain power away from you.
It wasn't much to begin with.
Well, going to have to be putting a lot of brain power up towards this top side of the map of both of these teams, because when you have a champion like Gangplank versus Gnar, that can be a bit of a flippy matchup, particularly when Mad Lions have been putting a lot of pressure up towards that top side. While they pick towards kill lanes 2v2, they have also been going and ganking top, pushing and roaming, going top very often as a team. So Genax is going to have to showcase his defensive skills alongside the rest of his team covering for him.
Yes, and the King of the Jungle currently in the LEC locks in the Troll King for his pick. Does mean we've got our mid jungle sorted for the side of Mad Lions. We'll see whether SK decide that's their choice as well. Got a few options still available to them. I might want to do it before the pool gets pinched too much. And Gilius goes back to the Jarvan he found a lot of success with yesterday.
Okay, so already this Taliyah going to feel a little bit awkward in the early game. If you are shoving and you shove into a Jarvan who is ready and waiting, that gets really, really awkward. Question is, though, of course, if you get that third wave crash on the bot side, whether supports enter that equation. Next phase of the draft, I think for me, has to be seeing what can start getting that shove early, because I think that affects the entire map. If SK get a winning bot lane, that is going to affect their mid jungle, which has been really where their power has come from. Watch for those kill lanes from SK to stop Mad Lions rolling.
Both teams right now banning away even more bot lanes. That Draven gone from SK Gaming, the Ezreal on the other side, and we're getting that pool increasingly pinched. Of course, old faithfuls like the Jinx and the Aphelios are still up, but I'm still hoping for something a little spicy out of these bot lanes.
Well, as we've been saying, a lot of these teams have been going to... Well, these two teams have been...
Okay.
Yeah, well, Unforgiven's played a couple of things beforehand. Of course, SK were playing with Gadget, who was the bot lane Carthus player.
Bot lane Orianna player back in the day.
Unicorns Love when they were qualifying from the LCL. But looking at champions which are coming in, I mean, I'm wondering whether we are actually going to start falling down the kind of the tier list and going towards something like a Lucian Nami. Actually, Mad Lions say, no, you're not. Get rid of the Lucian.
So many bot lane focuses at this point. See what's left on the docket. Of course, we did mention those old school crit carries from Spring. Might still be the option here. The Aphelios being hovered, and Jezu's a mean player of it, so could definitely lock it in.
Yeah, and then of course you can kind of hold your last pick for some kind of enchanter. You already have enough engage on your team. You can actually go towards something like the Lulu. Lulu's something that, of course, we've been seeing that a little bit out of the likes of BDS. They picked in the Aphelios plus enchanter last time. Gives your Aphelios some ability to help roll out, helps them get move speed to keep in the fray. But Mad Lions now have to pick their duo together. Something like a Jinx. I mean, that would be really fun, but I don't think it's going to hold.
Well, he was hiding his whole way through the draft. Twitch was hovered, and alas, not locked in. It's a Spring special. Jinx via Aphelios.
Whoa. It turns out that Adote actually Zillion ulted this game. We're back in Spring.
Yeah, revive the Spring meta indeed.
So, and the thing is, both of these teams will have done an awful lot of learning on how this matchup interacts. It wasn't that long ago that Jinx Aphelios was a big pressure point for the entire league, right? Because first couple of levels, Jinx outpushes the Aphelios, gets to level 6, Aphelios gets kill pressure on that Jinx. It is an ebb and flow throughout the game, which allows your support to roam across the map on certain timings. So it's not going to be the Enchanter, it's going to be Aphelios Nautilus. It's going to be even more engaged pressure from SK, and also gives you the ability to fight very early on into the game. Bot lanes, interactive, love to see it. Jezu, Unforgiven, also people that we really cannot undersell. They've been so pivotal to their teams recently.
Indeed, they are. Both of these drafts indicate to me a lot of bot lane focus, as you said. So much engaged, so many ways to dive, so many ways to potentially snowball those lane one way or another. That early game, as you mentioned, potentially quite cataclysmic, all puns intended, considering Gilius is champion.
Well, the question is Jarvan ever going to be in position to do this? Because now we have to step back and say, whole composition, what happens? Talked a lot about early game, talked a lot about, oh, you can put resources here, and the other thing. If you get into 5v5, Mad Lions are once again showcasing a composition that we have seen from the LEC in terms of barrels, the unraveled earth from the Talir. You also have the Trundle Pillar, the terrain which stops you from getting the angles you want as someone like a Silas trying to get into the fray. Very difficult to do. SK going to have to find their angles very well, otherwise that terrain is going to absolutely stump them.
The fist bumps comes through. Bit of a fly over the crowds. Looking fabulous as ever. The Mad Lions support is out in force right now. Well, a little bit of cheer from there. White and gold indeed, and both teams on a 3-win streak. Both teams on the rise. Mad Lions, are they the best team in the league? SK looking for playoffs and potentially more. To the Rift we go. This will be your captain speaking. We are at about 600 feet above Summoner's Rift. Here, looking over the wildlands of Valoran as two teams look to battle it out here in this gladiatorial combat.
Well, don't think there's going to be much turbulence as both teams were looking for something. They've gone to completely opposite sides of the map. Of course, Nautilus is one of the strongest level 1 champions in the game. Both teams have grouped up. They haven't found each other. It's going to be wards, not even traded actually. Mad Lion's going to save their level 1 wards. And I think that's important because often when you see these split maps, you do see, again, wards traded. You can see that Mad Lions have lost some vision on their own side. But this helps Mad Lions keep wards for their laning phase to track Gilius when he comes towards their lanes. Of course, that Jarvan's so strong at early ganking. It's something that Gilius has been doing an awful lot for his team recently.
Nothing super surprising here in the runes either. We can see there was the spellbook in for Niski, but that's not exactly unusual. Means that when you're running the Flash Ghost, you can still trade out to other things like the teleport and continue to be around the map as much as you can, which of course is one of Niski's big strengths as a player, of course.
Okay, late in fades. Armand's walking in with Elruit. Gilius is alone on the buff, but does see this. What's he going to end up doing here? Okay, Mad Lions, again, going for individual jungle lead. Elruit just pushing around Gilius, and they go towards the top side of the map and even take a bit of a cheeky leash. I'm actually not sure the damage that Gilius did to that red buff was reset. So, Elio ahead of the clear so far.
And already, jungle attention is where the game has gone. So jungle attention...
Gilius is on the other side of the rift.
It's where we should pay our attention as my
betrayal.
co-caster decides to be a little facetious. Could have figured that out, considering I've known him for quite a while now, really. Not surprising, considering the fact he is my younger brother, but there we are. Elioya steals away 2 camps. Gilius going to try and cross-map as it goes, and yes, the stats don't look fantastic for Gilius here, but a reminder that's the whole splitness over the last 2 weeks, really, where we've seen a lot of improvement for this player.
Okay, so both junglers now on Vision. Elioya crossing over mid. Was he actually seen? I really would like to know whether... SK found out there, but he's coming down. Niski's coming with him. The double junglers of Mad Lions coming to fight.
It's going to be a complete bloodbath early. Niski goes in, but Flash goes pop. Gilius still fine. Certus gets on to Elio, heads to Flash's pile. Back they go. Onslaught from the Severin from Jazz, who do what he can, Unforgiven. Throws in the zap. It's a champagne supernova. But for who? Explosions galore in the early game. Gilius ignited.
What is happening?
Blood. Certus. Who knows what it is? It's the LEC, baby. 2-0 to SK in the early game.
And we knew it was going to be about these junglers. Niski, no flash, no chance in hell. And so much gold to SK. What did I say? SK on the up and up. They have ways to fight early. And you know what? I had good feelings about this team, even though Mad Lions were looking like potentially the best team in the league. SK have come to play.
It's not 14 minutes and already SK are nearly matching Mad's usual record.
You know what's hilarious? There was a certain timestamp, I believe it might have even been week 4, where SK, before 14 minutes, in the entire split at that point, had like 4 kills pre-14. In this one game, in 4 minutes, they have almost matched their early split aggression. And they're doing it with the early fighting potential of the Jarvan, the early fighting potential of the Nautilus. Of course, we brought in the fact that this bot lane would have some early impact, and the fact that the Nautilus can get fighting early is so important to SK. They judge it right, and Mad Lions, they miscalculate.
Control the jungle, control the game. It's been Mad's Ryzen Detra the whole split long, and this time, SK came to play. We've been hearing from behind the scenes how they basically spent the entire week off watching LPL, watching LCK, and this is something so common, particularly to our Chinese region. And they came to contend and fight fire with fire in this early game, and they've earned themselves a very healthy gold lead, only 4.5 minutes into the game.
The legendary Kevin on production has informed us that the HP that Gilius survived on was 3.
What?
3.
3 kills, 3 win streaks, and 3 XP.
Not 5.
It's a sign.
Not 5, that is too high. Nor 1 or 2, they are way down there. It is 3, and only 3.
The holy flag grenade?
That's the one. Well, speaking of that flag, Gilius now has a lot of flashless targets to go point towards. Niski, of course, being one of them, and you can see what they're doing. Niski trying to push in, but Talir finds it hard to farm the wave without pushing. Not going to get caught.
Abscond, abduct. Gilius takes a tower shot. They won't go for too much more. The seismic shove comes through, and Soda takes an additional tower shot. Now has the threaded volley coming through. Will not flag and drag forwards, though. And Niski wards off the attempted gank.
Calmly, but for those of you who see that, sort of like the little replay, the little clip roll that we do at the end of the show days, yesterday, part of it was Nuke Duck getting ganked over and over on the Talir. Now, there are some ways you can play around it, and in this one, he just holds that Unraveled Earth, just puts down that dash-denying zone and holds his nerve. But again, really love what Gilius is doing here, punishing the fact that Mad Lions used a lot of their summoners early. And look at again, he's spotted on Vision, yes, but he's just holding Niski to account. Niski loves to get out of lane, and SK are pinning him firmly in place.
They are trying to keep Niski tied to lane. They're back towards mid lane. They're back towards trying to ensure this Talir has no exit, no egress from the mid lane tower.
But also another part of this, we talked about bot lane and draft 2 affecting this mid lane matchup, because you can have a roaming champion like Nautilus. You can see actually on the mini-map, you can see that actually Jesse was just walking back into lane. That's because the bot lane reset. It gives Treats the ability to make a free play on the map. AD carry goes back to buy items. Nautilus goes and tries to have some fun on the map. Puts mid lane into a bit of a dangerous position for Niski, means that they can't do anything, gets some wards down, and that means that this reset from SK has been quite valuable from the perspective of Treats. Let's see if Kaiser can do anything similar. Now he's on the reset too with the Rakan.
And of course, Certus over the last couple weeks has been a bit of a revelation for SK in their turnaround in Fortunes. Silas again, and you can see what an incredible impact he's had for SK in their win streak.
Yeah, and on the Silas, getting gold from that early skirmish too. He is in position to do some mighty nasty things to Mad Lions. Of course, it's not an easy job for Silas this game. And that was one of the big things that we saw out of XL, playing a very similar composition yesterday, where you have Gangplank barrels and you have Taliyahs, Unraveled Earth, you have the Trundle Pillar. Trying to get past all of that terrain is something you should never do in a casino, which is countdown. It's cooldown counting. Because you're looking at this and just trying to say, when do they not have their disengage abilities up and available? Can Silas find a timing window in that point? For me, this is going to be, when it comes to the bigger fights later, which of course it will do, League of Legends does lend itself to team fights, it is going to be about how these teams efficiently judge how cooldowns are being used.
And see what they can get away with that without missing those numbers, missing that counting, and getting themselves punished for it. As we all know, the house always wins, and it's dangerous games you're playing with that. And I do need to ask as well, because of course Mad Lions are behind for the first time in a very long time. They are normally so good at getting their early leads, even if we've seen some slip-ups in the mid-game. My mind goes back to the Mad Astralis game, where Astralis came back and made that one a lot more exciting than perhaps it could have been or should have been. And they are down early as Genax gets the Gnar into the wall. Won't quite get as much damage as you'd like. There's an orange, and Armor will be Potassium or K, and gets to back out from here for now.
Just taking the hard trade, of course, Gnar is a champion who effectively has that Gnar ult available every time you go into Mega, is one of the changes made a little while ago. See that Kaiser making his way towards mid, Treats was there too. Both the supports matching each other, and of course, Kaiser, one of the real European support greats of recent years. Back when Mad Lions were on their title-winning runs, Kaiser and Elio were such a big part of that success. Kaiser this split being trying to aid the rest of the map on similar roaming picks again, even picking stuff like Rel, who's been a difficult champion to pull off just so he can get to plays early. Of course, Rakan doing a very similar job, and he's just making sure he's present on the map.
All the while, Gilius on vision on the Herald, but it's SK with the early pressure, SK with the early lead, and SK will get the early objective here. But Mad looking to potentially punish, but Certus and Treats, no. It's a very deadly place to be right now.
And actually, you can see again, Jezu actually backing off from the tower. He's actually walking back down now. He walked back away from the tower, gets to clear that wave all the same. There is going to be a rotation from Mad towards it, but he has both Sums and Treats will be in the area. Let's see how quickly Mad Lions can pull off this play.
Niski is roaming. Niski's got Ghost and Weaver's Wall and a potential route to punish. Kaiser walking forward. Look for it. He's got red-white, and he will be able to flash out before he's been told to say goodnight.
There you go. It's not quite at the point yet where Ophelos is using bug language to say, don't fight me, I have bright-colored weapons. But it is still going to be a flash away. SK not quite there in time, but that's
going to go for it anyway to the backline to go. Gilius with a Cataclysm to make him rain as the Cannon Barrage comes through and Treats taken very low. Mad punish this time around. Flash for Megan. Excited he is! And it's 2 to Mad Lions, and the gold is back to dead even.
Oh, and it looks like such a good combo, but you've got a Cannon Barrage one side. Unforgiven gets a 3-man super mega Death Rocket as well. Didn't actually end up getting the final blow, but the AoE damage turnaround was really well played from Mad. SK, they overplay their hand a little bit. They let Mad back into the game.
They thought they had the option, but the turnaround there, that Cannon Barrage was so good. They'll get themselves a dragon. The game is right back to a competitive one. Let's have a look at this one again.
And again, SK really wanting to play around the early power. And this is a good angle to look for. But Jezu's not in the right position. You've got an AD carry hitting on one side. You don't have on the other side. And of course, Mad still have that Gangplank ult, as you rightfully called out. Mad Lions, they end up forming up their battle lines just a little quicker. They're in position a little stronger. They end up taking that fight, which brings them close to even.
Niski with the 3-man seismic shove and a lot of shared damage there for Mad Lions in general. Jezu as particular here, not involved at all, a critical problem.
And it felt like in that series of plays, Mad Lions were just in position at the right time, read the map well. So, what is going to be the follow-on of that? Mad Lions have themselves first Dragon, of course, and they brought themselves close enough back to even. Now you get to the point where actually you're going to start getting multiple points into Taliyah's dash denial ability, that Unraveled Earth, that for SK, when they're looking for these fights again. If Mad Lions manage to form up, much like they did in that last team fight, gets a little bit awkward for them.
Stakes being set here as well as Genax about to run out of Mega Gnar, and Kaiser's around and off vision, maybe looking for a little bit of an angle. There's still the Herald in inventory for Gilius as well to use at some point. Gets a second plate as Genax and keeps SK in a slight gold lead, but it's not a huge amount to write home about as yet. May I reiterate something you said backstage as well at this point? Because you said, obviously you made your bold call.
Yes.
SK, 4th seed for Europe at Worlds, Gilius on Vision, which is unfortunate. We'll turn around and take up that ward, but all the same. What you said backstage is, look, if they win this game, if they take down Mad Lions on this incredible streak, right up the top of the tables, potentially best team in the LEC, according to some, it's on. They're really looking for it, but otherwise things get scary. A lot of weight on this game, and already Gilius hooked up, but there's the charge! And Berlin cheers again.
Plays into FLS, obviously a very valuable thing. Extra gold in towards Jezu. Of course, Jezu couldn't deal any damage in that last team fight. He gets that extra gold, just about to pop his cull as well. Won't happen on this wave, happen on the one after that point. But though SK had that good early game, things a little bit more even now. But still, even game all around. And I think actually, you know, you look at the nameplates, you look at the scores, and I think as a neutral view, you'd look at this and go, hang on, isn't this supposed to be the best team, one of the best teams in our league, very high score, versus one that's been struggling? And this is why we really wanted to call the fact that after the break week, did feel like both of these teams had found their own advantages. How you have been very, very impressed with SK, but of course Mad Lions are one of the most formidable teams within Europe at this time. And can't wait really to see how this one ends up. Because as I was saying, as you were saying, of course, if SK take down this name, I really think they put themselves in a strong position. I think they prove to themselves that they can be a top team. Of course, get themselves one more onto the middle of the pack to get themselves up to that 5 wins.
Mad down towards his bot lane. You saw the gold there. Both mid and bot lane are so critical to their team's success over recent weeks. Pretty close for both sides. This game pretty close, and Mad looking again to try and make something happen. Haven't honestly managed to unlock Niski to make proactive plays. It was a reactive play last time, and that's my one concern for Mad. I do need to see more of that happening as Janax trying to clear this wave under tower, under duress, as Janax continuing to be very obnoxious, taking tower shot to his name though. He's going to heal back up with that potion.
Yeah, and actually, Janax hadn't played the Gnar this split up until that last game that he played where he's solo killing Aggressivo on the Sejuani. In this game, getting his individual advances, just about to hit Mega Gnar again. Niski, as you're saying, getting out of lane, starting to pad the map. This is what you wanted to see. Let's see what I can do with it.
Molotov comes down. Gilius coming over fast he can. On to Niski. You go to these seismic shoved away. Mega Gnar at the wall, trying to stay alive. Flashing out best he can. Counter barrage afterwards. And Kaiser is quickly coming up and secures some kill. It's 4 members of Mad Lions around in SK turn up, but it's a little belabored, a little late. Cataclysm out with flat out from Gilius, trying to stay alive. But what about the turnaround? Certus with a stolen quickness will bring him down to his level. The chains go lashing and drag him straight to jail. Do not pass go. And Certus picks up 400 gold.
Oh, Mad Lions first to the play, but not quickly there enough to end the fight before SK can respond. Cross map is happening at the same time. You can see that Jinx was left alone with that bot side tower. But once again, we are reminded of how both these teams have found their own ways into the early, into mid game. They are not giving anything for free over to their opposition.
No, they are not. Good to see a bit more proactivity from Niski. He's been a little tied down, a little behind the play, but across this split, he has been a monster. As we'll go into this replay and see, he goes out here to try and make this one happen. Seismic shove, and it looks okay from this point, but the turnaround gets rough.
It does, because this time it's Mad Lions that overfunnel into SK's large amount of AoE damage. Everfrost buys a little bit of time. Great shove on Gilius to kind of force the play, but after that point, you have walked into the Thunderdome, Cataclysm goes down, and just the chain lashes going around everywhere. The Petricide bursts, and Certus on this Silas, best not forget about him, had a couple of absolute storming games on it recently, 3-1 and 2, only going to get worse from here.
Now to Gilius trying to take down this second tower. We're right back into the action. Draven may not be in the game, but the Colosseum sure as hell is here, and
Niski.
both teams gladiators trying to make most happen. Jezu gets over the wall, sidesteps the seismic shove, and now Niski and Kaiser are very deep. What about the turnaround? Are SK feeling it? Are they feeling the need to step forward? Janax on the side, no Mega Gnar, but can continue to hunt. Armored around this side, so is Certus, but Mad managed to get themselves out of danger. But SK were definitely hunting for something. Blood was in the water.
Yeah, you could see Gilius there. I was wondering if he was going to go for the famous ambition play. Of course, Season 7 world champion. What he would do is he would ult from the Cataclysm, and then he would flag drag out of it, leave them trapped in there while escaping. SK get their second Herald, take a huge chunk out of that mid lane, out of turret. They haven't actually finished any of those towers yet, and that is affecting that vision control. Talked about that a little last game, so let's talk about it in this one, because I'm looking at this, and I see one ward here from SK over the river, but on Mad Lion's side, lots of vision just either side of the lanes that they want to play in. Mad Lions, because they've kept their towers up, I'm finding it easier to get that vision across the river.
They are up, but they are basically a brick away from toppling over. They are all very, very low. And Genax about to be pinned between a lot of very dangerous Mad Lions members punishing the overshove.
I want to see if Certus will commit to this. There's 1v2, and this is about to hit Meganar. If Silas manages to make their way to the fight, this is dangerous to Mad.
Okay, trying to hop away best he can, but Kai's coming down as well. Will they teleport to save? They're going to get Meganar to the wall, and they're trying to teleport this one around. So much damage to the cannon barrage. Secures the kill, and is this a teleport into Doom? Not quite yet. Gilius around the side, looking for a flag, and a drag straight down into hell! Into the Colosseum, they go one more, and that Soundfort is not being washed away by the waves.
It has just been the story of this game. Proactive play, actually fairly timely response. We could tell that happening from SK. They had the teleport on Certus, who couldn't quite get into the play. We talk about that brick in the wall. Go take it out. It's going to be SK getting their first tower of the game and opening up the map a little.
They do indeed. Armut might try and cross-mark best he can, but Nisqy making the roams happen, but never for free, it feels like in this game. SK have come in ready and willing to throw every punch right back at him. Let's look at it again.
And again, this is a Gnar who's very close to Mega. I think Mad Lions are just trying to look at the calculation and say, look, we just got to try and go for this. Let's try and... Because if you get this play and you can get the kill before the teleport comes in, that's actually potentially a 2 for none at that point. You can maybe turn around to the Silas who's kind of committed to that play, but the teleport is in time. It forces them to use that Talir E to stop the Silas, which means you have nothing left to stop Gilius. Cooldowns are blown. That cooldown counting goes in favor of SK to pick up that kill.
And I highlighted earlier, but before then we had action happen, so we didn't get to talk about it. Frostfire Gauntlet in for Gilius. Not anything like a Divine Sunder or a Chem Tank, a little bit of a newer age build for the Javan.
Yes, and I think in this case, because you're likely going to be diving into a barrel into the Talir combos there, it just allows you the extra staying power. We've seen that, you know, there are very low mobility, dashless champions. Everyone besides that Rakan, that Cataclysm has a lot of value. You don't necessarily need it to do lots of damage. As long as you can pin them in there, it's good for your team as SK.
And while the action has been white hot for these first 2 games, and boy am I glad for it as a debut, got to keep an eye on the match 5 today. Look at that one, Fnatic versus XL. Keep your eyes around for that one, looking very exciting. So a great day of games still ahead of us, and Genax survived the attention thrown towards him there briefly by Mad Lions, and I think finally we might be seeing this mid lane turret fall here as well.
Yeah, it's just about to crumble. Kaiser looking for something. I think that he's just baiting a little bit, just trying to say, okay, maybe there's someone else just hanging out in Fogport. And of course it is, it's Elyoya. He's over on that Raptor pit. They've managed to secure vision. Again, let's check in with that because you're looking at now lots of wards over here on Genax's lane. Of course, they haven't been able to shut him down too much, but SK have managed to respond finally. That bot lane out of turret, it does make it easier to put down that vision. It makes it easier for SK to choose the area of the map that they want to go towards. Finally, they get themselves that mid lane out of turret. Very evenly matched between these two teams. And very intriguing to see the way that they've responded to each other's plays, and we are in for a close game.
And you can see that initial level 2, 3 madness that happened around the red buff invade, where that massive plunge in favor of SK happens, and from there, it's been back and forth, but never really getting any greater for SK.
Okay, so that was the reset, stopping ult from Jinx, quickly stepping in with that, because we have a dragon up in 30 seconds, means that you don't get the next item completion, you don't get the next shopping trip from SK on a couple of your key members like that of Felios. Whether that comes into concern, we'll see sooner rather than later.
And it does mean that there is that item discrepancy. Unforgiven at 2, Jezu at 1.5. Okay. And that gold has been very close for a very long time. It might just be about to break apart.
Jezu's not got the best weapons. He's not really got himself, you know, he doesn't have a chakram combo with either of the two prime positions.
Nearly out on Calibrum. Should switch.
What can SK do to really start exploding this fight? They have the flank from Genax.
Certus as well with the quickness! Gets in and tries to bring them down! But what about the turret with the cannon barrage? Doing a lot of work! Meganar into the wall! Gilius into the backline! Murders! Unforgiven! There is nothing left to do! Gilius must escape and will surely fall! Pulled out of the wall by Nisqy's seismic surge, but the battle continues. Jezu big chunk down by Elyoya, who flash jumped! You don't beat the Troll King! Mad Lions mid-jungle comes to play!
What starts out as a wonderful flank movement from SK can't quite get the knockout blow. Elyoya, the guy which has continually said, give me the resources, I'm going to take that farm and I am going to be another carry, comes in that fight and slaps SK down. Once Unforgiven was chunked out so heavily, I thought this was pretty much over. Look at the amount of damage that comes in immediately, but key moment from Kaiser stops Genax from getting there as well. Immediately said, if that Meganar gets onto the backline, fight is over. Kaiser does just enough work to space out the combo from SK that it gets messy, and in that mess, Mad somehow come out ahead.
Clutch seismic shove from Niski, and then Elioya. What a beast he's been.
Jezu in that fight, you know, he was looking for that last kill combo, trying to get that Dusk Wave from the Infernum across the backline. But to do that, he gets into melee range of that Trundle. Trundle chomps him a couple of times for good measure, gets to press the attack running, and Jezu, while he gets a decent amount of damage done in that one, couldn't quite get those killer blows, and Leo punishes him for it.
Chachi in game one, Armor in this one, showing exactly why Gangplank has been so highly praised as late James Bond numbers right now, and certainly got a license to kill in this one, it feels like.
I just wonder where you're going. Well, looking now into what's going to happen across this map. You can see that Certus was looking to go towards that top side. Jezu doesn't have any summoners, nor does he have the Gale Force for another couple of seconds, so Armit's trying to see if he can get a cheeky barrel combo. But after that Dragon fight, Mad Lions, again, managed to regain control of that vision control. Got to keep checking in on it. SK don't have any vision across the river. No way they can teleport onto those walls to get those big backline plays. SK working with limited information and limited angles. That is very good for Mad Lions.
Been a bloodthirsty game, and Jez is living up to that one. Finally completed the item, which he did not have for that last fight. Imagine Severum plus Bloodthirst for that last one versus Elioya. It might have been a very different fight.
Well, I'm sure some Stranger Things fans have been paying attention to Metallica.
Indeed.
This one's actually Slayer's Reign in Blood.
Oh, Reign of Blood.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, no, I've ruined myself.
Shocking. Shocking. Lack of metal knowledge.
Oh, God. Oh, my bad. Oops, outed myself. But Jezu now has, of course, that warning sign, red and white.
Oh,
Armor.
Face checks Genax, who's hopping over for the attack speed. Barrels come through, try to turn one on Meganar coming through. We're not going to see any more action. Armor gets to walk away from that one. I thought that would be a little more exciting. It was, and I'm a little disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, Genax has a lot of damage to push Gangplank away, but Gangplank's still going to be able to disengage from this matchup so far. It's one of the big strengths of a Gangplank, and also why he sucks into champions that can ignore slows and kind of chase him out. So Trinidad obviously just very good at that kind of playing. But someone like a Gnar, if you hit a barrel onto them, the slow and the move speed is enough to disengage you from it. Now, speaking of that, Gangplank, Armor headed back into a side lane and being able to push out some lanes and allow Mad Lions to approach the map with priority on the sides.
Call it out as well. I think that's a very smart Randuin's buy from the Gnar as well, considering you'll be laning a lot into the GP, who's building crit this game, and also you're into the Jinx. There you go. Right, it's going to be a quick carry as well.
My worry is, I mean, Nod tends to go a bit tankier afterwards, after the first time anyway, but you've got, you know, Warmogs and the Frostfire on Gilius. If these two are the ones reaching the Jinx, you don't actually have enough damage to finish them off at that point, particularly when you've got Guardian and Shields coming in from the Rakan trying to protect that Jinx, which means really you need Jezu and Certus to find the right angles. They need to get that follow-up damage, and as we've seen, it's actually very difficult for them to do that. So I'm a little bit worried about what's going to happen if Genax and Gilius are having to do that heavy lifting, because they're going to have to play out of their minds to shut down the carries, the amount of damage they have.
A valid concern about the build there from Nightmare. While you can sort of see the obvious benefits of it, might cost them if they need to murder the Jinx very quickly, as stated. But now, Baron's alive, has been for 5 minutes so. A minute or so until what would be Soul for Mad. That is the advantage they have, but very dark, and Niski needs to be afraid.
Yeah, and they've made mistakes around late game objectives before.
Chains land, and let's see whether they can drag this one down to hell. The Cycling Shuttle keep him alive and now retreats. Throws down that, forget the name of it, doesn't matter, he's dead anyway. Depth charge, thank you very much. Bad time to be forgetting ability names. Armor tried to flash through the Flag and Dragon, Soul to manage it. Cataclysm comes through, but a cannon arrives to match. Trying to trade this one out anyway. Armor getting Gale Force down, and the Gangplank dies just like that.
And just when they were turning up to that play, I had that thought coming through in my mind. Hang on, Mad Lions late game objectives. They've had some issues with this before. Now you got the Calibrum, Crescendum, Rifle Turrets, and Jezu, which means you have a lot of objective damage. Jezu going to be doing a lot of damage while these weapons stay active.
Elioya has flash, it's off vision, can smite. This is still so risky. Gilius was the one person to fall. Certus off vision, looking for Kaiser. Dredgeline misses, but the Everfrost does not. What about the abscond of Dutch? Genax is back in over the wall trying to chase out Elioya. And SK pull off. They cannot find the fight they were looking for and are not willing to flip versus the Trundle.
Okay, now there's a teleport coming in from Nisqy. Got that through the spell book, and now Mad Lions actually in the overall play are going to get themselves Soul more likely than not. Great Weaver's Wall from Nisqy to block off SK from contesting.
Kaiser has the quickness, he's going to knock up Genax. Dragon secured, into the backline goes Unforgiven, has got the quickness stolen, trying to do what he can. Elioya healing right back up though with a subjugate. If you go for the king, you best not miss. As he gets out, gets the soul, and Mad Lions do come out on top in that sequence of plays.
What a dance this has been. It starts off with a bit of a side lane oopsie from Nisqy. You can see they were trying to balance out the map, get some push out, and SK punish. But in the elongated play, Mad Lions have that soul to play around. That's not something SK have, so when SK fail to get that Baron, they lose out. So Mad Lions somehow, after this, actually come away with a bit of a winning play. They have that permanent objective now.
Do indeed, and the turnaround here, it looked so good until Gilius dies. If he survives, he had Warmox. He'd heal right back up. This Baron is theirs. But just critically, they secure the kill onto the jungler. They bide their time, they get the dragon, and now Mad have the permanent advantage.
To Kaiser, finding treats, but another thing to check out as well, because we saw that Cataclysm again, Gangplank no way out of that. We've seen it onto the backliners as well of Mad Lions in Nisqy and Unforgiven. Next fight, no flash on Unforgiven, no flash on Nisqy, no flash on Armor. Gilius have the pick of the litter to try and lock down a target for his team. Mad Lions, I think at this point with that soul, particularly with the way that the vision controls are working out, I think I'd call them at a slight advantage, but it can slip away from them. They let one of these flashless carries get too close to Jarvan.
And eyes on Certus, a player we've highlighted through the game. Honestly, we've highlighted both mid laners through the game and how critical they are to their team's winning ways. But Death Cap has just been completed for the Silas, who is now very much online and very willing to try and murder whoever he get a hold of, as Kaiser does manage to escape from an attempted little SK invade.
Elioya now going to find treats. Elioya no flash either.
But I don't know how much Treats wants this. Jeju steps up, has got Onslaught running. Elioya ignited, but Treats is down. He's tricked into that one. Gilius getting knocked out, goes down, 2 already. Jelly to the backside, but Mad punish SK. 3 for none.
It's another miscalculation again as we wave hi to you as Mad Lions are going to go wave themselves over to that Baron, a hard-earned objective. Mad Lions, you know, we put that seed of doubt into them, trying to talk about whether this SK roster could land this upset, could follow on their run of form. Both teams on win streaks, but Mad Lions, we don't call them currently the best team in Europe for no reason. In the clutch, they've been coming up strong.
Baron to them, Soul to them, and this game that was so close is beginning achingly to creak and break in their favors. Look at this one and see how they did it.
Oh, well, it's another barrel chain. How many times are we going to have to say that today? It's already in game 1. And though there are so many flashless targets, it does feel like the damage numbers, the amount of shields you can bring out, the disruption from something like the Rakan, it's reached this breaking point where, again, if SK can't find that perfect angle, it's not good enough. Once again, they don't close down their priority targets, flashes, or not an SK. Punished for the not quite right engage.
And you can see it there as well, a little bit disjointed. But Genax got knocked up before the Mega came through because Kaiser with the clutch's grand entrance I've seen in a little while. They turn it around, they get the kill, and now with the Baron, they can try and get as much gold as they can to try and bring this one in their favor. Up 1,500 from that so far. Nisqy in towards the mid lane. Just trying to make sure there's no easy way to shove out here for SK.
So Nisqy just using the threat of the Weaver's Wall, which is now off of cooldown. And see that countdown on the left-hand side, where the rest of Mad Lions grouping, shoving, trying to get into that base. And again, now we need to watch what Mad Lions do when they're pushing so hard. One of the things which actually a team like RNG does very well, I think that a lot of teams, actually Rogue very good at this in the LEC. If you push too hard, you go onto enemy vision. You can see right now, they're pushing onto wards. Can SK find something off of this?
They're going to try and place one out best they can. The pillar does not do as much as perhaps was wanted, and Mad Lions kind of forced away there as SK looking! Treats! Went for that flash hook, but now a turnaround from Nisqy with a seismic shove! They're on to the Nautilus and he's dragged down to the depths!
Nisqy holds his nerve on the flash away from the hook, doesn't pull it there, knows it's missing, flashes forward to take out some of the teeth of SK's pick potential. You can't fight around that vision and pushing too far into it if you don't have your Nautilus and Nisqy.
Whoa, and there's no Gwen in this game to stitch it right back up! Gillian's into the Cataclysm, but it's only his own demise! The apocalypse strikes for SK! Their win streak is looking like it's close to ending.
SK in spring 2-0'd Mad Lions. Mad Lions replay the favor in Summer, looking to send SK into a precarious position in Summer. They're the kings of the jungle, the kings of the LEC, and the Lions roar their way to another victory unless somehow, someway SK can do something. Jezu tries his best, but it will just not be enough. A valiant effort, all things said and done from our 4 and 6 team, but Mad Lions cannot look down on this team. A close run affair. Mad Lions win it out in the clutch fights, in those team fights, and set themselves up again even more strongly at the top of the table. It's beginning to look more and more like a little bit of a film here. MGM clearly with the Lions roaring their way in this one. They get the win. They get themselves towards the top of the tables. Now 8 on their name. 4 wins in a row. What a game it's been. And this loss for SK puts them, as we were saying, into a pretty precarious position. They had this win streak, felt like they had a good read on the meta, but it still stands that they are behind the pack. They will stay behind the pack now. At this point, only a few weeks left, you have to start really ruining these opportunities. They missed out by only a couple of games last split. The Mad Lions were just too much for them today. Indeed they were, and let's be fair to SK, that was a phenomenal game as the crowd are going wild for Mad Lions. Give it a round of applause. What a game they've had. What a season they've had so far, looking to reignite the passion from last year. Remember, they were the champions. Yes, they were. And, you know, the style of League of Legends that they play is much like when they were winning in terms of really empowering El Yoya to do things across the map. And that one fight with the big turnaround on Trundle, I haven't seen that from a jungler in quite a long time, you see. But with that style, it really feels like they're finding success upon success, keeping it very, very close with Rogue. Of course, Rogue also on 8 wins. They still have a game to play today. If they win, they put Mad Lions into second again. They would still have to chase for that. And when that eventual clash comes again, what a game.
Carrying the league, carrying their team. Nice to see a little bit of praise there as they'll probably, hopefully put him down in one piece. Let's hope. Never trust gamers with that one, eh?
Say another happy landing.
We avoided the Star Wars puns today. I'm almost impressed with us. There we go. Never one without the other was us today, of course. And I've been very, very happy to have 2 incredible games. What a day of games. And like, say 2-3 weeks ago, would you have expected this level from both of those games?
I don't think so, but of course the players which will really stand out in this one, you get to vote for. The one first and foremost key player of the game at LEC on Twitter will be a choice between Armut, Niski, and Unforgiven.
Strong choices.
I mean, I think the thing about Mad Lions is that it's always difficult voting for any player because they are such a team-based roster. They play around these 5v5s. Everyone has these moments of power in it, but yeah, I look at how... Oh gosh, I'm trying to think. You know, actually, I feel like El Yoya has been hard done by that.
A little bit, but I will also say I feel Armut had a pretty phenomenal game on the Gangplank. You saw those damage numbers and those cannon barrages to turn around the attempted
phenomenal game. Gangplank.
All right, well, never mind that. Of course, Armut's here for an interview with Machine, so we'll go talk to him about it. Hey, see you in a few.
See you next time.
The Have Good Brothers. And when you listen to that back, there is some good energy from that commentary desk. Yeah. Those boys, you know they're brothers?
Sorry.
Those guys over there that just casted, brothers casting League of Legends in the LEC for the first time. Isn't that cool?
It's cool.
It's cool. And that was cool. I mean, this seems like the vibes are super high right now. Like the coach, the picture, the vibes. 2 coaches, hello.
We are at hype moment right now.
Yeah. So did you kind of hype yourselves up? You know, I mean, I guess. I know it's all mathematical and confusing, but did you kind of tell yourselves, like, this week, next week, we could lock it in?
I mean, what was happening last season was like we were a bit scaling to playoffs, but right now we are like rock style, like always going really hard, and we want to be like first in regular season as well. So that's why we are hyped every game.
Yeah. So you're carrying that momentum through and just riding that wave all the way to playoffs and to Worlds. I mean,
last season we couldn't make playoffs, so we have to make sure it's not going to happen again.
And talking of seasons, you know, I was informed that Spring and Summer 21 was, obviously, Mad Lions, the core 3, the core of Mad Lions, I think it's safe to call it now, was flying high. You then had this kind of off-kilter moment. You lose 2 of your hardest hitters, and you seem to have landed on your feet now. You know, obviously, Niski, the final piece of the puzzle. You think you've got a 5-man unit, everyone towards the same common goal?
Yeah, I think bringing Niski changed the team atmosphere a lot. Because I think we needed the new blood, because we need to hype ourselves, and to be honest, making that playoffs is always harsh. So right now we are working really hard and we are really motivated we are lucky to have such a roster, so we will make use of it, you know?
Is it right that Niski's going to be calling the shots now as well? Is that?
No, it's just what he says in every interview. Like, all he says in like every team fight, he just calls the first name target. Like, for example, Viego.
Yeah.
He just shouts it 5 times, 10 times, and like he says, I'm the shot caller of this team. Like,
okay.
this is like what Niski does.
Okay, you're looking to make sure.
Yeah,
you're looking over his shoulder.
yeah.
But you can't spit fire and then look over your shoulder.
I mean, actually, Niski's doing a great job.
Yeah.
I mean, he could be better, but like,
yeah. You know, let's say so-so. And talking of so-so, what do you say about your next two opponents? Fnatic, XL could be locking yourselves in for the playoffs next week, or some mathematician's going to hate me for saying that, but you're close.
I mean, I would say Fnatic is looking a bit... Like, I don't know if they are good or bad, because they look really shaky right now.
Yeah.
They are at like losing streak as well, and yesterday I couldn't speak.
Yeah.
Yesterday game was a bit weird as well, so I'm not sure if they are good or they are bad. But I think XL, like I have high hopes from XL, and they did beat us in minute 20 last time, so we have to get some revenge.
Yeah, revenge time, and Fnatic definitely looking like shadows of their former selves. That's going to be an absolute pleasure to see, and thank you very much for the interview. We're going to be taking a very quick break, but do stay tuned. More coming up after the break, and of course, we've stolen a Mad Lion over on that analyst desk. Do stay tuned. We're back in a minute. Thank you, Berlin.
See you guys.
Lion! Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion!
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone. The Mad Lions have booked their 4th win in a row, and who better than Kaiser to talk us through how they are on such a roll right now. Kaiser, we already heard it from Armut saying we're fully laser focused. We even want to get that first place in the regular season. So why do you think you're playing so well?
I mean, I think part of it comes down to drafting and like meta read. I think we have like one of the best meta reads on the current patch. I think we always draft really well. I mean, we take a lot of inspiration from LPL because we think they have like the smartest drafts. They have the best meta read. So we we just like copy their drafting usually, and it works out really well for us. I think we have the best early games, and we have sometimes we have troubles closing out the games, right? But I think that just happens with early game drafts sometimes. And we can for sure improve on that. And yeah, that's why I think we're...
Copy LPL's homework.
Yeah, I think it's one thing is the draft and the preparation for it, but I also think when you finally load up to the Rift, while this game was probably not as telling for it, you still see the thought process of early jungle tracking, make something with it every time. This time around, they force Gillies out level 1, that leads down to something else. They're always looking for a play on the map to commit. I think that proactivity is really what sets them apart from a lot of the other teams.
And what did you think, Goldberg, of Mad Lions' draft now that you've heard the notes about copying from the LPL?
I mean, I think it makes really good sense as well because this is about just freeing Niski up on the map when you get to Taliyah. I think from the Mad Lions' point of view, when you take into account that they have range, and on the side of SK, you got the melee champions, then you just outscale them because the game becomes infinitely easier to play in the late game. The fights will be very difficult for SK to pilot. It's all about finding early game plays, which I think they found a little bit. But I don't know what your approach was to the draft afterwards and how you loaded in with it.
I mean, I think SK's draft was actually really good as well. I think they kind of drafted us in a bit of a corner. I think they really know well what we wanted to do because, for example, they forced us into GP by banning Gwen, right? So an immobile champion already. Then they knew we prioritize Taliyah really heavily. Immobile champion as well. Then they ban, I think, a jungler or something, and we are forced into Trundle, also immobile. And then we have to also ban Ezreal and Lucian in the second rotation, which means no mobile AD carries are left. And they just pick the Jarvan, right? And I think the Jarvan, I think they could have made more use out of it. I think they had a decent draft into ours. I think they just maybe misexecuted sometimes. I think they could have played more aggressive with the Jarvan. And maybe we would have lost some teamfights if we didn't have Flash.
I think props to you then that despite being drafted into a corner a little bit, you were still able to win. But you saw that they were ready to play that draft as well. The level 1, in fact. Talk to me about the level 1. We thought it's over. Mad Lions lose this game. But obviously you can't think that when you're in the game. We're going to take a look at it in just a second, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I think the level 1 was pretty bad from us. We kind of overestimated our strength. We knew that first bot move with Aphelios and Nautilus, right? I just flashed over the wall because I was like, yeah, let's fight these guys. Niski was also down to fight, and then I used my W, and I'm like, yeah, I don't have any escapes left, and they just turned on me. I think they played it pretty good. Like, they had a clear call on who to go on, right? And then they saved the silence as well. It was kind of unlucky from us because I think if the Jarvan dies, then Jinx gets a reset and maybe gets out. So yeah, it was kind of a disaster early game, but as you said, you can never give up in those kind of games. And yeah, we just like...
It's basically like a scrim.
I'm actually curious, was comms more chaotic this time around? Because it feels like there was a few plays where you did have the interlock with what's happening, but the plays turned out more messy when you didn't actually execute it on them.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like, you kind of never know what to expect from like level 1 or level 2 shenanigans because like it just comes down to execution mostly. I think this game we just went way too hard. I think we could have just played it slower, waited for Jinx to come, and then we could have taken the 4v4 instead of the 4v3 and maybe would have won it.
But I also just felt like, you know, SK versus Mad, you didn't expect the game to be this close when you're hearing about them, but if you get the level 2 fight, there's another mid-game fight around the Drakes, and then there's the top lane fight as well. Every fight is just so damn close in between them. Do you even feel like coming out of like a fight like this? Are you winning? Do you have the tempo? What did it feel like as a player here?
I mean, it was really hard to say because like in game we kind of knew that we were like outscaling and we were like getting better into the game as the game went on. We just had to be really careful with like taking the fights on our terms kind of because we like sometimes when we don't have Flash on Jinx or Taliyah, they're just dead on cooldown if Jarvan just goes in them, right? So we just have to play a bit more careful, more calculated. I think that we did pretty well this game. I think we didn't really let them have the engages that they wanted to. We played around Mega really well. Like we usually just CC'd the Silas, and that's kind of their only carries that could pressure our backline. And I think we just played the team fights pretty well.
Definitely did, and we're going to take a look more in depth at one of those team fights with Jamada at the Telestrator.
Hello, everybody. Hello. I am back, battling the Telestrator for my second day in a row. Yeah, I want to break down this fight at about 20 minutes in the game. It was definitely one of the biggest turning points for Madden. We can already let the clip start rolling out. Certus in the river, the rest of SK kind of coming from a reset, which was a little bit delayed, but Certus, I want to highlight, steals away the Rakan armor and slowly starts to rotate behind the Dragon Pit and start to have a bit of a flank angle. If we get a bit of a pause before we get the full engage going, you can see Niski is guarding the flank from Certus, and that's pretty pivotal, because if you look to the very top left, you can also see that Jenax is waiting in the mid lane, trying to build up his Mega Gnar bar so that he can get involved in the fight. And immediately, Mad are fighting a fight on 3 different fronts. You have Gilius treats Jezu in the river, you have Certus trying to make a flank behind the Dragon Pit work, and you have Jenax from the mid lane building up the Mega Gnar bar. So we can let the clip roll out a little bit further, and you can see Niski eventually has to kind of just let Certus free. He has no more tools to stop this engage from coming through, and Certus dives toward the entire of SK, also going really deep for Unforgiven. Gilius eventually does end up picking up the kill, but what I want to highlight, if we take another pause very quickly, is Armu, because a lot of the focus was down onto Unforgiven, the rest of SK are trying to funnel forward to try and pick up Niski on top of that, and it kind of allowed Armu to get 2 very clean barrels off onto the entirety of SK. We can let the clip continue to play. Gilius doesn't get away with it on the backside. You can see the rest of SK try to collapse onto the Mad members, but you can see the overcommit kind of comes here from Jezu as they try to collapse and take out Armu, and from there it's just basically Mad's fight to win, because they just continue to hit all of the members at the front for SK. And unfortunately for SK, it was a pretty decent setup for them to actually take this fight and win. Unfortunately for them, they just overcommit into the choke at the incorrect time, trying to get a little bit greedy for Armu, and it cost them effectively the game, because from here, Mad turned everything around in their favor.
Sure did. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you won this bout with the Telestrator. It's 1-1. Yeah, we'll track it. Yeah, for sure. Do you agree with him that this was kind of the make or break fight for both of you, or?
I mean, there were many make or break fights, I think, but I think this fight especially, I think Armut's kind of smurfed it. I think if he didn't land so many barrels, I think we would have lost that team fight, and maybe they would have gotten a Drake, right? Maybe we would have not gotten Soul this fast, and the game could have been way different, right? And I think every team fight this game was a really big deciding factor. Kind of if someone maybe made a misplay, or someone made a genius play more, maybe the game would have been different, right? I think it was a really close game, and I think that fight kind of cemented our win in a way, but yeah, I think Amon played really well.
I think the great thing, I think the great thing about this as well is the fact that, you know, no offense, but you really had to fight for this game against a team like SK as well, whereas you don't really expect this. I feel less controlled this time around. You see it in the fight as well. They get so chaotic. And obviously there's some fine-tuning, some what for you to be done in terms of when you walk into it. But this always happens after you have a level 1 or a level 2. The game just completely blows open.
When it comes to kind of your confidence in teamfights, when I think about the best Mad Lions we have ever seen, it was always about, I would always bet on the Mad Lions to win in the teamfights, right, in the late game, and you were such a big part of that as well. Where do you think your confidence level is at for you guys as a team in terms of those clutch fights comparatively to the glory days, let's say?
I think it's really high. I don't really feel a difference, because I think we are stage players, all of us, kind of. I think other teams, I kind of feel, maybe not fear, right? But I think sometimes they feel the pressure on stage, and I feel they are more passive. But I feel we as a team, we always like to go really aggressive. We like to play to the wall, right? And but the thing is, yeah, and I think that's why we are so good on stage, and that's why we are so good in competitive. Scrims are always kind of bad for us, even though I think we're not a bad team, right? But I think on stage we are always performing, because we just don't really care about what happens. We just like to play our game, kind of, and yeah, we usually know when it's good to go, and everyone just trusts each other, and yeah, that's what you need.
I'm sorry, I'm just gonna go a little off script because I'm so interested, and we've talked about.
Oh, and let me give a note. We have a little delay getting into the next game, so that's why we can't go off script.
Perfect,
also.
Perfect. Are you the best team in LEC right now?
I mean, that's kind of hard to say.
Short answer: yes, no.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, I like it. Okay, we also have our Kia player of the game. I think it's ready. I'm excited to see who it is. I don't know if you were in the vote. It's Niski! What a bridge to a more bigger conversation we can have, because we heard so much about Niski and about how much he was helping in and outside of the team, etc. But then today we saw a tweet that he didn't know how many minutes were in an hour. So how's it going with Niski now?
I mean, it's going really well. I think he's one of the most friendly guys I've ever been with, right? And I think he just fits super well in our team. There's, of course, as always, problems, right? In every team, you can't just have a perfect team, right? But I think Niski kind of fixed a lot of those that we had like in spring, where our team morale was like maybe not the best, right? And Niski just coming in, being more like a Kazi, you know, like more like a clown, you know, bringing the morale up, like having so much fun. I think it just helped us so much, and of course in game as well, right? Like with we had more of a voice in our team this summer, so yeah, it just helped us out a lot.
Okay, final question on your team is I'd like to ask about Unforgiven. He had a superstar performance yesterday, something we saw in the ERLs before, but you know, we're waiting for it to happen a lot on the big stage, I guess. And since you're next to him in lane and you work with him closely a lot, how do you feel about his development and come playoffs, what he could show us?
I mean, I think he's going to be kind of a superstar in the future, because I think in spring we had a lot of problems with, for example, playing weak side or like knowing when it's good to take mid waves or something like that, right? Like we had a lot of macro problems, but I think he's fixing them slowly but surely, right? Like in summer we are already looking so much better as a bot lane, and yeah, he's always he grinds really hard in solo queue, which I respect, because like for me it's sometimes hard, right? Because like solo queue is solo queue, but I think the grind kind of is showing that it's like showing the
results of
the
it.
results,
Yeah.
exactly, because he's like just extremely good mechanically, and he's yeah, getting better as a player in the macro game as well. So yeah, I think he's going to be super good in the future.
He's awesome to watch. As we have a little delay getting into the next game, maybe we can ask your opinion about it. It's Misfits and Vitality. So there's, of course, your ex-bot lane partner. And in general, it's a tricky one, I feel like. How do you feel about those two teams?
I mean, honestly, you could just flip a coin and
Let's do that.
yeah, because I think both Misfits and Vitality, they can be good teams, but they can also be the worst teams in the LEC, right? I think both of them have really big struggles with consistency. I'm not really sure why. I think it's just maybe they didn't really find their meta read yet, or maybe they just need more time to figure out what kind of style they want to play. But I think both teams are kind of reliant, or like especially Misfits is kind of reliant on like winning team fights, like getting into late game and maybe capitalizing on opponents' mistakes. I think Vitality can actually snowball through early game, so we'll see what happens. I'm expecting Vitality to win early game, but yeah, we'll see if Misfits can come back again.
But that right there is the exact stylistic that, you know, Misfits struggled with yesterday as well, going up against XL, right? It's the fact that when you have one of the teams that always choke you out in the early game and you have, you know, a struggling way to come back when you play the late game team fights, there always comes a point where it doesn't matter if you're a late game team, because you're so far behind, you're not winning this game any longer.
Well,
and I fear for Misfits that might happen against Vitality.
I hope it's an exciting one then. Early game prowess out of Vitality, late game teams out of Misfits. We'll see. Thank you so much, Kaiser. Congratulations.
Thank you.
4-game winning streak, right? Yeah?
Not even sure anymore.
Okay, yes, 4-game winning streak. That's the case. All right, we're going to head over to Dracos and Kadril for Vitality versus Misfits. Have fun, guys.
We will. We're going to have a ton of fun with this amazing crowd. Welcome back to the Capture Desk for Game 3. You're seeing on the side, you're seeing as a Mad Lions fan. Me, a lot of Mad Lions fans in the house. Woo! Hopefully a lot of Vitality and Misfits fans in the house too, but hopefully they're not feeling sad, as the teams are, of course, playing from home. Instead, you're going to get the Bears on stage.
It's always us and the Bears.
Us and the Bears. We got used to this. This is the remote casting experience, but now with a super dope audience, which is
hell yeah,
infinitely better. Thank you, dope audience. You guys are great. This game, it's interesting. I think that Kaiser said it more succinctly than we've been able to all season. These teams have the potential to be the best teams in the league and just as likely to be the worst. Personally, as a fan of great League of Legends, or at least explosive League of Legends, I hope we see the best form of both of these teams today, but it's so hard to predict.
And it's a contrast in styles, isn't it? I mean, Kaiser talked about on the desk, Vitality, very kind of early game focused team. Haru loves to go towards early game junglers and just look for plays to get the team rolling. And I feel like they've probably leaned towards and adopted a play style of a roaming mid. We haven't seen Perks play things like the Talia yet, things like the Lissandra, but it's champs that I think would fit the Vitality play style, and champs I think they've probably been learning throughout the week, and we'll see if that's something they do. Misfits on the other side, they've got probably the worst early game in the league.
Yeah,
and I think statistically they do, but
they redeemed themselves a little bit by going even yesterday, but then we lost a lot of that mid to late game team fighting spark that was kind of like what was redeeming them and ultimately winning games. So while it's good to see that early game slowly get more stable, we still need to hold on to that amazing late game team fighting.
The thing is, you can't sell me on a team when the magic is being behind and making miracle fights. So I think Misfits know that they have this magic. They know that they have this power to find good fights, but they need to build on an early game. And I feel like Zlatan needs to be the one to direct that early game. And that's two cases. One is you just play a lot safer in lanes to try to go even to the best best of your ability, which is a defensive approach. Another aggressive approach is just put something like a Trundle for Zlatan or some kind of early game jungler like a Poppy where you can actually impact lanes.
I really feel you on that because Space Jam is great because, you know, they get the magic water and they come back one time. But if that's the story 9 games in a row, it's like
Space Jam number 7.
We don't need 9
We're
Space.
going
We
back
got
again.
1 Space Jam. We got a second one, which, you know, I think we don't need Space Jam
Did
7.
Mad Lions
We really
do the
just
opposite?
need like
They ran out of water because they had like insane leads and then they just threw.
We don't need Michael Jordan from Space Jam. We need Michael Jordan from the Chicago Bulls, you know, which is like maybe too much basketball references.
Dunking on kids.
Duncan. Could
Hell
be
yeah.
VTO. Could be Perks or anyone else in this game. We're going to have to find out.
VTO has the most MVP points, POG points.
Big POG points. Big POG
POG.
player, obviously. And I think the nice thing about the team is that they've clearly recognized, and I think that he has been consistent across the last season. And while it did fall a bit short in playoffs, he still remains the player that you naturally want to look towards. I personally have been presently. Wow. English.
Well, if you're pleasantly surprised and they are present.
I'm presently surprised and pleasantly surprised. What? God, our language is bad. By Irrelevant. He's been good. Not living up to his name at all, which is, I think, the highest compliment that I can
started
give
off
him.
a bit shaky.
Was a bit shaky at the start, but has been looking good so far. On the opposite side, this is like such a star-studded roster for Vitality, but we said it when they got together that this team was going to be volatile, and it has been the truth the entire time that they've been here. We've seen weeks of genius, out-of-this-world play, and we've seen weeks where it has fallen apart. And if you're wondering why you're getting the Euphoria mini podcast experience, we do have a delayed champion select due to an in-game pause. League officials are currently investigating. A reminder, because they're playing online, there's a bit of a delay for competitive integrity, so no one can be like sneakily watching at the gaming house. Like, I think they're gonna invade red.
Guys, there's a ward on your red. Just scream it from a different part of the room. You know, obviously there'll be a bigger delay than that, but you know, if a pink ward, have you ever placed a pink ward in an early game, like 2 minutes in their jungle, and it's just sat there the whole game?
Riot, don't ban me. But I used to go into spectate my friends' promo games and tell them where pink wards were.
You're not serious. Did you actually? With a 3-minute delay, dude, you're the biggest homie ever. Are you kidding me?
I did it like twice. But it's unethical.
Did he win?
Don't do it. No, he was terrible.
Well,
knowing where the pink ward was does not stop you from being 07.
You're
but,
like, he's in the bush on the left.
Sometimes it's about showing up. You know what I mean? It's like when you go to your child's piano recital, you know, it's not about telling them they're the best piano player in the world. They're probably not. They're probably terrible, but you're there.
Yeah.
You know, you show up, and that matters to people.
Yeah, first one to stand up in the crowd, first one to start clapping.
Yeah.
Were you in like a call with him the whole time? Like, I mean, it must get confusing, right? We're like, oh, there's a pink on your blue.
I
and
love
he's like,
spectating friends' games, not for like, you know, supporting them in unethical ways, but just because you're like, wow. You're like, oh, they're like, oh, you finally saw the bot play, and you're like, yep, finally saw the bot play. That was a little bit sussy.
Nowadays it's just the screen share on Discord, isn't it? It's like, dude, guys, I'm in my promo. Everyone hops in a call. You pop the Discord screen.
If you've
share.
never done that, I highly recommend you do that. Like gassing your friends up when they're in their promos or trolling them, both are totally viable. Like just hop in the call with them.
Yeah.
They
Don't backseat though. Don't backseat. Actually, a little bit.
Maybe a little bit.
A little bit of backseating.
Like your friend's like, I'm going to build IE second. You're like,
check the math.
Read. Just read. It says on the. It might as well say build this item third.
Yeah, it's like
on
the
the
Queen's
item.
Gambit. You know, they're doing all the math in their head on the phone call. They're like, yeah, I think if you're looking for Dominic's, but it came on Chainsaw got buffed, and they tell you the best items.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's it. You don't have to make those decisions on your own. Ask for help. Always wholesome. We're still waiting. We're talking. We're buying time. Frankly, thank you, audience. Wow, you guys, you are actually just such a wholesome crowd. I appreciate you all very, very much. Thank you all for being here. It's been unfortunate that like this little bout of COVID has been circulating to the LEC that we haven't been able to give you guys the full 10-team experience. But despite that, you have remained incredibly positive, which is always greatly appreciated. You guys are really the real MVPs.
I think the poll
just behind VTO in the poll at that one.
Just by, I think ahead. Crowd
Ahead of VTO. We are going into Champ Select shortly. So in the world of curveballs today, I just want to warn you all ahead of time, whether you're at home or here in the studio, we had a bit of an issue with Champ Select visually.
Yeah.
So you're going to get to play or watch Champion Select with all of the bands revealed at the beginning, which has never happened before.
What's behind door number 1?
Yeah,
well, it's revealed already.
We're going to know all the bands. So get ready for the weirdest, wildest, wackiest Champion Select the LEC has ever seen. And as we enter Champion Select, a couple notes. All bans are shown, right? On blue side, all the bans are correct. Red side, all the bans are correct, but they're not in the right order. Now, with this extra special access that we have been given, I would pose a challenge to you, my friend, as the normal pick ban discussion is going to be hard to maintain when we know so much ahead of time. How many of these picks can you predict correctly, knowing the bans ahead of time? If you go 10 for 10,
I can't go 10 for 10.
You
That's
can. I
impossible.
believe in you.
Well, I think looking at the bans, things like Talia just jump out to mind straight away. I guess the timer is probably them banning, so we're gonna not get any. Oh no, there it is.
Straight in the picks.
Straight in the picks. There's a Gnar first pick for Vitality. I'm thinking of things like Sylas here for Misfits. Poppy would be fantastic too. Aphelios would be a good pick on 3 if Vitality don't pick that up for themselves. But I want to see roaming mids from Perks, and with a blind Sylas, Talia screams to mind.
Yeah, Talia in general very strong. There's no Poppy ban either quite yet, and the Poppy and Talia have been paired very well together. You heard it from Kaiser on the desk, and I think this has been the general policy for a lot of the teams that have been doing well in draft this week is just copy the LPL forehead, and it works out pretty well. Poppy, it was highlighted by Owner as the strongest jungler in the game right now, and you can see that. We'll see if Zlatan can make his mark with this champion. Is now Vitality going to pick Trundle, strong champion, into the Poppy as well as the Talia, and you're going to see the roaming mid that you talked about for Perks, what you've been wanting to see.
Yeah, pick ban's pretty simple these days. Zeri is the most banned champion. That'll be an instant first pick in Brio. Gnar, Sylas, Poppy are the next Brios. Things like Talia, Aphelios are also quite strong. This is all LPL stuff, basically, so we'll see what happens in the 4-5. I presume with the Aphelios pick, it looks to me like the red side bans are probably in order. Renata, Jinx ban wouldn't surprise me on a 4-5 here. They take away things like the Nautilus. I wonder what they're going to go for here on the 4. Expecting Misfits to pick up perhaps their top laner into the Gnar. A lot of options taken away, actually. GP and Gwen, normally the answers, so we'll see what Irrelevant can find. Ornn is down as well, which has been one of his comfort picks. Sejuani wouldn't surprise me. It's one of those other picks you see in Gnar, but you really need an AD jungler. In the LPL and the LCK, we see a lot of Wukong Sejuani specifically, but Poppy Sejuani, not the best duo.
Yeah, you don't have, you do have decent damage, obviously, but definitely not the same as the Wukong Sejuani. You don't stack quite as quickly. The E stun to come in from Sejuani as well. See what the picks are going to be now. I love that Renata is banned. If you did not watch Humanoid and Upset kill each other yesterday in the Fnatic game, you might not understand why Renata is just probably the strongest support in the game right now, but absolutely deserves to be banned every single game. Instead, however, Camille on the top side can be very strong in Gnar. One item on, you talked about it yesterday, easily can win the matchup on the side. Instead, though, something a little bit more spicy, another LPL special. Jax coming out for Irrelevant. I love it.
Yeah, definitely love it. Irrelevant's actually played 1 game of Jax so far. The split Senna being picked up here makes me think of Tam Kench, which then gives last pick to support, of course. Irrelevant hasn't won that game on Jax, but should beat up the Gnar if he goes even or ahead on side lane past 1 item. You know, Jax and Camille kind of function in a similar way. Jax is just a worse team fighter, but a better split pusher, kind of. So we'll see what he builds towards. There's the Senna Tam. Misfits have a lot of options here. You can play an Aphelios Lulu, you can play Aphelios Braum. Rakan is good for more engage. They have both, basically, they're the 3 main options you think of when you see something like the Tam Kench. Just a case of whether you want to push, you want peel, or you want engage, and those are the 3 options you can go for.
Yeah, and we can see that Team Vitality, a lot of defensive tools, a lot of disengage. Obviously, chasing a Senna and a Talia is going to be a tall task. Similarly with the Tom Kench round, makes it that much easier to protect your carries. On the upside for Misfits, Poppy always going to be a good engage option. Can offer protection against the Gnar, stopping him from going in, but I love that Misfits are doubling down on the engage options they have. Sylas, Poppy, Jax, Rakan, everybody's going forward. And we'll just hope that Neon doesn't get left behind to die.
I like the Rakan for more engage, but I'm a bit skeptical against Talia, of course. Will be very difficult to engage on Talia, a Tam Kench eat, right? So finding the backline from Ursa is going to be quite difficult. He's probably going to play with his front line just to make sure that they can play a front-to-back-esque kind of fight. VTO doing his own thing. We expect things like LeBlanc and Sylas and Ari are the solo play champions, you know. It's on you to find flanks, it's on you to find bursts. And we saw it in the previous game where the Sylas just looks for flank. Certus was trying to flank bad lines the whole time long. So, Vitality, good team fight. A little bit of split push with the Gnar. Talia, of course, has a global, and so does Senna, so that helps him out if he's ahead against Irrelevant, who also wants to go to the side lane. Misfits, again, have also got great team fight, just a lot more skirmish potential with things like the Sylas, Jax, and Poppy.
Yeah, and want to see what Zlatan's early game looks like, especially here. See if you can get some of these early lanes rolling. Obviously, if you get your Jax ahead at all, it snowballs so incredibly quickly. But like what we're seeing as the meta develops here on 12-13, feels like we're getting a lot of handshakes on the Talia-Sylas matchup in the mid lane.
Yeah, I want to see Perks move towards top, try to dive Irrelevant with Alphari stacking waves. That would be ideal for Vitality in the early game.
Yeah. And that's kind of what we've been waiting to see from Perkz. We know that he's a strong teammate. We know that he can be a strong leader, a huge positive influence on the team, but need to see him step up individually as we get ready for the game. Here we are into the match, onto the Rift. See if it's just going to be about a little bit of early poke. Jungle pathing, very important when there's a Poppy in the game. She is a Hex Flash enthusiast, as we have gotten used to seeing. I said that without checking, but luckily we have the tool to check.
The button. Ooh,
there it is, Hex Flash.
Now, you might be wondering, sometimes in LCK when this champ is picked, there is no Hex Flash. Actually, Hex Flash is disabled in the LCK, a couple bugs. So in Europe it isn't, in the LPL it isn't, so normally Hex Flash is the go-to rune. Perkz playing with Spellbook. Gonna start off with Ignite, have a little bit more lane pressure. Probably wants to swap the TP on the first thing to look for a back. As Mercer will find a Rob here, looking for a wall, it seems.
Mercer.
Oh, they want some.
A little bit of knockup, keeping the trade going. Second charge is done. Gonna connect. Rob running. There's nothing he can do here. He can maybe trade flash for flash, but just goes down. Gets the ignite from Mercer, but gives away 400 gold. Excellent start for Misfits.
Easy does it. Carzzy needs to stop VTO from basing here, and looks like he's going to. Will VTO have the flash here? It looks like he won't. Perkz misses the Q, and Carzzy's too far away to follow up.
The condescending thumbs up.
Yeah. See if Perkz can get a little bit more chunk damage here with a Q over the wall. Looks like he's not going to do it. Of course, we had a pause earlier on. That's why you see the left the games. They are still in it, of course. It was
I will say the VTO did act it out pretty well, though.
Yeah,
like,
when he was running towards the tower there, I was like,
I've
wait,
seen that one before.
Am I wrong? Yeah, I've seen that way too many times in my solo queue games.
Anytime that there would be any issue, we would, of course, pause. If you see that message, it's just a relic, one of the moments from the pause previously. So don't worry. No one's actually disconnected.
A distant memory.
Distant memory. Perkz fights for level 2. Health advantage obviously does matter, especially when you're at the Dorans on both sides. And VTO already using a pot gives Perkz a small edge, but Sylas early skirmishing, you know how strong he is.
This would be ideal for the Sylas, of course. Similar to Lucian in a way, where you really want to get level 3 access to all your spells, because all your damage, all your spells proc your passive, right? And your passive is a lot of your damage, so you want to make sure you can keep proccing it as much as possible. So I think VTO will get pushed in early. The question is, can Alphari stack top waves? It looks like for now, there's a lot of fighting on top, and Irrelevant's actually the one contesting the wave. Instantly jumps in on cooldown, procs a grasp, runs away, dodges Nar's auto attacks on the way out, and it does get a bit mana costly. That's why, of course, he's using the corrupting pot, but this is the trading pattern for him. Get the stun, run away, keep chunking him out as much as possible, and it looks like Irrelevant's the one kind of dictating this lane for now.
Yeah, and of course the lane just changes so dramatically depending on what form he's in, but I like that he recognizes without a level 3, without a wall up to potentially stun or disengage, it makes it that much easier to keep the trades in his favor.
Zlatan got spotted there on that ward. I think it just clipped him with the vision of it. He's got lots of pings dropped on his head. Perkz is now hugging the top side of the map, just making sure he's as safe as possible. They have a lot of CC to lock Perkz down, so he needs to be very careful here, because Zlatan's being extremely patient, waiting for this opportunity to show itself. Haru is around now because he's a little bit skeptical as to whether the play will happen or not, and it will indeed. Let's see this 2v2.
Haru in the exact right place. Quick flash out, though. Staying around the area. So in exchange for the flash, Haru now has a 2-camp lead. We'll have to see if he can hold on to this, as Irrelevant, or Zlatan rather, did burn a lot of time there. Bit of trading on the bottom side. Carzzy getting poked away at. Neon, of course, trying to play as aggressive as he can while he has the Severum up, that extra sustain. But good pressure on the bot side for Misfits.
You have to wonder, was that a panic flash there by Perkz? You're rocking with an Ignite advantage here. You're rocking with a press the attack trundle. The second anyone commits there, they're just going to get instantly one-shot by Haru. So just scared of getting stunned into the wall, chain CC'd, and then would be forced to flash away. Maybe you're scared of getting chased, but better to be safe than sorry, you have to imagine.
And you think back to yesterday's Fnatic versus Rogue game, Malrang instantly knocking Humanoid in the wall, one-shotting. Of course, we're not at the stage of the game where there's that much damage, but even though Trundle in an extended fight wins out, certainly bullies out the Poppy, you can just get deleted by a full rotation from the Poppy and the Sylas, and you got to flash away from the E if it's coming in.
Absolutely can, and we talked about early game a little bit in the draft. We wanted more roaming from Perkz to be able to impact these side lanes, and we wanted more of an early game jungler for Zlatan to actually help them get leads in these early stages. Right now, they've got the first blood, of course, 300 gold lead, 400 gold lead at the moment. So good sign so far for Misfits. It's just about keeping that momentum and snowballing, which we haven't seen them do so much from the early game.
No. For now, dead even. And I'm waiting. I'm waiting for that explosive fight, that early objective. But I think naturally, anytime we talk about an LEC game, if it's not a Wampa Stomp early, I feel like it only comes down to late game teamfights. Hold that thought. Perkz, they know he has no flash. It makes this easy follow-up gang. First on the way in, two. Perkz is in trouble. Rakan! No, he forgot! He didn't read the patch notes, but it doesn't matter.
Well, Perks wants to leave his lane and impacts the sides, but Misfits just want to keep sending numbers mid to shut him down as much as possible. They get his flash on the initial gank. Looked like the 2v1 wasn't going to pull off the kill, but Mercer was there to make sure it happens. And now Haru will catch the wave. Good roam there from Mercer with that bot push. He's now given up just to make sure Perks is kept under control.
Again, these midweek matches are so wild, mostly because it's so hard to say right now which teams are going to playoffs, which teams are truly top teams outside of the Mad and Rogues of the world. And the standings remain a mess, something we'll talk about after we take a look at this replay. But the repeat gank from Zlatan here, a great call. Yeah,
Zlatan wants to flash, knock him into VTO's chain here, but he misses. So it looks like for a second with this double stun that Perks is out. The W also gets cancelled here by Mercer. Maybe was expecting it to expire, but anyway, they get the kill. VTO just flashes forward to make sure it happens. Loses his summoner spell, but gets the kill.
Yep, not a bad trade whatsoever. We'll see if Haru can now punish, as mid lane is clearly the name of the game. They want to keep Perks in this lane. You wanted to see him roam. Misfit's not a fan of that option.
And this is one way to stop the Talia from being able to roam. I mean, in isolation, Perks can push VTO in and can move towards sides, but Misfits just want to make this an ARAM.
This is rough. If VTO just takes the Trundle ult, he's going to be a very tanky boy, unless they can burst him down first. He might not have the opportunity to do so. He whiffs on the change, the healing!
He didn't have vision. Haru was just like going in and out of the bush so much that VTO, every time he was CC'd, Haru would hit. Every time he wasn't, Haru would go into the bush. Steals that away as well, and now Alfari's going on to Irrelevant here. Gonna push him away.
Forcing the ulti out, and obviously Gnar ultimate, very low cooldown.
I'd love to see a replay of that from VTO's vision, because it was really confusing for him. He wants to take the Trundle to live, but Haru knows that's the only way he can live. But now Irrelevant, a bit too aggressive here. Karzi's in top lane.
Flashing out. I mean, he's got a Spectral Sickle, he might as well roam.
Hell yeah, 4-man top. This is what we wanted to see in the early stages. Can Zlatan defend this in a 2v4? Irrelevant, no TP.
And for so long, they were able to stop Perks from getting out on the map, but now that he's level 6, he seems just about unstoppable. Nice pillar to keep him going. He can't jump over those rocks. He's got no way to escape. The dodge is about to fade away. Irrelevant still standing for now. He's trying to sidestep the movement. Not good enough, but on the bottom side, oh, this is the risk. This is the power of Aphelios. Keep your eyes on the damage output. Keep your eyes on the shock room, too. If they get another wave on that bot side, they're going to break that tower open.
Misfits are able to trade, and they're going to get a hell of a lot for it. They're going to get a full wave into tower. Labrov has TP, so they shouldn't lose too many creeps, but they managed to trade a 1-for-1 here, Misfits, in such a dire situation where you think that Tahm Kench in a 1v2 is undiveable, but somehow they pull it off with the correct juggle and the correct guns.
Very powerful. Heard Nightmare and Initialize talking about it earlier, how oppressive the ideal guns can be for Aphelios. Obviously, it depends on the context what the two best are, but when in doubt, red-white, a sure sign you want to get the heck away. On the top side, Gnar already a 600 gold advantage. You do expect him to win early on, but credit to Alfari for coming out on top a lot on those trades. And Gnar ultimate, just a few seconds around the corner, is always a sign of concern.
Yes, indeed. And now Perks finally gets his first roam off. And he won't have ultimate for a little bit, so that relieves a little bit of pressure on Misfits' side lanes, which bot lane is winning, top lane is behind. You can see it on the plates. Neon and Mercer have taken 2. Alfari's taken 2 himself. Herald is up, and Mercer still on the top side of the map. Maybe they want to look for a fight around this Herald, but it's quite awkward here because when your jungler has to clear out his bot camps, it's very hard to sync up. You know, do I give up all my bot side jungle camps just to force a Herald fight? What if we lose, you know? Then you're so far behind in your clear speed. Manages to catch up because Haru was ahead early on. And it's Neon that needs to get out of the lane if they want to fight this Herald. He's the one who needs to be involved in the fight because he's quite strong at the moment. He needs that mythic still, though.
Yep, and once he cycles once he cycles away from the red gun, he should have the green gun back, which is very good. Green-white, another very powerful combo, so he will be ready for the coming skirmish. As we see a bit of an aggressive play forward here from Zlatan.
All the meanwhile, Haru is soloing the Herald, it looks like. So Misfits have to make a choice here. Do they play for bot plates, which it looks like they're going to do. Zlatan's just buying as much time as possible, trying to buy as much time for Neon.
I don't think they win this 2v2. Labrov, a very tanky boy with all that farm he's been able to pick up. VTO on the way forward maybe can make the difference, with Perks already on the way back, courtesy of the passive. Now, VTO is unmatched on the bottom side of the map. Maybe can get a few more plates down.
Neon needs to be careful here. We'll spot out the bot lane of Vitality, which have come back to this lane. And the idea there for Misfits was stall as long as possible. Neon will get plates, happy days. He only got 1 plate though, so that's the trade for the Herald. Of course, Vitality gave up around the wave there as well. So we'll see how Haru does use that Herald. You've got 2 choices. You know, you could put it to one of your carries, perhaps the Senna or the Talia, get them a little bit of gold, or to your split pusher in Alfari to make sure he's ahead of the curve of Jax to keep that side push. Of course, Misfits will respond with the other neutral objective on the map, the Dragon.
In the extended trade, able to match there, so plate plus the Dragon for the Herald. The question really is, how does Haru use that Herald? Because it could be a 300 gold lead or about 160, balancing out the earlier plate, or it could be a broken turret, a huge map advantage, so pressure on him to really make sure that they can get something done there.
I would lean towards top. I mean, getting this Gnar ahead is so important to make sure you can force numbers advantage fights through mid. Of course, Alphari can push in waves, be first towards mid. Jack's not a good team fighter anyway, and Perks can always help him out to do that, so we'll see how they use it. Haru's going to go back to his bot camp for respawn. Perks has the Ignite up, and I think Misfits still have the same game plan. They want to shut down mid as much as possible, but Neon has no flash, so they have to be careful about any collapse down there.
I think this is one of the obnoxious parts about Taliyah, right? One of the few champions we see in the meta right now, just building tier, building Lost Chapter, and just AFK wave clearing. VTO, very hard time obviously trading in without anyone around to support. Can't really 100-0 the champion at this stage of the game, so just difficult to play against. And now that they haven't been able to snowball mid wildly far ahead, Perks is just going to be able to push in and roam a decent amount without jungle support.
Yeah, he's finally got numbers mid for himself, so he can actually push these waves out without being under threat of ganks. He's down a level at the moment, but should level up on the next wave. And this is the idea. This is what Vitality want. They want to be able to push in waves and hide in the fog of war, hide out of sight, so Misfits have to play the guessing game. Mersa and Zlatan are here to respond, the 3v3. VTO has to catch the wave, and then Perks will then disappear into darkness. As Mersa drops a wall to try to get as much information as possible, because Neon, no flash, could get an ult here from Perks.
Ooh. Okay, Lebrov needs to back it up just a little bit. Keep your eyes on the wall coming in, though. Neon can find himself in trouble very quickly, but Mersa now trying to turn the fight. Zlatan on the way in as well. Instantly going to flash over the wall. They can just try to burst him down, but Lebrov, quick on the ulti, is going to stop the play from going any further. VTO walking away as well.
Nice
now Neon, the knockback, it's clean, but no, they keep him standing, but he whips! He knocks him away, he stops the red ult from connecting, and that means he dies. He does not get the health back. And oh, it's such a close exchange. If the ulti hits before the Poppy Hammer hits, he would live, but at the end of the day, he goes down, and Vitality full control on the bot side, and baby, it's time to use that Herald.
It might be. They want to look for plates here. You want to take the full tower, ideally. He is going to drop it, and in this 4v3, they should be able to hit the tower, knock onto VTO. He loses towards half his HP. Mersa's already low. He has no ult. So
Here
the crash comes in, the demolish will proc, and the tower might just fall if they just commit to it. The only scary thing is...
Knockback Mersa, oh no! Into the waiting jaws of a giant catfish. That was not the play that they wanted. Yeah, they hold on to the tower for a few more seconds, but this bad boy's still gonna fall.
Yeah, Misfits felt really pressured to defend it as much as possible. 3v4, yes, it looks good, but the health bars were just so low that they couldn't even get in there to use one spell to clear out the wave without dying. Mersa falls, and all the meanwhile in isolation, Alphari is just dunking on Irrelevant in this matchup. Now getting toward 20, 30 CS leads, getting plates for himself, and he wants to stay in that lane as long as possible. Vitality gonna back away, and Perks first to bot. VTO quick to respond with the Taliyah ult. Zlatan trying to cancel some bases here. No flash, has to be really careful.
Wow, that was bold, that was confident. Misfits just trying to extend the play. They think that in the long run they can keep this one going. They can find an advantage. The flash for the knockup. Perks doing so much damage. VTO coming in with the Sentinel, but he can't really finish anyone quite yet. Neon waiting. Moving forward now, can use the Q, the onslaught to get a little bit of extra movement speed to get it closer, but he's holding on. He's going to throw it out now. They can't finish, and he kills. They burn so many resources, and they walk away empty-handed because while all this is happening, Alphari consistently dunking on the top side, building this lead even bigger.
Yeah, the biggest resource they wasted there was time. You know, Vitality had to base, and Misfits just came out of it, and you expect him to go towards mid, but now they've just matched Vitality in bot. We'll look at it again. Perks jumps in here, doesn't get a very good combo initially. Zlatan flashing over the wall, looks like they can turn the fight. VTO then glides in to stop Haru from joining it. Then Misfits are clumped together as 4, and Perks lands this incredible knock onto Neon. And then Asi, I think he looks here for the red gun ultimate to get a little bit of lifesteal. They get knocked away, so there's no one to lifesteal on. As good as it looked to try to save him, that was his escape route for his ult. Vitality then push forwards. Misfits tried to defend and tried to save a losing play, which only loses them even more. And Alphari so close, taking his tower again in isolation. Misfits want to shut him down.
And ultimately, while hitting with the red gun, maybe he could have aimed it at Perks, would have given him a little bit of health back. I don't know if it would have kept him alive. And the Poppy ult pushing people away certainly did help him survive as well. So maybe just looked funny. It's hard to say. They'll look back at the replay and feel a little bit awkward about that one. But ultimately, regardless of the individual small mechanical things, Neon really getting caught out. Vitality with a beautiful collapse. Great use of the Herald that we talked about. Moments ago, the Herald was the only thing really separating these teams in gold. Now, it's a lot more than that. 3,000 in their favor. Perks, despite Alphari's massive individual lane lead, actually the one pulling to the top of the standings.
Yeah, huge bounce back from Perks. I mean, if you just cast your mind back, got ganked twice. 3-man initially, 2-man to force the flash prior to that. Had no summoners, was pushed in, died, but then he still found roams towards top, towards bot. Now 3 kills for him, up 600 gold on VTO, who was the man who claimed first blood for free to make his life even harder here. Perks Dragon is up, and Misfits don't really have a way to respond to this Dragon. It looks like they're just going to give it up to Vitality. Maybe they want to look for a little bit of vision in this top side. River, Mercer has 2 wards, wants to drop them down. Alfari's being very careful with that pink ward next to him. And consolation prizes of small jungle camps here. The Crab is one of them.
Difficult now for the team. Mercer maybe fishing for something here. Alfari, not sure if he has the hop left. Can double bounce out. You got the TP now coming in. The charm. A lot committed from Misfits here. Alfari still standing, waiting to use the ultimate as long as humanly possible. The knockout comes in from Swanson. Alfari just scoops him back, flashes out. Misfits. Absolute mad lads. Ready to all in on a single play on the top side. Haru now retreating. And again, the second time in a row that Misfits have tried to force so hard and have walked away empty-handed.
Maybe an unnecessary risk there by Alfari stepping up, but still nets them a lot because 4 people top, that's a mid tower. So could have been a bad series of events, but they turned out pretty good. And Vitality will get themselves an objective. Looking towards the Herald as well. They are just dominating this entire map because they have 3 pushing lanes consistently into Misfits, which they have to keep responding to. Their answer to that was screw the lanes, let's go 4-man top and try to kill Alfari. I think Labrov's TP there was just in case Alfari would get chunked out or chain CC'd. He can just eat him, flash away, save his top laner, and keep the map in a winning state. And that's exactly what he did. Vito might be in trouble here.
Knockback, it's going to hit Mercer. Mercer, you can't leap out. Stunned up, locked up, ignited. They've got vision on him. The ulti from Karzi not available, so they cannot finish the job. In the meantime, Herald dropping. Everything is going right for Vitality in this early game.
Dragon actually didn't die. They had 3 members around the Dragon pit, but it looks like they ran towards the top side. Of course, we saw Haru respond to that play towards the later stages of the TP, and now Misfits actually find themselves a Dragon. Playing a little bit of seesaw here with Vitality, just mismatching to opposite sides, and they net themselves an objective.
But again, I want to highlight Perks in the mid lane because he was a player that we looked at. He was the player that wasn't necessarily as quick to adapt a lot of these roaming mid laners, but in this game so far, the Taliyah performance has been immaculate despite all of the attention he received, the countless roams and early ganks. He has managed to stay relevant in this game, and not only relevant, the strongest member on Vitality currently. And while everyone on Vitality helped make that happen, big credit to Perks for being so strong despite all the attention that he's had.
And I think Perks is a player where if you give him agency, he might run away with the early game if he has room to do so. And that's why Misfits tried to shut him down. You know, when you have Perks on things like Azir and Orianna and Corki, it's a bit difficult for him to impact the game. He's kind of waiting for his team to get him to a certain point where they're in even or winning state where he can take over team fights. But playing things like Taliyah or Yone or Sylas, he can actually dictate the pace of the game, and Alfari in trouble.
Flashing. Alfari has no flash from the earlier play. Remember, trying to get to Mega so he can hopefully knock him back. Leaping forward into the ward irrelevant. A little slow maybe on placing the ward down means Alfari gets out safely.
And Alfari has the tier 2 boots, and the Hypers proc gives him move speed as well, so irrelevant doesn't have enough to chase him down. Probably building towards something like the Frozen Heart here next. Mercer is around in case they're looking for a dive, but the minion wave is so small that it will die in an instant if Alfari ults it.
And also just Q a W, and it's just not big enough. Maybe on this wave with the cannon,
Shot
on the way in. Meanwhile, on the top side, Haru taking tower. They also have a Herald. Misfits, Gamblers, absolutely committed to making this happen, but Mercer's still tanking the tower. He flashes out to safety. Yes, they will take down Alfari. Now they have to set their sights in the tier 2 because they're going to lose so much on the top side. Neon all on his lonesome. A single slow connects. The TK will kill him, but he manages to make it out unscathed.
I will say a pretty good damn response here from Misfits. The fact that you're facing a Herald, maybe Vitality can look for a tier 3 here. No, VTO shows himself and will sway away any more kind of sieges coming out from Vitality. They managed to get a tier 2 of their own without a Herald and a kill, so trading evenly. Vitality now trying to push in mid, try to punish Neon, but both side lane towers full, and Misfits still have themselves these 2 dragons, which of course will scale so well if they can get the 3rd.
Yep, credit to Misfits for spotting the angle and fully committing there. Obviously, if that dive does not go well for you, if you make mistakes there, the game could fall even further out of your grasp. Only a 3K difference separating these teams. Misfits obviously with the 2 Drake advantage for themselves. A Mountain Soul big in this game, especially with the Jax, the Sylas, all these champions who want to dive in. And Poppy, of course, who's just a tank. Ooh, awkward.
Very awkward indeed. Managed to get it in the end.
I love having the crowd here because if I'm ever like looking at the mini map and there's like something hilarious happens, I'll know. You know,
brings your attention to it.
You know, the at-home audience, they have no way of telling me. I find out later that something hilarious happened.
Yeah, Perks just gonna ult here onto Neon, who has flash but no Gale Force.
Flashing out, no Gale Force as you highlighted a second. Any slow connects though, it's just so easy to land the setup.
Yeah, great play there by Perks, even in the face of 2 members of Misfits. Just ult straight past him, says see ya later guys. Gets a kill for his team, gets Neon summoner spells, and gets a mid push going for Vitality. A pressure point on the map where they can look to secure this objective. Misfits don't have that much wave clear, of course. They're playing 3 melee champs and a Rakan, so the second the Aphelios dies, if anyone wants to step up and clear this wave, they'll be in range and in the jaws of Vitality. We saw it on the bot tier 1.
Ooh, here we go. This
for a
is an EU classic right here.
Just rotating into Alphari here, who's hitting this bot tier 2. So are they going to get another tier 2 here? They have to be very careful here, Misfits. They're giving up so many objectives from one singular pick, and they have nothing to respond. TP behind, no, TP top, so it looks like Irrelevant wants to cross map here, saying, I don't need TP. VTO can be the one going bot when Baron's up. I want to get this top
TP
tier
coming
1.
out, Mursa, the interrupt, can he get it? Gets him!
Oh, he gets
knocks him out. Now he needs to make it out to safety. Leaping back to VTO. Leaping again. Alphari now chasing.
Flash up in
They
1
want to pull
second.
to commit to it. Can he use the Gnar? Stolen Gnar ultimate to disengage. I think he can, but no, he's not fast enough. Now Mursa's been locked up. Neon on the backside. Perfect guns for a fight, but they just need to escape. VTO pulling away. Still has the stolen Gnar. That means Vitality cannot commit to the fight in the face of a Sylas Gnar ult. Irrelevant will grab a tower. Very odd exchange of events, but Misfits will get the tower on the top side.
Yeah, Misfits didn't want to fight from the get-go. They just wanted a TP top, get a tower for losing 2, and try to get something from such a losing play. But they had to stop the TP, so inevitably they have to commit onto Alphari, and then it was just a case of escaping as quickly as possible. They managed to get out. Alphari using his flash in that exchange, and now 30 seconds on the next Dragon will put Misfits on sole point. Do they want to fight it? Frozen Heart picked up for Irrelevant will help him in these team fights, but it's Perkz who he has to be very, very careful for. Of course, if he has the E down, Jax jumps through it, he'll get stunned up. Perkz has so much damage right now. Mursa
back. Mursa can't even leap out. Does manage to make it out.
Didn't use the locket. Alphari doesn't have TP. His map movement will tell us what Vitality want to do. He's moving towards mid. Perkz.
Instantly knocked into the wall. Not this time, Perkz. Poppy ready to punish that time around. Still manages to walk it out, but Labrov no ulti. Maybe he gives Misfits an angle to try and fight.
Haru no ult either, so the front line is going to be a bit tankier for Misfits and a bit squishier for Vitality. Misfits found their way into the river. They want to take this fight. There's the Gnar for VTO. Doesn't have flash, but he has Zhonya's. He could commit. Perkz used the E. That's exactly what VTO and Irrelevant need to track Mursa as well. Mursa no ultimate either.
Ooh, and it's just so obnoxious to play against Sylas.
This is it.
As a Gnar. The power of this ultimate, how low the cooldown is, means it's low for Sylas too. He can have it up just about every single fight. Eyes on VTO, eyes on Neon off to the side. That's going to be the 3-man snare. The ball with the graviton. They're debating. They want to see if they can find an angle in. Vitality retreating is 5. Instantly knocked to the wall. Goes Golden. Mursa fishing for the ball. Labrov going backward. Alphari and Mega Gnar now fishing for a fight. Perkz unstoppable. The back line of Vitality remaining untouched. Perkz absolutely monstrous. Not the big explosive damage, but the sustained damage that will win these fights. Carzzy popping off. Vitality taking the
Perkz
fight.
once more.
Stolen Gnarl, just not enough as Vitality push Misfits out of the pit.
That's going to be the Dragon. That's 3 kills to Vitality as well. You can see how hard it is for Misfits to find an angle. The root connects onto Perkz, but how can VTO and Zlatan collapse on him? There's a Talia E in the way. There's so many rocks that they have to dash through, which will inevitably stun them up. Here's the root. Now look at Perkz, puts the E down. VTO can't dash through that. He sees one small angle, but then he gets the front line of Vitality, pops the stopwatch. Misfits try their best to buy time for him, but Alphari's in their face, gets the stun, gets knocked away, yes, but then the carries of Vitality can start to step forwards and push Misfits back.
Oh, and just the amount of damage that Perkz is doing at this point in the game. Carzzy as well is going to start to scale up too. The flash in. The rock. Oh my God.
Poor Poppy.
There he is, Dwayne Johnson in the studio. Just absolutely taking him down. Credit to the Mountain Drake there. A biased Mountain Drake, I will say, but doing some work.
Yeah, look at the damage Neon did, and look at the damage the front line of Misfits did. You know, these melee bruisers, it's so hard for them to get on top of Vitality. A lot of CC in their way, a lot of tools to deny them any kind of gap close, and now Vitality has denied that Dragon Soul, so they're going to play towards the top side of the map, and it looks like Misfits are trying to set up some kind of trap here. Mursa has the ultimate Neon, and him, we're looking for some kind of angle. VTO is bot now with TP up. Labrov's looking for a fight.
Just walking forward, he's so incredibly tanky. Neon has terrible guns for a fight. They managed to interrupt the dive forward. The wall now coming in. There's no way out of this. Goodbye, Aphelios!
Is that Baron? Baron could be on the cards here for Vitality. They didn't use too much there. Still a lot of team fight ultimates available for them. They just need Alphari to come towards this Baron pit and zone away the rest of Misfits. Zlatan has no flash, so he has no way into this pit unless he can full cast it. We saw Malrang do it. Can Zlatan? Alphari needs to find him and mark him.
TP for Labrov can try to retreat, but for now they're just staying around the pit. This is going to be a very slow Baron. They might end up trading an inhibitor for this Baron, so very crucial that they keep this going. Now VTO actually going to TP out once he breaks the tower. They're ready for the full-on 5v5. They want to head face first into Perkz, but Zlatan is already so low.
My God.
Oh my God. Talia E is a disgusting ability. They're getting obliterated. They keep opting into these fights. They keep walking into their own death. Perkz, an absolute monster. The front line of Vitality keeping their mid laner safe, and there's just nothing Misfits can do.
Yeah, it's the meat grinder of Vitality. The second you step into it, there's no way out. That's going to be a Baron. 2 kills. as well. Maybe VTO should have just looked for that bot in it, because you're opting into a 4v5, you're opting into a choke against the Talia, and you have no room to breathe in those kind of fights, no space to work with. Irrelevant again, gonna go towards a different part of the map, try to find an objective. Maybe he'll get this mid-tier too, but the siege from Vitality is on the way. Perkz picks up a Magi Soul Stealer cars. He's building towards his second item now, and Labrov doesn't want Irrelevant to get out here. He's saying, you took my tower, I will take your life, but Irrelevant extremely mobile on this Jax, has the wards to jump around with, and we're gonna have a look at that fight once again. So it's Labrov of all targets that they single out.
Yeah, and I think the logic here is we cannot afford to give them Baron because their siege is going to be incredibly oppressive, even if it would mean trading it for an inhibitor. They try to get something done, but again, the initial cooldown, the initial wall bang that comes out from Poppy goes on to Labrov. This is not the target you want, and certainly you do not want to just leave Carzzy and Perkz to free hit onto your most important members. And for VTO, it's just so difficult because normally TK, you know, the squishy backline boy you're not concerned about, but paired with the Senna, he's so tanky, he can just stand in the face of your Sylas and stop him from getting into the backline.
So, looks like Vitality have sent Alphari top to push out that lane, Perkz bot to push out. That's a 1-3-1 setup, so their 3-man needs to be very careful. You need the pressure points to be on either side so that when Misfits funnel in towards mid, you can start to chip away at their side lane towers. Vitality just stepping up here, pushing them back a bit. Need to wait for Alphari to get towards his top tier 3. And they're going to look for this mid tower in the meanwhile. So Neon's zoned away. He has Gale Force in case any spells are thrown in his direction. And good news for Vitality, Alphari has TP, so if Misfits pull the trigger here, he'll be able to join instantaneously. Irrelevant looking for an angle, forced to jump away. And the second that jump is down, Vitality have more room to step up. Zlatan caught here a bit.
Yep, and the difficult now is obviously you have the Kraken Slayer coming in from Carzzy, but anytime he tries to step forward for Zlatan, he's already behind, but there's a Trundle ult on the opposite side. So whatever paltry resistances he can put together, Trundle will take a decent chunk of, and it's the same story for Relevant on the top side. He can be strong, he can build tanky. If he pops that ult, and Haru pops ult in response, he is still a very squishy Jax.
Vitality just taking every objective right now. Misfits, no wave clear, no way to respond, no way to push them back. The only option for them is to engage, but they lose a fight, and Mersa's looking for the flank here.
There's not really an angle here. I don't even know who he leaps on. You highlighted this. The Tom Kench protects one member. The rest of the team can try to disengage.
The Pillar, Talia, the Mega Gnar in their face. Misfits have to run for the hills.
Oh, Mersa's just getting run down. He has no way out. He's trying to eat a VTO, but VTO can't even afford to step back. He now has the quickness to run to safety.
Wow. There goes their engage, and Vitality know it, so all they have to do now is get the bot waves in. You can see the pings. Haru's going to sprint down there, play for the triple inhibitor. Labrov's going to try to chase Mersa away because there goes the majority of their engage. Zlatan flashing onto Perkz.
Training flash for Flash. Will not quite get sniped. Never mind. Trying to sidestep. Knockback. Can't do it. Not fancy enough. Does get the flash. But ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a Vitality win. Misfits, they've run out of options. They've tried to fight so many times into this Talia, but just have not been able to find the angle. Vitality bleeding them out. We heard it from the desk. Both these teams can be the best team. Both these teams can be the worst. Well, today, Vitality are showing us their best. This has been an immaculate performance.
Yeah, they're keeping Misfits a hell of a distance away, and there's just no way they can close it. That's 3 inhibitors down. That's the last nail in the coffin. Misfits are trying to heal up on their own Nexus here. Vitality take the first tower. They're looking for the second. It's just a matter of time, Misfits. You gotta go in.
One last fight. This is it. Irrelevant committing. Carzzy walking away. VTO with the Gnar ultimate. The other thing you're looking at, keep your eyes on Neon. Perfect guns for a stacked 5. But Vitality pulling back. Ulti in. That was the red one.
Yeah, no damage.
That was an oopsie, but at this point, I don't know how much of a difference it would have made. Nexus standing in front of them. Misfits playing for kills. I do not think they can save this, but maybe they can. Irrelevant getting pushed away. No, LeBron keeping the team alive. Now taken down. Misfits again. Here comes the catfish. There's just nothing left for these poor rabbits. They get torn apart, and finally the Nexus will fall.
Dominant from start to finish. It looked like the second that bot fight happened that Perkz was ahead, the rest of the map was as well. Alphari was on his little island playing a little bit of a lane kingdom from his matchup. And then once the whole team of Vitality came together, it was extremely one-sided. No response from Misfits whatsoever in those fights. That last Dragon fight for the third Drake for Misfits was basically the game decider.
Yeah, and I think the thing that we've learned here is just that you cannot forget about the importance of Talia and her zoning potential, because people think, oh, Poppy W, you're going to stop all the dashes. But people forget when you dash into the Talia E, you're going to get stunned, you're going to get stopped. And there were so many plays where cooldowns were just thrown into that ability. It was on the ground. They could see it. And they just burned cooldowns anyway.
They have to run around it, and once you run around it, then you're funneling into their spells, the Talia Q, the knockback, and it's just so hard. You have to have someone come from behind and kind of sandwich them, because then their spells have to go in one direction and then the other side can actually facilitate that.
And it's probably why we've seen so many Talia's or Silas's fight the Talia on the side lane instead of the fight. Something we're going to see develop is I imagine we'll see a lot more Talia Silas in games to come. For now, though, Kia player of the game, we see on Twitter, Haru, Perks, Karzi. You know who I'm telling you to vote for, but I'm not telling you anything because I believe in unbiased democracy. So pick
Perks,
whoever you want. And if they just happen to be closer to the Ahri statue on the desk, cool.
Just below.
Just below.
Who you would have thought, huh? Not me.
Not me.
But yeah, this was the first game I think we got to saw Misfits on a raw early game jungler. Didn't look too great. A couple of early plays, but the second the mid lane roaming got kind of rolling, the ball got rolling, yeah, it just took over. And that just looks like it's the meta right now across the world.
Yeah, right philosophy to try to shut it down, but did not work out in the end. For now, though, let's send it over to the victorious man in the mid lane himself, joined by Machine on stage.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I am joined by not only the big man on the screen, but it is the big man over on the Rift as well. Perks with a big performance. I'm sure you guys will be casting your votes for that player of the game. Perks, thanks for joining me. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great. Thank you for having me.
The power of technology and the power of your Talia pick. I'd like to just pick your brain a little bit about that. I heard the casters talking about that pick not only fitting you, but giving you agency in the game. Do you feel like that pick kind of works for your role within the team?
I think the pick is just strong right now. And actually, historically, like 5-6 years ago, Talia was one of my weaker champions. But you know, I put a lot of practice in it and to be comfortable in it and to be able to perform to a level that I want to perform with it. So I'm happy with my Talia game. I don't think it was that hard this game to play well with the champion. So it's more like the champion is very strong this game. But I am happy with my calls, I guess. Yeah, the calls I've been making that made the game easy.
You mentioned comfort as well. How would you describe the comfort levels for the team? Obviously, you've had ups and downs throughout the split, but do you feel like this win and the games coming up next week will be a big indicator of your comfort levels? How is the vibe? Are we getting somewhere?
I think it's just best of ones can be really shaky, can like shake our confidence, shake our, I guess, our trust in like the draft or each other, right? Which is same for every other team that's struggling as well. Besides, I guess, Rogue and Lions, they're like, I guess, one cut above the rest right now. I think we are a strong team, and I think yesterday's game against the Lions does not resemble our actual strength. It was like the kind of game you would just like open in scrims, you know, and yeah.
I mean, especially for you, right? I mean, I'm sure you're a big game player. You're used to those best of threes. You played those best of fives. Do you think best of ones aren't always an accurate representation of a team's power, especially if you're volatile and changing players?
I think best of ones are probably never the accurate representation of team's power, besides a team that like keeps dominating them consistently, like Rogue, for example. You know, kudos to them. They're always for like 4 or 5 splits the best of one team. So they're obviously doing something better than the rest of the teams that makes them stay on top. I think playing comfort champions and playing the drafts they're comfortable with makes them perform better in best of ones than most other LEC teams. But besides that, it is nice to win best of ones, you know, like it's still better to win than to lose. So yeah.
That's no doubt. Spitting raw facts, hot facts. But with not only your experience under the banner, but also with them being, your head-to-head next week, G2 have also been, not looking themselves in this environment. What's your, very trained eye test of G2 and their problems? Do you have any ideas as to what might be going wrong, or is it just the same kind of thing as you, not necessarily always having the pieces in place for those best of ones?
I mean, I think they're definitely a better best of 5 team. They're probably also struggling with the meta, and I think their individual performances have been in a little bit of a slump. So in best of ones, one bad individual game can lose your team the game, kind of, right? Whereas in best of 5, you won't really lose the series ever for your team. I mean, unless you play really bad, which barely ever happens. It doesn't happen in best of 5 that there is just one player that gets completely gapped by the enemy player the whole series. That almost never happens. But in best of 1, it's more likely to how do I say, to int it, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, how do you say intentionally feeding? Yeah, no, oh, sure, man. Or not. Perks, I appreciate you. You did take the Kia Player of the Game as well. It's my responsibility.
Thank you.
Berlin, thank you. Give it up. Perks perking up in the server. And I do believe that's it. We do have that to look forward to, though, as well. Let's not forget that we do have the match of the week. Next week is going to be G2. Happy birthday going on right now live in the studio.
Thank you.
Yankos' birthday? You going to wish him a happy birthday as well, Perks? He can hear you.
Is it Yankos?
Yankos, yeah.
Can he hear me?
He can hear you.
Yankos, happy birthday, my dear baby.
Perks has just wished you a happy birthday. You want to say thanks?
Hey, Yankos.
That was the plan. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much.
Hey, baby.
I didn't expect it, but I'm very grateful. And good job, Perks. Nice game. You played very well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nothing but love. Nothing but love. And we're going to be seeing those two clash in the Rift next week. Game of the week, G2 taking on none other than Vitality. The Warner song of the week is David Puentes. I'm sure I butchered that. Don't Let Our Love Die. Make sure to check it out on the official LEC Spotify playlist while we wait for our next game. G2 versus Rogue coming up.
Thank you.
Incredibly impressive stuff. Really inspirational.
And here we go. He's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
Well, let's keep talking about G2 then, because I think this is interesting. We'll talk about the league as a whole for those who want to hear more about what was an insane week of upsets, because it's just interesting to follow this road down. What do you think is like, why have the last 2 weeks, and obviously there was a break between them, why were those weeks like so difficult? Like what made finding these wins so hard for you guys?
Honestly, I feel like it was quite individual performances. I think that as a team, we still had like a decent idea on how to play the game, but at some points, I felt like we fell behind on the meta. We were too slow to adapt to the patches because as soon as we came back from MSI, the meta was still the same from MSI. Yeah, of course, there was durability patch, but the champions played were like pretty much the same. And then I think over the course of a couple of patches, the meta shifted a bit, and we fell behind. So that was one of the problems, in my opinion. The other problem was individual performances. I felt like we were just dying in the early game everywhere, right? You can even bring up me and Caps dying 2v2 to Julius and Certus, I think, against SK Gaming this weekend. But you can also bring up bot lane getting solo killed, top lane getting solo killed, or ganked, right? Or us losing 2v2 with BB against Fnatic. So I feel like there's just many things that went wrong, and it was either in the jungle department or in the mid lane department or the top lane department, bot lane department, like everyone was just sucking. So I feel like it's very easy to say why we lost because we just played really badly, right? And sometimes you have these struggles as a team where you go into 30-minute games and you're like, oh my God, we didn't know how to play on Drake, or we messed up this Baron. For us, it's like very straightforward. Like every game is just lost in 10 minutes. So if the game is just not lost in 10 minutes, we can probably win. You know, we probably know how to play the game after 15 minutes. We even like stalled one of the, I think all of these games we stalled, we got some Drakes. We actually did make some mistakes in the mid games where maybe you could have closed out the games against, for example, Misfits or SK Gaming. I feel like this weekend was very, very winnable. But I think against Fnatic and Mad Lions, I feel like the games were just so difficult to play already from like 10 minutes onwards, right? And it was more on enemy team throwing than us winning. So this is a big vocal point right now for us is to, you know, fix that, fix the laning phase, fix the jungle piping, or rather fix the early game as a whole. And I think we can do that.
A lot to fix for G2. Well, yesterday at least they stopped their losing streak by beating us. Yes, there it is.
There is no way. That's wow, he's beautiful.
He is gorgeous.
Oh
Look
my
at that.
God, I'm in love.
Ari Star Guardian, I believe. Cosplay must be. I'm just mesmerized. Bye, Ari. Oh no, we've cut it off. Whatever it said, we'll show it again later. Oh, I'm so glad he's gonna play like that. That's crazy. Like, we're already uncomfortable if we wear like a shirt or a suit, and I'm really excited for that. But in any case, it's G2 versus Rogue, if you hadn't gathered it. We, of course, just heard Jankos talk about some of the issues for G2. They did bounce back versus Astralis, but that's a lot, I think, Yamada. You know, both meta read, both individual performances, both not being able to come back if it doesn't work out. How do you feel about G2 right now?
It's a lot to take in, like you say. I think when you've got so many issues going on, and Jankos, I think, outlined it perfectly. We've seen, literally, he brought up examples for us. We don't even necessarily have to dive deep into it. I think a lot of the time, especially when it happens week after week, like what we saw in the 4-game loss streak, you can start to get into your head a bit. I would hope for the sake of, you know, the likes of G2, and you've got Jankos Caps, the experience kind of trumps it. I'm not sure how I feel about the issues when you look towards how they're going to potentially look into Rogue, though.
Yeah. We're going to take a look at some of how they played versus Astralis yesterday, but how much do we need to take out of that game in terms of a jump-off point for today, knowing that it was the messiest game I've ever seen?
I think at least in this game, they understood the meta. Like, I think coming into this new patch, they're like, all right, we messed up big time last week, but this is a new patch coming in, and we can watch LPL. We've seen the picks, we've seen the Poppies, we've seen the Gwents, we've seen the Talia. It's easy for them to now have that to rely on. Was the early game still faulty? Yes. Yes, it very, very much so was. But at least now you fixed one of your issues, which was the patch and the meta. Now you can start working towards the other things, and that's the build-up we want to see.
Yeah, I think you say you fixed one of the issues, but into Rogue is quite interesting because we talked to Trimby also yesterday, remember? And he said, oh, we're willing to really pick things that people will be afraid of, you know, like that we can really counter in the lane, or that they have to pay attention to our bot lane, etc., and willing to take risks there. I think it's an interesting draft, even if you have the meta figured out.
And I think that's kind of spooky to hear from Rogue out of all teams, right? Because Rogue are normally very much like, they don't tend to historically kind of go out there for sort of unorthodox picks. Normally they're just buy the meta, buy the books, and they'll just play their game. I think for G2, looking at how they could potentially have to deal with some of those weird picks as well, depending on how Rogue feel into G2, I think at least we saw a good meta read yesterday.
Yeah.
And that could at least give us some hope to say, okay, if Rogue come out with something weird, G2 could have something pretty.
It's really the question of, is G2 back because of that win versus Astralis? I think this is going to tell us a lot. Let's dive into the top lane matchup. Of course, we glossed over it because we saw Odo in his cosplay, and I think we're going to see it again. But regardless of that, Broken Blade versus Odo is going to be a huge matchup. Oh, the live replay.
Okay.
There we go. What is on the side?
Yeah, that's the big thing. What's on the
It's
side?
really hard to get out of those cars, actually.
Beauty and the Beast,
so
the same
hyped.
person.
He looks hyped.
There he is.
I don't know if hyped is the word out to you.
Oh my
So hyped.
Buy our effing skin so I don't have to do this again. Okay, great. He nailed that. So let's talk about the top lane matchup then.
It's the walk, man.
And the walk, the strut. Me, I'm just trying to get into the analysis, but this is actually much more entertaining, to be fair. So GB saved me.
Yeah, okay, so that man on your screen you saw right there, and then the two gentlemen behind me, where one of them is actually still the same, they were the MVPs of their games, both of them yesterday. Odoamne on the Gangplank was phenomenal, finding the barrel chain and team fight, setting them all up, and that what makes him so scary, because not only can you leave him by himself with very limited amount of resources, he'll make the best out of them.
We talked so much about Odo, we actually already have to go to the casters. Quick prediction, G2 or Rogue?
Rogue.
Yeah.
She said quick.
Wow.
Rogue.
Oh,
Yeah, Rogue.
okay.
Yeah, quick.
No belief in G2. Drakos and Cadril, what do you think?
We were really distracted by the Odoamne cosplay, so we did not hear your question. I apologize. But we are ready for Rogue in G2 Esports. Who will win? That is a good question. Production just told me the question. Thank you, production. Genius. Hard to say. When Yanko says things on Euphoria like, we're just bad in the early game and we need to play better, kind of hard to bet on that, I'm not going to lie. And Rogue have been the kings of consistency. Larson absolutely popped off yesterday. That said, every time I feel like we think we've got G2 figured out, whether it's they're the best team in the league or they're like 7th, they always surprise us. And they've been surprising us so far. This week, obviously, came back swinging, and I think they might be able to do the same today.
The music, the lights. That means we're getting into draft, and I can see a sign that says, Dylan, we have to go Vayne. Dylan, are we going Vayne?
Ooh, and this funky jam, suitable for a birthday party or a draft.
It's the relaxing part of the game, you know. You
It's
see
the
Malrang,
relaxing.
Comp's got his hands on it near his head, back the chair. Malrang's inclined his chair a bit back. Odoamne's chilling. We're looking at OPs here. Zeri already taken away by Rogue. We're looking at Sylas. We're looking at Gnar. We're looking at Poppy. We're looking at maybe a Lucian Nami if it sneaks through, something like that. We'll see if any target bans comes out. I think thinking of Azir for Rogue, perhaps. There's a Diana onto Jankos. You know, you want to stop any kind of shenanigans around the Diana, Yasuo, Yone train.
Absolutely.
So yeah, blue side good for target bans. That's why it's so strong. Red side almost has these locked-in bans. But right now we're at a stage in the meta where there's so many OP champs to trade across that red side actually can sometimes trade evenly.
Sometimes can trade evenly. Obviously, when there's so many OP champions, sometimes it diminishes the value of those counter picks. We're just going to have to see. It's an absolute fist fight in the audience. Well, not literally, which I appreciate. Just a lot of a vocal fist fight, as they would say.
Looking at the draft here.
Oh my, sir! You are fit. You are pounding that chest. I respect it. That is commitment to fandom. Rogue versus G2. We'll give you some guys. We'll shut up for the first 30 seconds of the game, and you guys could do the LCK thing if you want, where you like trade cheers, see who's louder.
Wow.
Yeah.
A Kalista first pick.
Kalista first pick. Now, Comp obviously incredibly solid on the champion, but this champion is very feast or famine. We have seen great Kalista games from Comp. We've seen great Kalista games across the world. We've also seen Kalista games where she doesn't get a lead and becomes instantly useless.
We'll track that. A lot of OPs up. Gnar, Sylas, Renata. Does Rogue gonna pick up the Gnar straight away? Broken Blade already just blinded the Gwen. A lot of confidence in that champ. I mean, G2 needs some kind of early game-ish AD jungler here because you have double AP solo laners. I'm thinking of things like Lee Sin perhaps for Jankos, Poppy, Wukong, Trundle down means that pool has been pinched. Viego can work as well, of course. And
Yes, would Kog'Maw, a creative answer, a very slow, immobile champion, but has a lot more range than Taliyah.
You can't really do this because they can slam Jarvan on 3 here, and then the Kog'Maw is just so nullified. So I think this is obviously just a hover. Kalista, Mumu, classic.
Azir.
Azir, of course, it's Larson.
The Emperor.
It's Larson. We're going to get Azir.
God. And I'm excited because basically we're looking at Caps play one of the best, if not the best, mid laner in the current meta versus Larson's. I don't want to say signature pick. It's debatable if it's Corki or Azir, but one of his OG signature picks. Always going to be thrilling, and especially in a matchup where sole control of first is on the line. If Rogue lose here, they're tied with Mad. They're neck and neck, and that's a clear top 2. G2, on the other hand, in the thick of it, tied for 5th right now with Fnatic. Need to find these wins, need to pull ahead to catch up with teams like Excel, teams like Vitality.
It's almost like a breakout game here for G2 with the slump that they've been having. Beating Rogue is definitely the path back to success that they're so thriving for. And now there's the Aphelios into the Kalista lane support matchup, expecting G2 to play for the counts pick there. Of course, they'll pick up their jungler on 4 unless something like the Renata Nautilus is up, just trying to go for the best support available. So we'll see if that gets pinched. Of course, Rogue here could ban away things like, well, as I say that, G2 banned the Jarvan. So the jungle pools are going to get extremely pinched here now that I think about it. There's already 4 down. Lee and Diego are the next couple you have to imagine. And then you're getting into some whack territory. We've seen Nocturne from Owner. Maybe we'll see things like the Skarner, perhaps. It's dependent on what Rogue opt into.
Stop. Don't say Skarner. Don't do that. Don't do that to me. Renata ban, love to see it. Incredibly powerful, doubly so when there's an auto-attacking mid laner like Azir in the game. Even without the Sand Soldiers, even with just the basic auto attacks, can be a threat. Time to see, though, what the next focus is going to be. Will they continue to ban away the jungle pool? What do they have in mind for Jankos? Vi also taken off the board. I'm interested. Is there a potential Taliyah flex here? Seems unlikely given that Gwen is already locked in. Feels like we're looking for an AD jungler.
It could be, but then the thing is, Taliyah is stronger mid, right? So you need a very good argument to put her jungle and then pick a mid laner that is probably AD, you have to imagine, because, you know, if you're playing a mage now, you're triple AP topside. So this is definitely going mid, I have to think, unless they've got an incredibly good pocket pick, like some kind of Yasuo coming out here on 4-4 caps. Otherwise, Lee Sin is the safe bet. We'll see what Malrang can counter with. He's not short for champions when it comes to finding anything that can gank level 2 or 3. Hecarim as well might be a big pick.
I mean, when was the last time you had to see someone dig 7 champs deep into a jungle champ pool? There's usually only 3 champs in the jungle meta, let alone 8 or 9, as we're now going to see in this draft. So what is the option going to be? Xin, really solid. Taliyah kill lane potential. You leap in, you get the slow, makes for the easy knockback into the Unraveled Earth. Clean, reliable mid lane setup. Something to keep track of as we go later. And now the response from Rogue.
Oh, don't do it, Malrang. Against Xin Zhao, Taliyah, Gwen, is he going to go for the Rek'Sai? I think that's just going to be a hover, surely, right? I mean, you do need early game. You need to get this Kalista ahead. Level 3, fantastic on blue side to gank. Lee Sin will just be the better option, the safer option, and the smarter option, you have to imagine. Can play fights in many different ways, extremely flexible. Volibear.
Whoa, post-nerf Volibear. That is a commitment from Malrang. This champion was supposed to be dead, essentially removed from pro play. Might as well have been removed from solo queue too, how hard these nerfs hit. But see what he can do with it.
And it's because you max Q on Volibear normally when you're looking for early ganks. W is better for the 1v1, but the damage on your W and Q just got nerfed. The move speed on your Q got nerfed. The damage overall from Volibear is just extremely lower. You think of the amount of damage that level 3 Volibear can do in a combo. Is that a Sejuani? Wait, is that Sejuani support here for Trimby? Now G2 have been thrown a curveball. You thought you were counter-picking a Nautilus support here. Now you're up against the Sejuani. What is their response? Tam Kench would be the safe bet. I mean, you can just pull him out of the... No, it's not
Targamas.
No, he's teasing us here.
Stop playing with our heart, man. We've had enough. The Sejuani was stressful enough.
He's teasing us here, surely, right? I mean, Taliyah bot into Kalista doesn't... You know what I'm saying?
You can just leap through with an... All right, Tam Kench. It's not flashy, it's boring, but it's good. It's good. Trust him, it's good. It's good.
No, it's not Volibear top, right? It's definitely Volibear jungle. Should be Sejuani top.
I mean...
no, Sejuani support, sorry. What am I saying? God, even I'm getting mixed up in this draft. Yeah, it's Nara top. So, Sejuani support with the Kalista. We'll see how that works out. I mean, the problem that Rogue have is Sejuani functions with mini champs, right?
Yep.
You know, Sejuani Wukong top jungle. Sejuani Renekton was an ultra classic because you can proc the stun so easily. It's on Trimby and Malrang to proc the stuns. Now, if the Volibear Q hits, they have a lot of chain CC. It's just a case of whether they can connect that. But of course, Sejuani engage is as simple as dashing forwards, throwing a big thing, it hits the first target. There's your answer. So Rogue, really good team fight. A little bit of split push with Odoamne on the Gnar. Probably playing more towards bot side here in G2. A lot of roam potential from Caps, 2 side lanes that he can opt into, which will want to push and will want to snowball a bit in their isolated lanes. But Caps definitely has something to say about it if he can leave his lane.
Thank you. I was waiting, bated breath. I was like, what word is possibly going to come next? Early game is going to be huge for both of these teams. The studio audience divided. Rogue fans, G2 fans, Carmine Corp fans.
OTP shout out there. Go Targamas.
I mean, pressure on both sides. Again, a lot of stakes when it comes to standings. It is just a single best of one, but finding advantages, finding leads here early on. Now it's time for us to get into game. Rogue versus G2. All right, we're new to this. Are there any Rogue fans in the house?
Not bad.
Not bad. G2 fans, you think you can do better?
Oh yeah, they can do a hell of a lot better.
They did.
More numbers and louder. So G2, the
Fan
Berlin favorites
for this time.
Yeah.
The
Sitting
Rogue.
at 5-5. Yep. Not something we expected from G2 from such a stellar first couple of weeks where they picked up those 4 wins.
And obviously, again, standings big here. Rogue sitting at the top, can hold on to that space on top, move up to 9-2 to end this week would be big moving forward, or they could be tied with Mad Lions, making them our clear top 2 in the regular season. And the battle in the stands, just as furious as the one on the Rift.
Berlin erupting here. A battle of cheers going on for both these teams. And I think this game is extremely important for G2. Rogue can afford to drop a game. They're sitting pretty comfy with 8 wins. But G2 need to turn this ship around.
And reminder, oh man, they're not stopping. You guys are out of control. Whether you're a Rogue fan or a G2 fan, I love you. I'm so glad you guys are here. You're absolutely killing it. Fantastic live audience. You guys are the real heroes again today. Thank you, thank you. We'll focus back in on the game now as we get to the laning phase, but reminder, EU 4 slots at Worlds, which means regular season finish is so important. You can secure Worlds without winning a best of 5 if you finish first. Rogue currently in pole position to do so.
Mutual agreement in chance there. I think both G2 and Rogue have come together with the chance to start going for TSM. But yeah, you're correctly right. These are the 2 teams we expect to be contending or have the expectations on their players and their organization to be at that World Championship.
Absolutely. For G2, fell short last year, but the pedigree of players and certainly G2's appearance at MSI makes them clear favorites for at least one of those positions. For now, though, Jankos, aggressive early pathing, moving himself down to the bottom side. The Volibear, something we have to track. Remember, heavily nerfed, but maybe with the power of Sejuani, can get something done.
Malrang really quick clear here. Red Raptors into Krugs around the bot side of the map. We'll find Targamas. A little bit of action might kick off, but no, gets spotted, takes the ward. Now he's forced back towards mid-top side. The only issue he has here is he knows that Jankos is pathing down, and he's going to look to try to find him. Jankos will hit level 3. Will he go into the river? No, he'll go for his blue buff for now. Now, the issue Malrang has here is he doesn't want to leave his bot lane alone because it's a Kalista lane, but he has to clear his top camp. So inevitably, G2 should know that eventually Malrang will be on this top side jungle, and Jankos can try to punish something down here. Maybe look for some kind of early dives, but will be incredibly difficult.
Yeah. And you can see in the mid lane, Larson coming out on top in these early trades. Obviously can, with the soldiers, trade through the wave, whereas Caps is limited in where he can throw those rocks, has to try to find an angle. So simple early laning phase, but Jankos coming in. Larson, does he have the shifting sands to dash away? Looks like he will not need it. Jankos just buying a bit of space for Caps.
Wow, just a trade-off of junglers here. I mean, both of them got to level 3, and they're both looking for ganks everywhere. Malrang will get this top crab, and Jankos might try to invade this top side with Caps, but he needs to push out this next wave. He'll see the crab is down. Broken Blade's pushed out top, and now Jankos will move into the jungle. He's got his top laner by his side. Caps will push in this mid and join. Malrang knows they're on the way, so he doesn't want to show. He's being extremely sneaky here, and he's going to take the fight.
Obviously, Volibear's still powerful in the early trades, but Broken Blade coming in should mean surely a dead Malrang. Not ready to come over the wall. Malrang flashing out. Jankos could be in trouble. Good bit of poke. He can just take his time on this one, wait for Mega. Broken Blade has to step forward. Jankos can heal up off the blue buff. Good highlight there, Caedrel. Jankos now focused on the objective.
Might get baited here. Jankos has smite, so if he overcommits here, it could get turned.
Coming in. He is going to smite that one out. Well played by G2. A close exchange, however. Sand Soldier's poking. Targamas on the way up too. Odoamne looks like he's ready to commit. He has the flash. He has the wall up, but both sides backing away. Disaster averted. G2 still securing the blue.
Both these teams ready to throw punches, though. You can see the early game junglers coming out, looking for plays around the map. Jankos trying to punish this pathing by Malrang. Does get the blue buff in the end. Won't hurt the Volibear too much, but does get the +1 on the camp. Now both supports are around mid. Targamas here to help Caps get the push once again. And you can see G2 want to use their mid laner to move around the map, look for these plays, bring as many members as possible to invade onto Malrang. And Rogue need to collapse, respond, and defend their jungler. Round 1 goes to G2.
And I think it's so big there that G2 are able to force the invade on top side and contest that blue. It makes sure that Larson has to TP back to mid lane, so it is an EVT pit trade. Ooh.
So Jankos there tried to use the W from the bush to hit Odo, and then maybe he would just run forwards, flash, auto-attack him, and if Odo flashes, he can match with the E. That was the general idea there. Even if the W connects, he can flash afterwards anyway, after he does use the Audacious Charge. So Odo gonna escape with his life, still unsure where Jankos is, so you can see he wants to crash this wave, but he needs to find out where Jankos is. Can take a pretty good guess here. Probability is he's probably based. If he hasn't, he's wasting a lot of time on his top side, and my jungler might be able to punish that. And he is correct in guessing. Jankos moving towards his bot side respawn. Caps extremely low. Needs the base.
And this is really just so much aggressive trading in the mid lane, pushing back and forth on these waves. Malrang returning to mid lane. Again, really waiting to see what we'll see from Volibear this game when we get into the mid game, especially where those nerfs might affect him a little bit more. So far, he's been at least able to impact the map equally with Jankos, but something worth tracking. On the bottom side, lane farming evenly. It does not feel like a lane where we're going to see a lot of kill pressure until potentially level 6 at this point.
So you can see that wave bot is stacked up, and they want to crash it on the next wave, or on this one, and they want to look for a dragon, you have to imagine, because the only play here is just make sure it crashes.
Ooh, this
Malrang's around, and the Jankos are showing mid, so they have an opening here, but Rogue aren't going to take it. I think they just want to base here, because what it looks like happened, Rogue bot lane based came out, G2 is now based, and Rogue have a lot of gold to spend in their bot lane, so overstaying for too long would mean that they're at a gold disadvantage, so just want to match their enemy bot lane as much as possible.
Yeah, it does mean, however, that Comp has essentially cemented himself a bit of a CS lead on the bottom side. 200 gold lead will start to fade away as Flacket is finally here, but losing out on a bit of experience. And getting level 6 ahead of schedule for Comp could be big, but Flacket already at level 5 is not going to hurt too much.
This is the kind of game where one fight will explode it, because it'll explode in one direction, because the second a play happens, everyone will want to collapse. You can see Trimby and Malrang already holding hands in this bot side river, trying to get this crab. Targamas is around, Jankos on the way, and Caps can respond so quickly with the ultimate. It's the top laners who will be isolated, the 4v4. Whoever can put numbers first on the objective will always have an advantage. And it looks like G2 for now were able to push Rogue out.
Leash on the Scuttle Crab, getting the Honey Fruit as well. Take that one down. Control over the ocean is big, and obviously taking this objective so early on means that they're going to still have enough resources to contest Herald if they so choose. We'll see what the response is here from the side of Rogue, but it looks like for now they're just willing to give this one up, not looking to take the 3v3.
I think a Herald fight is what Rogue will look towards. Try to get Sejuani level 6, Kalista level 6, move their bot lane up and just take that fight. So much engage, so much base damage at level 6 that you can instantly burst down a target. Yes, this Sejuani is a support champ, but level 6 will do a hell of a lot of damage. Larson gets caught by the W.
Pushed back, forced to use the ultimate. Will not have that up for the Herald fight, which is also crucial. So again, those small cooldowns.
So much mana burnt as well for Larson there. Just makes this lane a hell of a lot harder. Any mid lane mains will know that using your full combo on Azir just hurts your mana bar so much that it forces you to take a base. Rogue get this wave in bot. Now, do they base and run top, or do they stay around for a little bit to try and get that level 6? Because the Herald is spawning in 5 seconds. Both junglers are on the top side, trying to get level 6 themselves. There's the Kalista level 6. Jankos a little bit ahead of Malrang right now.
And of course, the thing that always complicates Heralds is Aphelios being in the game. If he's left alone on the bot side with White Gun, he can usually take 2, 3, 4 plates, which can balance out a Herald. So something that has to be respected, and potentially why we're not seeing more members of Rogue immediately committed to the top side. That said, conceding this on top of conceding the Drake is brutal for Rogue in the early game.
Rogue just incredibly late to this. You can see they want to respond. The bot lane of Rogue is moving up, but look where they are. They're miles away. Rogue can't even take the fight. They're forced away. Broken Blade trying to get the flash out of Odo. We'll just hop over that wall, ultimate invested, and there's nothing in return here, not of a response here from Rogue. They can't take away these bot camps. Malrang can't counter jungle. He's just left stuck in his own jungle and forced to back away, and now Jankos gonna help Broken Blade push out top. And good early game here so far from G2.
And it is a bit awkward for Malrang, because I feel like the one thing that we know Volibear did really well was take over early games, and it's been pretty quiet. 0-0-0, 9 minutes in. Herald already gone, Dragon already gone. The window's certainly not gone, but running out of time to really make that champion feel impactful before the Xin, especially with the power of his ultimate, starts to take over.
Question is now, where will that Herald go? And if it goes to a side tower, how many numbers can G2 put onto that side tower? Now Trimby's level 6, he can look to team up with Malrang and look for plays onto Caps, for example, who will be extremely vulnerable if one CC lands. So now it's just about tracking the enemy laners. Making sure they're aware of where Trimby is, making sure you're aware of the positioning of junglers. If Targamas can match Trimby, who, of course, Targamas not even level 6 yet. It looks like they're going to go through mid, team up again. We saw this at level 4, we see it at level 6. The second anyone steps up, they will instantly die. So Targamas trying to fish for information. The crab is up, Targamas soloing it right now.
Zoning it away, pushing it towards the bottom side. The Chen dash is back, he might find himself in trouble. Just trying to zone it away, playing some good defense here. Tries to donate that one over to Flacket or to maybe to Jankos. Oh, they're a wholesome team. The birthday boy, give him a crab. Gift wrapped.
I mean, of course, any jungle main will know if someone took that crab, it's a quick ult F4. So I think GG's bot lane were very aware of that.
That sounds like that's against the Summoner's code, sir. I don't know how I feel about that content.
But you can see there's been 4 stare downs in River. 2 crabs, 1 herald, 1 dragon, and G2 have scared Rogue away all 4 times. And Rogue still have so much tools that they can use to start a fight, but they still haven't found an angle. Jankos has been a level up on Malrang this whole game, and they haven't really walked past this river. We haven't seen Malrang and Trimby in the enemy jungle yet, and this Kalista lane is something you want to play around or use to your advantage to force these early game fights, but G2 seems to be the ones favored.
Has felt like the case. And you talked about tracking the jungler earlier. They didn't have a lot of vision, but now they've taken the crab. Now they put a ward on the enemy bot side. It means there's a little bit more comfort available. Targamas also ticking over to level 6 means that dives on bot lane are a lot less viable. And as long as he hovers between bot and mid here, he can most likely keep, Caps, the other point of vulnerability, pretty safe.
Not as much action as maybe the fans and we would have wanted. That is just teams responding to one another.
Sometimes, you think you're getting MMA and you get Queen's Gambit. We just have to pretend that there's like this big mental chess battle happening on the ceiling.
Yeah.
Because right now it is a lot of farming, it's a lot of trading waves, it's a lot of moving around the map, and Rogue are pulling ahead in gold, but the Herald should balance that out. It is going to run out pretty soon here based on when they took it, so they need to find a lane to use it in. With Jankos on the top side, feels like it probably will be top lane.
Yeah, 40 seconds on the Dragon, that would be ideal for G2. So if Jankos does look top, I think Rogue will trade that objective. Odoamne has no flash, but there is a ward there, so the second he spots Jankos, he will start to back away. And Jankos will take away that ward, which was spotted by the sweeper that Targamas took on the entrance red buff. Now he's moving into the jungle, still a level up on Malrang, will win out on the 1v1, you have to imagine, but Rogue can collapse quite quickly, so Jankos just gonna opt out of that fight. Still has the Herald. I wonder if he's going to go mid now and place it down with Caps and then move towards this Dragon because they want to start stacking them.
He's actually out of time. He's got maybe 15-20 seconds left on it. He has to use it mid lane, I think, before the Dragon. Or he's going to try to run top lane as a last desperate gambit.
Oh, Malrang can see it's running out. He could just fight him right now because you can't use it in combat. We'll see if Malrang just goes for him, hits him. There's the hit, so now he's in combat. Will he drop combat? He's trying to snipe him with the E, but he just gets it off.
He gets it.
Not ideal, but better than nothing. We'll see if Rogue allow this to collapse. Targamas might be in trouble here. Just flashed away there in mid. Trimby used the Ignite and also fighting happening in mid. Summoner's blown for the first time this game, and now G2 trying to make sure this Herald crashes. The 2v2, Caps is catching mid-wave, and Larson is moving top first, ironically. Normally the Talia is here first, and G2 have to be careful.
Trading. Going back and forth now. Malrang potentially in trouble. Larson on the way up, though, could be big. Jankos taking a decent amount of damage. Herald is yet to charge. They will finally get the charge off. There it is, a bit of money into the back pocket of Broken Blade. Malrang now going to be in trouble trying to turn back, trying to fire back, but G2 quick on the collapse. Larson now has to retreat. The rest of his team trying to make impact elsewhere on the map. Comp pushing in the bot lane, but it was already so far pushed out by Flacket that there is no response here.
Odoamne's quite low, no flash. Broken Blade's ulting to make sure the wave can crash. Odoamne has to hold the wave here and fight Broken Blade to the death.
You said it would come down to a single moment, a single fight. This might just be it. Larson now trying to turn the smite from Jankos again, keeping him healthy, but here comes Trimby. Targamas immediately going to save the day. Rogue holding on. They give nothing up in the exchange.
They wanted to get the dive. Odo didn't let the wave crash. Jankos, the Gromp, saved him. He smited it, got the heal from the kill on the Gromp as well. Game of inches in that fight there. Only one kill comes out of it. 200, 300 gold lead for G2. And it was about time Trimby showed up, right? We saw Targamas in that fight for so long, questioning where is Trimby. Shows up just in the nick of time to push G2 back.
Ooh, an awkward situation here. Kalista normally you'd consider stronger in the 1v1, but the Gale Force already for Aphelios coming in makes it hard for them to push any greater advantage. Right now, Rogue dead even again after the Herald usage. Trades are getting harder for Larson. Cap's doing a lot more damage. Malrang in the area.
Dragon's still up as well, both these teams. After that Herald's been used, one team has to use it aggressively, one team has to try to defend it. Rogue have defended the Herald, it did eventually crash, but now Dragon's up. G2 looking towards a Hextech Mountain or a Cloud Soul here. If they roll a good one, then that's going to have to be a dragon that Rogue eventually have to fight, and looks like they're posturing to do so. Malrang, no flash, no ultimate. That's something they have to wait for.
Caps here first, however. Larssen forced out of lane. You can see that Talia damage starting to ramp up early on in the lane. You can see from the gold that Larssen was pulling ahead. And in this matchup, based on what we saw from Larssen yesterday on this Azir, high hopes, but Caps, it feels like an inevitability. Yeah, the KDA is bad because the win record's bad, but the damage share, the amount of plays this guy can make is something so hard to show in statistics. Something that has to be respected from the side of Rogue, and it looks like ultimately they're just going to give this objective up. Wow. Larssen not in position to contest. G2 grabbing another Drake for free. The Herald, both dragons, every objective has gone the way of G2.
Almost every crab as well, just that one that Rogue picked up in the bot side river where they spotted them doing the dragon. Dominating the map right now, G2. Looking for a little bit of chunk on this bot tower. No plates. Flacket has perfect guns for this. I think it might just die. We'll see if he can get it in time. Comp's on the way. Will he get this tower? If he does, that's a massive chunk of gold to the Aphelios in a lane which the Kalista wants to punish. And that's the power of Aphelios. Those guns shred through towers like butter. And now Trimby trying to retake vision on his own side of the jungle.
Yeah, it's pretty nice when you can just walk into melee range and you suddenly find yourself with 2 attack speed without any attack speed items. Aphelios, fun champion. That said, you can see in the total gold, Comp's still slightly ahead, but might not matter too much if Flacket has these guns and they do try to force a 3v3.
Herald's up now. That's the next objective. Will G2 just take that uncontested again? Right now, they're on the bot side of the map trying to defend any play that Rogue might throw at them. Looks like Rogue want to force down the enemy bot tower now, get a wave in there, look for dives, try to threaten something. Of course, TPs are up. You can see that ward across the Dragon Pit there. Broken Blade can TP to it. Unleash teleports, whereas Odoamne doesn't have the best of wards. We'll have to look for the wave. Trimby engaged on.
Caught out, has Aftershock as well as the passive, so he's tanky for just a little bit longer. Comp gonna try to keep this fight going. Flacket, perfect guns for a fight, though. They're gonna come in anyway. Now Talia all coming down. Caps the backup that they were waiting for. Free-firing Yankos, slowly but surely gonna get cut down. The stun, managing to find the kill. Rogue getting one. Malrang gonna be the next one in trouble. Unstoppable, fantastic use of the ultimate. G2 biting off more than they can chew in that context. Rogue able to find the kill.
4v4 in favor of Rogue. Odoamne TP'd down. Broken Blade almost single-handedly took the kill onto Odo as he TP'd in, so couldn't impact the fight. Maybe if he was full HP, he could have chased down, but Broken Blade using every tool he has to try and chunk him out as much as possible because he wants to get this top tower, and I think he might be able to do so. Saves his TP, so summoner advantage to G2, kill to Rogue.
Definitely something good to have. Odoamne, you can see on the bottom side, just about to finish that gold, so we'll get a gold injection, balance out some of the gold that Broken Blade was able to pick up, keep the gold relatively even, but it's an incredibly back and forth game.
Yeah.
And again, still 1-to-1 the kill score. Yeah. Very quiet game, but the teams are responding so well to map movements.
Gold dead even as well. So Trimby is the one who gets caught out at the start here. Of course, Kalista ult pulls him back, and then the fight ensues. Both top laners were looking to TP here. Flacket a little bit too far forwards, forces him out because Targetman has to use the eat. Camp's a little bit late to arrive because the fight's already started and Yankov's already extremely low. You can see Odoamne there, extremely low HP, has TP'd in. Maybe if he had a full HP bar, he would chase onto G2 there with a Mega Gnar and would have turned the fight. But in response, G2 get a top tower, and they've got 2 towers right now. Rogue have 0, but the gold's still in favor of Rogue. 300 to them. 2 dragons in G2's back pocket. Herald still up. Odoamne now hitting onto this bot tier 1, of course. Broken Blade actually used TP off screen, it looks like, so both these top laners will be in isolation again for the next couple of minutes.
Oh, certainly. And Kadril, I think we have to talk about expectations for mid-game, for team fights, for what these teams need to do, because the early game has been so back and forth. Neither side has been able to build that big advantage with the composition that they have, so what do we need to look at next?
Well, Larssen will scale infinitely right now on the Azir, so he's almost like the late game insurance, but the single target engage that Rogue have with the Sejuani and the Volibear is extremely deadly. Luckily for G2, they have the tools to stop it. The Eat is one of them. We saw it in the last fight. The Talia E again will play such an important role. Jankos can buy time with the ultimate. The key thing is who can get the front line down first, and can Odoamne or Broken Blade look for flanks, solo play the fights. You know, if a Gwen gets onto the backline, could wreak havoc. If Odoamne finds a massive Mega Gnar into Caps and Flacket, Targamas only has 1 person he can save.
Certainly. I think the other big thing is Flacket, obviously Aphelios scaling very terrifying, but this is what we were waiting for, finally seeing some of these engages, some of these big plays.
G2 really good disengage, you can see it right there. Caps can push them back, the Sinza ult can push them back. Here's the 1v1, the 2 top lane Titans going against each other.
Ooh, speeding up with the Ghost there, trying to chase him down. Nard back into the wall, last stack of the ultimate up and available, trying to knock him up. Nope, not going to find the opportunity. Now walking away.
Now Gwen R is 1 second recast time. Don't have to hit creeps now, so Broken Blade can just shred through as much as he would like. Doesn't have to hit creeps. And And now Rogue sent their bot lane top. Larson ideally wants to stay mid, and 40 seconds on the next dragon. It's going to be a Cloud Dragon. You want to deny souls, and Rogue want to take fights. This Kalista is at a point where if she hits her 2-item spike, probably the strongest she'll be throughout the entirety of the game, right, in this current state. You want to take advantage of that. You want to find engages. Trimby's ult, when it comes up, we'll see if they look for it.
Targamas moving down, Flack clearing out the waves really quickly with the power of the Infernum. Now Odoamne on the bot side crucially kept his flash in that exchange. Gnar ultimate will be up for the coming fight. If he can manage the rage well, that's going to be a huge tool. You talked about it already. Flanks, angles, looking for a way into the backline can be key. For Rogue, however, they get set up first. That's going to be big for the Azir, big for the entire team.
We're going to see a lot of skill expression in the next fight, but G2 could just opt out of the fight and get this mid-tier one, break open the map and try to control the game from a macro standpoint, ignore the dragons, and Rogue aren't allowing it. Screw the dragon, take the fight.
That's the ultimate, knocking him up. The eat where they're going, they're waiting as long as possible. Now speeding out to safety. Targamas keeps Flacket standing.
Good play there by Rogue. You know, if they went towards the dragon there, it would have been a tower trade for a dragon. So good presence of mind to actually force G2 away, take a fight, push them back, get the objective uncontested, lose nothing in return. And with so many summoner spells being up and these champions, there'll be so much skill expression. When the 5v5 kicks off, it's going to be the team fight, the team comms and the individuals to stand up and clutch these fights.
So important. Rogue, can they keep this streak going? Standing at the top of the table for now, looking to move up, looking sole control of first place as we end the week. G2, though, in the thick of it. Tough last couple of weeks. Had a win versus Astralis yesterday, but definitely not enough to feel like you're back to full strength. Beating Rogue, though, probably could be. Flacket keeping the waves cleared. Both teams waiting for that big fight, that angle for the full 5v5.
And it's a bit of a hard game for Rogue to control right now, and the reason is they haven't gotten a single tower yet. Top, mid, and bot tier 1s are up, which means the waves crash so early on that you can't push into the enemy jungle without getting collapsed on so easily. That bot tier 1 looks extremely low, could be a standing goal for them, but right now it's almost like playing the game on hard mode when you haven't taken any towers. G2, mid tower extremely low, and they've taken both sides, so it means they can push Odoamne all the way to his tier 2, and it gives Broken Blade so much time to roam around the map and join his team. You can see him in mid now, looking for Comp.
Comp, gonna be in trouble, trying to leap backwards here. Knocked up, knocked down, shut down. Gale Force in from Flacket.
Does G2 go to Baron? Could be risky.
Good guns.
But could be a hell of a reward. Looks like they're posturing for it. They're going to start it up. Good guns, as you said. Caps is around. Odo has to TP in soon. There it is. Malrang and Trimby. What's the engage going to look like? This Baron will go down quite quickly. Caps has smite as well.
Away. Stun going down into Jankos. Jankos getting burned down. Targamas going to eat him up, so they still have a smite in the pit. Blackman again. Perfect goes for fight. Larson! The Emperor himself, but is it enough? Can he keep the fight going? Keep your eyes on Flacket. 20 shot group. This man is popping off. Welcome to 200 years, baby. You do not fight the white god of Felio.
Take the risk, and there's your reward. G2 get a full ace of Baron, and the game is blown wide open. Larson thought he saw the hero play with the stopwatch, but it's Flacket who repositions, and it's Flacket who melts them down. G2 lose their mid tower in exchange. They're going to base out now, get the item spikes. Broken Blade picks up the Nashers. And man, G2, it looked a little bit messy, a little bit hairy towards the start of that fight. Jankos looked extremely low. Targamas clutch with the eat, the reposition from Flacket, and Caps kept himself alive with the Smite Summoner Spellbook.
Flacket backing, buying the BT, buying the extra pickaxe on his way to an Infinity Edge. And take a look back at this fight. You can see why G2 were confident to start the Bearing. Rogue forced into taking this fight.
Yeah, Jankos postures for a turn so many times. Here he gets hit by the ult, taking so much damage. Of course, Baron shreds your resistances, and it looks like the jungle will die here. Targamas clutch eat, and Larson sees the super play, goes for the ult, but then there's no damage left. Malrang and Trimby are split. Of course, Kalista Comp is dead, so Flacket repositions with the flash. So many chakrams. Caps manages to escape against Malrang, and good play overall. The problem Rogue had there is your only damage is Larson, and when he commits and stopwatches, G2 can just run away with the fight. Nothing to be scared of, no fear whatsoever, and that's what we're seeing here. Broken Blade level 15, Trimby only level 9 right now, pushing in for these tier 2s.
Yeah. Odoamne fishing for a play, going for the knockback on a Broken Blade. Can they finish this kill, though? He's so tanky. And you highlighted earlier, the individual target, single target CC from the side of Rogue, their ability to make picks is massive, but when it comes to damage in the team fights, they just have so much less than G2, especially now as Comp kind of cresting that 2-item power spike that we talk about, looking towards 3 items. He will fall behind the Aphelios in terms of damage output.
Malrang also flashed in that last fight, so another form of engage gone. I mean, Comp, the Kalista, had a kill. was up in CS, had a gold lead, but the one single mistake has just put G2 so far ahead as a team that you can't leverage the power of the Kalista in the mid game now because you're just so far behind, and G2 want to get this spot tier 2. Rogue are going to put 5 members down here to defend it. Caps is catching midwave to put another pressure point on the map. Who's going to step up and hit it is the question. The only range champ you have here is Flakked. He has no flash. Larssen would just easily shuffle him with Targamas being in that position, so quite difficult for them to take this one down, but with Dragon spawning in 50 seconds, they have a plethora of options.
Yep, I think going to be happy with a 3K Baron power play. Not much else to get past that. Don't need to risk a full dive here. Flakked, maybe if he transitions to the Calibrum, that extra range, he can start to hit the tower, but you don't need to take a risk. You are in control. You are in the driver's seat. You got a lot of scaling in the form of the Aphelios. Larssen's scary, but G2, they want to keep this going. They split the team. Mowering and Comp waiting over the wall.
Odo.
Keep your eye on Odo. Keep your eye on the Gnar ultimate. Yanko's off to the flank. Broken Blade just looking to commit for the tower. Neither side wants to overextend. Broken Blade skipping and slashing out to safety. Yanko's on the backside the second the tower falls. It's a green light to force the fight.
That's all G2 wanted. They wanted the tower. Rogue tried to threaten, tried to show some form of life in a fight, ready to take one. But G2 get the tower, they're going to get the dragon, they're going to get deep vision in your bot side jungle, and Rogue, now it's up to you to find a response. That top tier 1 looks extremely low. You have objective bounties. That might be something that they want to look towards to try to get as G2 use all their time to get this dragon, and they still need to base.
But credit to G2, from what we saw last week to this week, it's just such a massive turnaround in performance. Yanko's talked about individual levels needing to step up. They shut down Rogue's early game plan. They limited the impact of a power pick like Kalista, and now it feels like they've taken over this game completely.
A lot of team play as well coming out from G2, always having each other's back, so when the objective spawns, when the crabs spawn, always making sure that members are ready and there at the right time to respond to any sort of pressure that Rogue wanted to put on them. Rogue got no neutral objectives, only got that one dragon. And now G2 coming back out on the map, 3-item spike for Caps. Flakked building towards that Infinity Edge, Broken Blade going towards the Rabadon's level 16 Gwen on the horizon. That top tier 1 actually lived, so G2 winning out so much across the map, 6,500 gold lead. We'll need to wait till the next Baron to start the siege. Of course, when you're playing 2 range champs and their range isn't so big unless you have the green gun on Aphelios, it's very hard to siege. So much engage from Rogue, they're gonna need that Baron buff.
Absolutely will. And I think the difficult thing is, much as I was laser focused on Flakked in the last fight, Broken Blade also doing a ton of damage. Caps doing a ton of damage. So there really are these 3 primary damage threats that have to be respected. And if Broken Blade gets that flank, like you talked about earlier, it might not matter what the Aphelios does at all, because he has the power to tear through Larssen, to tear through Comp, if left unattended.
There's the rage bait for Comp, so he's basically at the biggest spike he can get to. 3-item Kalista. If he can dish out damage and free hit, then maybe there's a chance for Rogue. We've seen what Comp can do on the Kalista before. Had a game previously where he had 10 kills, was absolutely annihilating the enemy team, but hasn't had that chance just yet. I don't think he's been part of many fights.
I mean, we've also saw in the Misfits game, how hard is it to play around the stupid Taliyah E? There's just so little room to maneuver in these fights. Normally the Kalista, yeah, she gets to dance around a lot of these bruiser champions who want to get on top of her, skip away, throw the spears in, but how does Comp realistically ever hit Caps or Flakked in these fights?
That's the question he's probably asking himself as well, and that's almost like a Rubik's Cube that he has to dissect and figure out, because if he doesn't, his Nexus will explode and they're going to lose the game. It's on him and Larssen to dish out the damage. Rogue's top jungle and support are just there to be engage tools, just there to be frontline. There's not much outplay that they can do. Maybe they've taken single out Caps, but then again, Stopwatch, the Tahm Kench, the Flash, a lot of defensive options for G2. Now, mid-wave contest here. Rogue need to get some vision around this Baron Observers. If we could look at Rogue's vision here, I don't think they see too much, and they need to see a hell of a lot more. Larssen looking for a Flakked.
Fishing for a play, desperate to get something. Gets the flash, full committal here.
Wow. It's a guessing game there for Flakked. Do I flash before Larssen flashes, or do I have to react to his flash ult? Decides not to take the risk, because if he dies there, they threw the game.
Shifting sands away here. Trimpy potentially caught out a little bit, walking away. And this is big. I mean, respect to Larssen for still having the confidence to go for those plays. Again, this is the difficult decision. If he tries to go in and go for the Azir sec, he might be in trouble. Odoamne zooming, speeding away. Force the Nature gives a bit extra movement speed, trying to get the procs here. Odoamne getting caught out, getting knocked down. Rogue now needing to make a response play in the mid lane, but they don't have the damage to fight Jankos. But Comp certainly does. Looking to finish the job now. Jungler taken down. He has the GA to buy a bit more time. Targamas can leap in and eat him when he needs to, but no. Targamas is forced out. Jungler, no! He's still alive! Targamas, the hero play, saving Private Jankos. The birthday boy still standing. Larssen stunned. He knocks him back. We wanted to know how they would get into range, and Larssen delivers them. Comp with a massive triple.
Massive triple indeed, and it's Larson who sets them up, and it's Comp who knocks them down. 3 kills for Rogue, 2 exchanged by G2. Jankos tried to buy as much time as possible so that Caps and Broken Blade could rejoin this fight. It all started with Broken Blade all ending onto Odoamne. Pops the ghost, Caps comes in. I think we're going to have to look at live here because TP's coming in. It looks like Rogue want to go towards the Baron. Does G2 have the tools to stop them? 15 seconds on Jankos, Malrang's alive, Caps and Broken Blade, the 2 solo laners.
Larson and Comp clear this so incredibly quickly. Caps a lot of tools to protect, but the damage not going to be enough to stop this. Maybe, just maybe, he can steal it. Medic said it once before, but there's just no way he can steal this. Wait a minute! Did I get it?
Rogue got the Baron, I believe.
What?
Rogue did get the Baron. Caps did not get the steal, but he got the kill onto Odo, and it's the collapse. Jankos buying time. Comp managed to dish out damage, save Trimby here, and it's eyes on Larson, because it looks like the fight was doomed when Caps and Broken Blade showed up. Yes, Jankos survives, but they're all clumped up together, and it's Larson on the side here who sees the E, gets the stun anyway, but then flash ults a frontline Azir of all champs. You say, I've got to set you on a Bolívar. Screw that, I'll go in. Finds 3 of them, Comp cleans them up, they get a Baron, and now Rogue are back in the game.
Absolute mad lad. You see so many Azirs in professional play throw games away because they forget once they're past 1-2 items, their damage is not to make plays, it's to do, or their job is not to make plays, it's to do damage. But Larson goes for it anyway and makes it work. Hand delivering 3 kills to Comp.
Oh, yeah.
And this is the thing. Yes, Kalista is hard to play in these fights. Yes, it is hard for Kalista to get that dream scenario where you're hitting 3 people with Runaans on every auto. But if it does happen, Comp is a very scary man.
Dragon Soul for G2. Odo Mega now procced a little bit earlier than he'd like. Maybe he can engage on it. Malrang and Trimby coming around the corner, ready on the trigger finger. Comp is the main damage dealer now. That triple kill got him so many shutdowns. He's sitting on 4 items. It looks like they're going to force it up.
The wall just put the team. Malrang on his lonesome, getting forced back. G2 with the Cloud Soul. Broken Blade proccing the ultimate. He's going to be one very fast boy. Flacket standing back. Blue gun as well. Rogue, if they group up too much.
It's not the end of the world for Rogue. Cloud Soul, of course, one of the weaker souls. Does give G2 a lot of out-of-combat move speed and can help close the gap. But that gap is the one being closed by Rogue. So much engage tools. It's G2 that have to weather the engage and then look for turns with the Gwen, with the Aphelios, and with the Taliyah. Defensive champs like the Tahm Kench mean that they're peeling back. Comp gonna try to take away the red buff. So you can see the game's on such a knife's edge. So many players just scared to pull the trigger, scared to engage. Caps has to wall them off, make it a 50-50. And it's Jankos who comes out on top. And like we said, Larson is the late game insurance. If that Azir gets a Rabadon's death cap, I fear for G2's frontline. I fear for G2 in general, because if he can get uptime and dish out damage, then he's going to melt through them. Very little frontline to work with. Lucky for them, Jankos' GA will come up soon, so that'll buy them more time.
Certainly will. Something we'll have to track in the fights to come. Caps as well. Heal with the Summoner Spellbook as Odoamne zooms down to the bot side. Broken Blade very much favored, I think, in the 1v1. Odoamne, it's going to be a lot about surviving on the side lane and giving that additional impact from a big Gnar ultimate onto the back line. Such a tense game.
20 seconds left in this Baron buff. Will fade, and Rogue actually got no towers for it. Odo's going to fight Broken Blade here.
Stepping in, waiting for Mega to come back up. Wall up, not going to find the stun. Gwen is immune, but getting hand delivered to the rest of the team. Caps on the way, but he has to just leap off the wall. He says, I'm not interested in that ride anymore.
Yeah, jumps off the express train to bot lane because he knows it's doomed down there. Good pick there for Rogue. There's the first tower falling. Objective bounty, actually, for Rogue, despite them being almost even in gold. That's because of the Dragon Soul that G2 have. Of course, 3 dragons ahead, and I think this game might come down to an Elder in 4 minutes. Rogue didn't get as much as they might have liked from that Baron, but the game is in an even state, and if you told them that 10 minutes ago, they would have grabbed that instantaneously, and G2 are the ones slowly being pushed back. I think this is one of the first times we've ever seen Rogue in the enemy jungle, popping down wards, and Comp building towards his last item.
Rogue finally having control is big. Again, Azir gets the setup first in these fights. He's going to have a much easier time, but it still feels like it might take one more Miracle engage, Miracle CC, one more push of 3 members into Comp to make this game work, because it is certainly easier in a lot of ways for G2 to execute with the reliable backline of Taliyah as well as the Aphelios.
And that's the beauty of games that, yes, can be boring sometimes, that are even up to 20 minutes, but then just explode out of nowhere with one clutch play, and you can really show your skill expression. You're not just getting slapped around by wallets and gold differences, right? So now this game's so even. Larson, I wonder how far away he is from that Rabadon's. It's exactly the same thing that Caps is looking for. Baron in 2 minutes time, and I think that's what both teams will wait for. Unless the enemy team makes a mistake, steps up, pull the trigger, catch them out just like they did against Broken Blade, their Rogue.
And I mean, we're looking at a preview what starts to feel like a playoffs preview, and G2 count their eggs before they hatch here. Still have a lot more wins to go, but finally seeing them play at the level we were expecting at the start of the season, and that we saw even in the first weeks. Turning to that form for Rogue, looking to maintain that consistency, and for Larssen, hero performance yesterday.
Oh yeah.
In that last fight for Comp, feeding the triple, massive, massive moment for him. Can he do it again? Can he find one more angle, one more play to potentially end the game? G2 moving into the jungle, willing to fight for every bit of vision they can.
And it looks like Rogue have identified the sign of weakness in this mid to late game. And it seems to be Broken Blade. I mean, he got caught out the first time, and it looks like Rogue are investing 4 members to try and catch him out again, but he's learned from his mistakes. He knows not to overextend when his team's topside. Doesn't want to take that fight against Odoamne as much as he can win it. He's very aware that there could be more members around that bot side. Rogue now base going towards mid. 40 seconds on this Baron. Rogue need to get vision around any side of the river so they actually have information to work with, because right now they have nothing. Only that one ward in mid telling them which direction G2 are heading in. And Larssen will push out top, push out these waves, group up, get a little bit of vision. Malring and Trimby holding hands all game long.
It'll be such an intense fight. If both sides commit, this most likely will be the fight that decides the game. Bottom side, Broken Blade continuing to push in. Stopwatches, 3 of them on the side of G2 alongside the Zhonya's. A GA for Comp can't help in the fights to come. But a lot of pressure, a lot laid on to what very well could be the final fight.
Here comes the mid-wave contest. G2 want to push in this wave, and I think they can just start up the Baron, but Rogue want to engage.
Looking for the fight immediately, trying to get something done, but don't quite see the angle, don't quite have the confidence to go for it. Cap's already pulling away, moving down towards the bottom side of the map. Keep your eyes on where the wall goes. He has the power to divide Rogue, to split them up, to make sure that they never get the full 5-on-5.
I think he's looking for Odoamne. Maybe they want to dive bot here and tell the rest of G2 to be careful, but he can collapse and go behind Rogue here. Odoamne and Broken Blade have the TP. What is Caps up to here? What's the plan? Blue Orb will spot him out there, so good presence of mind there by Odo to know that they're making a play down here, but Broken Blade's forcing it.
Leaping backwards, trying to zoom out to safety. Has
Broken Blade!
Broken Blade going massive! And at the same time, they're taking the Baron. Rogue are split. They don't know what to do. G2 have caught them unawares. Larssen returning to the bottom side, but Flacket is so incredibly strong. Rogue do not have the tools necessary to contest this. They have to play like absolute madmen to try to get anything done. Trippy eaten up. Stop for now. Flacket on the backside. He does so much damage. You cannot stop this! Aphelios! The guns! The chakrams! G2 taking everything from Rogue!
And I think they can just end the game from that. The 2-man play by the solo laners of G2. The clutch team fight from Flacket with the guns. Comp tried his damnedest to take him down, but so much damage dished out. No, they're not going to end the game. They don't have a wave. They're pinging that bot wave saying, we don't have the time. But what they will get is a Baron and an Elder Dragon. Everything going in favor of G2.
And the genius there is not in the mechanical play of G2. They played it cleanly. It is in how they split Rogue, how they split the decisions. They pulled away the most powerful member of Rogue to attend to the bottom side of the map to stop G2 from ending the game. In the meantime, they took the fight that led to the Baron. Full advantage now to G2. The biggest buffs in the game you can ever imagine. The Soul, the Baron, the Elder.
Rogue are going to need the fight of their goddamn lives if they want to hold on to this game. G2 coming back with so much firepower now. This is the 3v3. Flacket, fantastic guns. Look at the chakrams already before the fight starts. And it's Trimby who knows he has to engage here because they're losing the game. Hits Flacket, yes. But they don't have the damage on the follow-up because of the eat. Now watch Comp. He's got his eyes on the prize. It's Flacket. Absolutely sends it for the kill. But Flacket, so much damage. Those chakrams still there. GA procced. Flacket gets some room to breathe. Heals up with the BT. But now G2, so much firepower. Here they come. Rogue just gonna engage.
Fishing for the fight, looking to take down Jankos before anything else happens. Split up for now. Caps immediately off to the side. Eyes on Larssen. He is the one that matters, but he's not back. Larssen, in his moment, the Emperor of nothing as his kingdom will fall before him. G2 tearing Rogue to pieces. They were the favorites in that fight, have no doubt, but they play it flawlessly.
It's a clean house for G2, and they're just gonna close it out. Rogue knew they had their backs against the wall, and the only option was to engage, and they get wiped.
G2 moving up, Rogue moving down. A master class from G2 and the birthday boy.
Where has that G2 been over the last few weeks? What a statement game against our top team in the league. Shakes things up even more now.
I hear a loose chorus of happy birthday. Happy birthday, Jankos.
27.
Little Waffle Brothers to seal the deal. That's a EU Pro player's
EU Pro player specialty.
And for Rogue, you know, Constellation, I think that they played a little bit of the volatile strategy with the Callista. You can see how good comp is on the champion, but obviously as we got later, it got harder and harder. And the strength of Talia, even if she can get outclassed by Azir in some of those team fights, is how mobile she is around the map.
Oh yeah, and a lot to reflect on for Rogue, and I think it's a good learning experience. You don't want to just go through a regular season and win every game. You want to take a loss here and there, take it on the chin, and then fall down and get back up, right? I think they wanted that game to be a lot faster, but the second G2 got kills, they put their pedal to the metal, and they ran away with it. Couple mistakes here and there gave Rogue a Baron, but they managed to hold on. Really good play by Caps on that bot side to split Rogue up and make a, you know, the comms get really hectic when something you don't expect to happen happens, right? And Broken Blade just ran down Odoamne and managed to just instantaneously kill him. And it was at that moment that Rogue knew.
27. What a year. What a time. And I mean, credit, again, I think it's so impressive when teams can turn around such a rough week. For G2, we know part of the reason they struggled in week 4 was they took full vacation, really, before they came back. And see if they can keep this momentum moving forward. Again, at the start of this week, it felt so uncertain who would do anything when it came to making playoffs, if anyone would start to lock things in. And just as we start to feel like, Rogue Mad Lions pulling ahead, Rogue shows some signs of weakness. But as you highlighted, better to get the losses now, to learn now, to grow now, than to learn the same lessons in playoffs when you're maybe not going to get a second chance.
Is he going to take a bite? Is he going to go face first into it? Oh, no, it's for the picture. It's for the picture. 27 years old, still clapping kids.
Absolutely. Great Euphoria guest.
Yeah. Yanko's probably one of the most, I think, probably the most experienced player we have in the league, right?
One of the great, iconic EU pros, a reputation well-earned. He is one of your options on Kia Player of the Game at LEC on Twitter, Broken Blade, Yankos, and Flacket.
Many titles he has. First Blood King before, best jungler in Europe ever.
Yeah.
In the West, perhaps.
Yeah,
Birthday Boy.
Birthday Boy.
Yeah.
It's a one-day title. Once a year.
Once a year.
Vote for who you want. You know whose birthday it is, but I'll just say that, you know, vote for who you felt like. It's a game award.
A lot of clutch moments, though. Broken Blade, incredibly clutch moment on bot lane. Flacket, incredibly clutch moments in team fights, and then Yankos just getting them those early game leads.
Also, special shout out to Targamas. He pushed R at very good times many times, and that's an unsung skill. Felios players appreciate you, Targamas, everywhere. Of course, when we come back, match of the week, Fnatic versus Excel, Yankos at the desk. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Excel, can you please forgive me? I was blind, but now I can see. The power of better couldn't break your hex. Intel better, man, Mickey X. I'm so sorry that I doubted. It's too late to do much about it, but now I know it's true. There's no playoffs without you.
There will be times when the waves hit harder, but we won't wash away. There will be days when the skies get darker, but we fade to gray. And when we fight all night and all our tears run dry, we'll be okay, okay, yeah. 'Cause we can talk it out, nothing can bring us down. No, I won't walk away. Our love won't die, we'll stay alive. 'Cause we're just too good to let it fade into dust. Let's make it right, 'cause you and I, we're just too good to bring the bad out of us. And if we break apart, we'll pick up the pieces, pick ourselves up again. 'Cause you and I, our love won't die. We're just too good to let it fade into dust. There will be times when I overthink it, 'cause I don't feel enough. There will be nights when you get too jealous, finding it hard to trust. And when we fight all night and all our tears run dry, we'll be okay, okay, yeah. 'Cause we can talk it out, nothing can bring us down. No, I won't walk away. Our love won't die, we'll stay alive. 'Cause we're just too good to let it fade into dust. Let's make it right, 'cause you and I, we're just too good to bring the bad out of us. And if we break apart, we'll pick up the pieces, pick ourselves up again. 'Cause you and I, our love won't die. We're just too good to let it fade into dust.
Welcome back, everyone, to week 5 of the LEC. What a wonderful picture. As we are joined by the birthday boy, I would say man, actually, himself, Jankos, after G2 just ends Rogue's winning streak. 8 games, Jankos, and you just said, no, it's my birthday, F off.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, though, this week was pretty important for us. Not because of my birthday, also, of course, but because we won 0-4 the last couple of games. So it's really nice that we could end our lose streak yesterday and then, you know, keep win streak up. And then, of course, beating Rogue is very important for like the playoff seed. So that's nice as well.
Yeah, super important. In terms of picks and bans on Euphoria, you did say that maybe you didn't think you had the right meta read as of recent, not really sure what your priorities were. Seemed like we had a different approach this week, also yesterday versus Astralis. How happy were you with the draft that you got your hands on versus Rogue?
I mean, I think we had pretty good drafts, especially today, right? I think the draft against Rogue was actually very straightforward. That's because, I mean, I'm just not sure about the Volibear Sejuani rotation for 5. I think this is the only questionable one. I think that Rogue draft is actually very good as well, but I just feel like the 4-5 is like weird. They really have to get ahead, right? And I think we had some drafts in the past where during our lose streak where we also drafted in a way where if we fall behind, it's hard to play, right?
Yeah.
And we did tend to fall behind quite a lot lately, and that was due to individual mistakes. So I wouldn't say that, I mean, first of all, our meta read was not good. Second of all, we were just like so boosted individually, it was just hard to play.
It happens sometimes. Jamada, I saw a lot of chatter about the Sejuani specifically. He's also calling out 4-5. What do you think?
Yeah, it looks kind of strange from our perspective as well. I was going to pick your brain. I mean, you've kind of given me the answer already. Is like, has it even been something you've seen in scrims at the very least? Obviously, like, don't directly leak who's been playing what, but like 12, 13. Has it even shown up? Volibear as well got heavy enough. Like, it just genuinely looked like a very strange rotation from Rogue in general.
I mean, I think that Malrang was out of champions because he tends to play a lot of tanks, right? And like there's so many jungle bans that when I take away this in, it feels like he would play Lee Sin, but then he chose not to and he logged in the Volibear, which is nerfed this part, right? For the Sejuani, I feel like that's due to them I don't know. I actually really don't understand. Because Amumu was open, and normally people would play Kalista Amumu, which would like be much better, I think.
Yeah. Do you actually think Amumu would have been harder to deal with than the Sejuani was in the end?
I mean, probably, right? Yeah. I mean, I think that Sejuani could be really good if they fight a lot around bot lane, which they were trying to do, but we just didn't give them these fights, right? And it also felt like we had a lot of pressure in game, picking up the early Drakes and early Heralds. So I think that, I mean, they didn't play insane, but I also think that Dead for 5 definitely will be discussed as soon as they go back to the gaming house.
Yes, it will be. Did you see Odo's cosplay, by the way, when he came in? Did you see that? He was in full Star Guardian Ahri cosplay, and then he had to change before playing. So maybe that influenced a couple of things. I want to take a look at 2 fights. Baron fight. Which one is a good question? Let's see. Let's take a look. I think it was the one that you wiped them. I'm not sure.
I mean, this fight,
the first days,
Kalista is dead, so we are starting Nash, which is like pretty obvious. Now I'm going on Nar, which I could be like trolling kind of. But besides that, I think when Azir jumps in, I think he makes a big mistake. Because even though he gets 2 people, he actually dies for it. I feel like if Azir is outside the pit and keeps autoing, we could be in a little bit of trouble. But as soon as Azir jumps in, there is just no threat on the carries anymore. And, you know, Talia is dealing with someone on the right side, and Deraz is just dealing with Azir, and then we win the fight. And after the Nash, we said the game is won, which it was kind of won, right? But then I kind of entered at some point, which was not good. But yeah.
I don't know if it's this, but we want to take a look at this fight where Comp gets a triple kill. Yeah, I'd love your expert opinion on that one as well.
I mean...
Well, first this,
so we are killing Nar on side, which is very good play from BB and from Caps. And now we do have TP, right? So technically, if we fight here, it's not that bad. The only problem is though that Aphelios cannot really hit, and I'm just getting, you know, free hit and free one shot.
Yeah.
So the fight just starts really, really badly, and you know, Azir is able to join a little bit faster. Tamkench has to use his ED on me to save me, but that doesn't matter. And then our carries are kind of over-chasing into top side and leaving us alone with Azir Kalista. But even if they don't, I still feel like the fight started badly, and I think I should just respect them more when, you know, my sides were making a play on the bot side. So definitely my fault, that play. I take it on myself. Of course, if I had a better team, we would probably win that fight. But with the team I have, I had to respect them.
You've been using up all the buffs, by the way. I know, like, with Cap's family was visiting, and then, like, you kept losing. Poor family. Then you have your family, you have birthday buff. It was enough. You finally have 2-0.
Actually, I think every time my family visits, I win.
Yeah.
So that's lucky, but they don't really visit maybe once a year.
Yeah.
So it's like, and yeah, it's my birthday, but they didn't really like plan on visiting on my birthday. It's just like we discussed it 2 weeks ago, and I said, oh, it's my birthday that week. Ah, yeah.
Okay.
So, you know, everything came down, and I'm just happy that we could win 2-0 because we were struggling so much lately. We went 0-4 the last 2 weeks of LEC, and it was stressful for everyone, right? Everyone was like trying to think about how to make us better, and definitely if we don't break that lose streak, we would struggle to make it to playoffs.
Yeah.
Right now, we are not even in safe position with these 2 wins. We still have to struggle. Yeah. We have BDS that has their only win against us.
Yeah.
Next week, and Team Vitality that is, you know, on and off, depends
kind of a
on the day.
match also.
So yeah, exactly. So I'm definitely looking forward to playing. I'm super excited, but at the same time, yeah, we are just trying to make playoffs.
Thank you for making our storylines easier. GT was struggling to get into playoffs. But for your birthday, you also get the Kia Player of the Game. I will say, I think this was a little bit birthday influenced. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, I think that I didn't play bad, but I also didn't really like play that great. Right? I had like decent early game, but I still think that like BB was playing very well with Gwen, right? Putting a lot of pressure. I think Caps had some decent team fights. So I mean, I wouldn't say that anyone of us was shining a lot, but I feel like it's probably the birthday.
Yeah. On the birthday, 27. Congratulations. I know that G2 loves to make content about like Grandpa Jankos, Grandpa Jax, like whatever. Oh, well, I guess he's on the market, whatever. So, but how do you actually feel about it? Because you are a good deal older than most of your teammates, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's fine. So yesterday I would probably play better because I was still 26. But today I'm like a bit worse, right? I'm 27. Like the day changes so much. Like one day makes a big difference. And my hands just like, when I woke up today, my fingers were like, oh my God, it's so stiff. I can't.
Oh no. Yeah.
So anyway, I think it's okay until I play and I believe I can be good. I don't actually care that much about my age. And I also think that the average age of esports player will go up. And I think it's, when people retire, it's mostly to them losing passion and not playing as much than them just being older and older. Of course, that can impact you as well, right? But I feel like my role in the team currently is not that of like someone who is 18 and is like purely relying on mechanics. So I'm hard chilling, and I think it's fine.
It's also like, when people get married and get children and stuff like that. That's when everything
real life
happens.
stuff.
That's when
I wouldn't know.
Plumie buff, anyone? So before we let you go, the match of the week is Fnatic versus Excel. Actually, it's also Fnatic's birthday. They are turning 18 years old. I think they're wearing special orange jerseys for the occasion. What is your prediction, Jankos, for Fnatic Excel?
I met Mickey and Wunder just before coming here. Yeah, I wanted to just flex on you.
Okay.
I think I don't actually know. I think Fnatic is in a slump, of course. Nice storyline right there. Excel did bounce back yesterday, another storyline. But I think probably I would give it to Fnatic. I think they have to win, and I think under pressure they should be able to perform better.
If I may, if Fnatic end up losing, do you think they will still make playoffs?
I mean, they still play against us, right?
Okay.
And like lately, you know what I mean. So anyway. For me, it's very exciting that this split it's so even with the scores, and top 7 is quite close. And we could see like G2 not making playoffs. We could see Fnatic not making playoffs. We could see like Excel or Misfits. Of course, Excel and like Misfits will be the least shocking, I feel like, considering the last playoffs. But besides that, I feel like, if we don't make playoffs, Fnatic don't make playoffs, or Excel even, that started the split so dominant, and we're like not that bad last playoffs, I feel like it will be a banger. So
but like the big stage in Malmö is coming.
Yeah, I mean, many of my fans, when I'm streaming, tell me that they bought the tickets. Yeah, fun. Yeah. Many of my people that watch me for fun and like to, make fun of me.
But so they say they want to come.
They definitely say that, they bought tickets for Malmö and they want to see it. They want to see us there.
See.
And, well, yeah, they want to see us. I mean, we'll see, We'll see.
Yeah.
For now, we have to make playoffs.
We're not jinxing it. You want to make playoffs, for sure. We need to move on, although this has been very, very fun. But there's just one game that remains today, a pivotal fight in the race for playoffs. Fnatic and Excel Esports face off in the LG Ultra Gear Match of the Week.
Excel is such a quandary because the organization and the management behind the team have shown such clear commitment to development and training processes.
It has taken 1,142 days, and on the 7th time of trying, Excel will make playoffs.
It took 7 seasons for them to make it to playoffs. And I think for Excel, they've always had the drive. They've always had the motivation. And I think for the first time in maybe the organization's history, they have the players to live up to those expectations.
If you stop improving, you're not going to be a top team anymore by the time playoffs comes, especially by the end of playoffs. For me personally, I haven't even considered myself like a top team until we actually beat teams in playoffs. So the drive is still there.
Oh, Mutti needs the needle working along the target. Finito, done so. Excel, kill 3, and they're not done yet. That's for the ace for Excel.
When I think of Fnatic, they already are presumed to be at the top. Rogue consistently winning the regular season. Mad Lions adding trophies to the cabinet, along with only 3 other teams from Europe. And now all of these organizations are being challenged by teams like Excel. So I think Excel versus Fnatic is incredibly important when you look ahead. And when you start to think, does Fnatic continue to garner the respect, the fear, the expectations of being a finalist?
To be honest, I didn't expect Excel to do that good, but bot lane is quite good. Probably one of the better bot laners in Europe right now. So from my point of view, it's they're for sure a threat, but we're also a good team, and I don't see why would we not win against them.
Absolute slaughter in the mid lane, the triple for Twitch. Fnatic finding the lead over G2 in the regular season.
When it comes to Upside and Healy, I think it's mostly their names carrying them. They're not actually the best, especially right now. I think me and Mickey, we can match them.
The confidence from the Fnatic players is what drives them and pushes them to do amazing things. But in my opinion, it also could be a factor in why some of the more basic elements of competitive play are overlooked or disregarded.
I don't think they seem like a team to me. I think they're very individually focused, so if you win individually, you're going to insta-win the game. And second of all, even if they are individually better than you, you can still win by team play, because I feel like they seem to be lacking that a lot.
Upset down, in with the barrel, takes Hillesang's head, and only their second ever victory versus Fnatic.
I don't think Fnatic underestimated XL, but I think they were surprised by how good XL performed. I mean, we all were. XL at the beginning of summer blew everybody's minds. What I can say, Fnatic will want revenge. Those players will want to prove that that was a fluke and that they can do the same to XL.
standing.
Woo! Welcome to our Match of the Week surprise. We've got an extra special guest joining us, none other than Rogue's Odawamne.
Thank you.
Welcome, buddy. Thank you for being here despite a loss.
Yeah, maybe I win on the desk. Maybe I get some.
You gotta get the dubs wherever you can.
There you go.
Gotta get the dubs wherever you can.
Oh
find
yeah. I mean, we gotta get them wherever we can from. Today wasn't the day, but yeah, other means, I guess.
So, since you're a pro player and you can be biased and where caster's not supposed to be, who do you think actually just wins this game? Straight up. You heard what the desk had to say a little bit. You saw the video. There's a lot of trash talk back and forth. Who would be your favorite in this matchup?
I mean, I don't know. Going into this week, I mean, based on last week, both of them kind of ended, you know. Yeah. But if you erase last week results from what happened, I would have said Excel. But now I guess it's just flip of a coin. I still have Excel a bit on the weighted coin.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's gonna land on Excel. But yeah, we will see. Fnatic definitely has star power and stuff. It's mostly if they kind of fix it.
And here we are, now into Picks and Bans with the expert guidance of Odawamne to take us through.
Definitely expert here, yeah.
Are you much of a drafting man?
Yeah, I mean,
Or you
I
just
wouldn't
like,
say,
I'll tell you top matchups and that's all I'll tell you?
Nah, I mean, okay, I'm not a draft genius, but I kind of woke up in the draft meetings lately, so I kind of know what's going on.
Yeah.
Sick.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Lately now, there's like a lot of prio on Poppy, and it kind of twisted the meta around everything, because before you had, you know, Kalista first picks and stuff, but now the Poppy's in the meta, it kind of shifted away from Kalista first picks, and it's mostly relying on Poppy.
So it's almost like the meta's like been evolving, and everyone's kind of been figuring out how to counterpick this, how to counterpick that, and it's just been evolving throughout the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, even though the patches are changing, it's not really significant changes. We're just altering the meta, you know, in a big way. There's mostly like small changes, and it's constantly evolving.
Yeah, so there's the Kalista ban. Poppy, you just talked about it. A couple of champs that we've seen a lot, Sylas, Gnar. Those are the three champions that teams like to first pick. Aphelios also quite high prio. Is there anything else that you think is quite strong? As I say that Talia gets top
Yeah,
pick?
I mean, it's mostly nowadays on this meta, I feel like it's just Talia, Azir, Sylas trade. It's kind of, they're all, well, not both, they're all kind of even.
Yeah. There's Aphelios Wukong straight away for Fnatic. I wonder if they're looking for some kind of Sejuani top for Wunder later on in the draft. Gnar, Sylas still up. Gonna go for the GP though. Is that, I mean, Gnar and GP also really meta top laners. Is it more so preference or team based?
I feel like now it's mostly you don't really want to pick Gnar because Sylas is still open.
Yeah.
The teams are looking to Sylas on 3, and I feel like we even see it in some drafts where Sylas just picked before the Gnar just to kind of block the pick, and then you don't want to give him a good ult. So now, they just lock in the GP because they realize that Gnar might have, like, you know, big value ulti for Sylas to steal.
Yeah, it's a bit scary in those team fights. Expecting them to probably pick up jungler here unless they're looking to match AD. There's the Trundle we've seen so much. Of course, does well into the melee supports. Fnatic, a lot of options here. Gonna go for the Vex.
That's something new, yeah.
Did get a little bit buffed on 12-13, I believe.
Yep, 12-13, Q damage up, I believe. Generally,
and
cooldown. And solo Q win rate went up pretty significantly. Now, that said, we haven't really seen too much from the Vex quite yet. Dayor played it earlier in the day, but it was not the flashiest Vex game.
I feel like it's a good matchup in Talia just because the ult is, you know, you're unstoppable, so the E doesn't really matter. So when you have kill threat or you have, you know, any CC or lockdown, you can kind of fly in without any fear.
Yeah, so it looks like Fnatic have a lot of dive already, right? Wukong and Vex are going in. Probably want a lot more. Is this a kind of comp where you think about top laners, you see GP, you're going to get banned out a bit? What kind of champions do you have in mind into GP? Are you thinking more, I'll pick a tank and just sack the lane, or is there any carries that you can think of that would win this
It mostly
matchup?
depends on the support pick, I feel like.
Okay.
I mean, if they go for the Enchanter route, I think you are kind of forced to go into something like Ornn or Shyvana. Well, Shyvana's banned now. You kind of need some sort of front line because I feel like your comp gets a bit skewed by having Enchanter and, you know, another volatile top like Kayle. You need a bit more front line.
So is that the case of, if I have an Enchanter bot, I need to engage top. If I have a carry top, I need to engage bot, because we need a way to go in.
Well, I wouldn't really say it's engage, it's more like skirmishing power, because, for example, Shyvana is not really an engage, but when a fight starts, you have, you know, in this comp, Shyvana and Trundle, for example, running around and just creating chaos and creating space for everyone. I don't feel like it's more about the lockdown or the CC, it's more about creating space for the, you know, for the Enchanter.
And space just creates more room for your carries to work with, right? So they can start to step forward, so you innately get more damage.
Of course, as we enter the next phase, Renata comes to mind as a champion who's still up and available. Of course, not quite as many auto attackers on the opposite side. We're not going to see a situation where Corki and Aphelios kill each other in one of these late game fights. But is that just the premier pick at this point? Is it just slam Renata?
I feel like it is, yeah. I mean, you can obviously go for last pick support. Maybe there's like, you know, a big counter to Renata.
Yeah. I would love to. I mean, Nautilus is banned by XL, which is the traditional pick into Renata, right? You get pushed in, but it gives you a lot of kill pressure if your jungle does visit that lane. I wonder what matchup XL want to go. We think it's going to be a Renata, but AD carry we're not sure. There's 5 AD carry bans, and Aphelios is picked. Xayah, could be a Xayah Rakan straight up. Yeah, just get a lot of good engage.
No? There's like Zilean open. Everyone is so, well, at least against Fnatic.
Zilean.
There's always been, you know, Zilean as the counter pick to Rakan, and Hylissang has always been doing this.
Yeah, okay, so Zilean comes to mind instantly, would provide a lot of team fight for Fnatic. The Enchanter route is something you talked about, but with the Gragas, ooh, are we gonna get Hylissang's Pike? Oh, he's teasing a bit with the champions. A lot of options here for Hilly, and it's gonna be the Tahm Kench, something to just eat up a target in case they get engaged on.
I mean, not to rub salt in the wound, but you guys experienced this in the previous game. Aphelios, Tahm Kench, not normally a lane that I've looked at a lot recently. How do you play around the Tahm Kench in this context? You guys had a lot of single CC. Is this a pick that you're worried about if you're looking at it from Excel's perspective?
I mean, in a way, because I feel like... Actually, not really, because I feel like with Trundle and Rakan, you have so much power for, you know, skirmishing in the early game that you can just hit front line. I don't think you necessarily need to dive the Aphelios to kind of win in this game.
Yeah, and in your game you had Volibear Sejuani, which is like single target damage, one-dimensional wheel, hits one target, the Eat counters it. This game we think they've got a lot more kind of AoE spells to find multiple targets.
Yeah, I feel like they're not so restricted as, for example, we were in our last game, because right now there's like a lot of AoE. Enemy team can just die to AoE, you know, you just sit front line with all your AoE spells and it's gonna be fine.
So we've got 2 teamfight comps here, probably. Of course, GP can go towards side lanes. We've seen Bruiser GPs, we've seen sort of cooldown reduction, we've seen crit GPs, but we're expecting just head-on fights. Rakan good engage, Trundle's gonna be the front line, vice versa for Fnatic. We've got the Wukong Gragas, and we've seen Wunder's Gragas, how fantastic it can be on these follow-ups.
Certainly have. And we'll get ready for the game here, and once we get into the game, we can focus a little bit more on the top lane matchup, get your expert insight. I know you love it when I like put you on a pedestal like that. You love that center of attention.
Yeah, definitely do.
Yep, that's it's time! Excel versus Fnatic! Woo! Fnatic fans out in force. We'll see if there's any level 1 action here. Looks like Fnatic are grouping up a little bit, maybe to get bot side control.
Huh. Yeah, Humanoids with them. They might look for a level 1 here in case Mickey tries to ward the bush, or maybe they can force their way into the XL tri-bush, trying to get a little bit of vision in the lane. But looking at top lane, GP versus Gragas, what are the things you're thinking about? Let's look at Finn's point of view here. What is he thinking about when it comes to this gangplank side of the matchup? What does he want to achieve in the early game?
I mean, he's not really threatened by jungle, I feel like, in this matchup. If he wards properly, he should be fine. Gragas ganks are pretty telegraphed. He needs to, you know, flash through the minions, and it's quite obvious. You'll see it coming from a mile away. So I think he just mostly wants to, well, now he has Grasp, so he wants to stack Grasp as much as possible. I think matchup is fairly easy for the GP, especially because there's like first strike, there's not, you know, phase rush involved for Gragas. So if Gragas even forces a trade, GP has ways to fight back as he cannot disengage easily. So I think he's pretty fine in this matchup. I think, well, depending if he has, you know, Futures Market or Cookies, I think he's mostly going to look for a Sheen base, and it's going to be quite easy for him to get at this game. So I think he's just kind of cruising through laning phase. Yeah, he has Futures Market. The Futures Market is quite easy because you can just get the first 3 waves, then you just AFK in base for 10 seconds and you get your gold.
So first 3 waves, base, get the Sheen, and try to get early game trades onto Wunder, which we expect, I guess, Finn to try to push him in a little bit, crash those 3 waves, and then look to
I mean,
base.
GP has complete control. It's not Gragas cannot do a lot except farm. Just farm first strike whenever he can. Farm his tier, get mana flow stacks as well. He's mostly on the reactive side, and he's just trying to pick up all the minions he can. Right now, this trade is really good. This is kind of how it's supposed to go. I mean, a bit of mistake by Wunder to kind of tank those auto attacks, but it's all normal for now. I don't think he's gonna get ganked either.
So yeah, if we're not looking at top lane, what is the point of pressure that you play around? What are you actually focusing on for Fnatic in the early game? We know Wunder's surviving. He's chilling. He's doing whatever he can to just stack first strike and get a little bit more money in his pocket. But where do you actually want to play if you're Fnatic?
I mean, if I'm Fnatic, probably around mid lane, and I just want to secure both that they're not going to get ganked. But realistically, I think with Trundle and Rakan, there's not a lot of kill pressure there either. I mean, as lame as it sounds, I think Fnatic's point of pressure is just Herald fight, you know? They're just all cruising until 8 minutes at the Herald, because I feel like that's when Gragas can actually do something, because individually he's kind of down 11 CS in 2 waves.
Marcoon looking for something here, though. Looking towards mid. Pillar into level 3 Taliyah combo could be the death of Humanoid, who's trying to crash this wave, or maybe he's playing a little bit defensive as it comes into him. Here comes the Trundle. Pillar's going to hit.
Makes it easy, waiting as long as possible. Flashing out to safety. Knockback connects. Big from Nukeduck.
Wow. Simple, easy, does it. Razork now top. Finn very aggressive onto Wunder. Does get hit by the slow.
Lose his flash.
Gets level 3.
Oh. Maybe if Wunder went a tiny bit faster, he could have reacted and flashed as well, but then Razork would have to flash.
I think it wouldn't have been a kill, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, depends if he has W or not. If GP has W, he's just running out.
Yeah, Marcoon and Nukeduck are on the way up anyway, so he's absolutely fine. Looking for that Sheen base, and great early game play there by Marcoon to shut down Humanoid, whose flash is down, and that's going to mean Nukeduck is going to have a much easier life in trying to crash these waves. There's the Sheen you talked about, Odo. 3 waves in. Futures
it was
market.
great, though. Honestly, I didn't think he would get it with only 60 minions, but I guess he did run a lot from the top lane gang. But honestly, it's pretty good from Fnatic. Forcing this top lane gang to delay Sheen is perfect.
So here's the replay mid. Pretty simple, you know. 3 camps, does red, blue, Gromp, comes towards mid and finds Humanoid.
Pillar was really good, though. I feel like Pillar was put at such an angle that he actually has to run the full circle around it.
Yeah.
And I feel like he cannot really flash the Pillar, because I think even if he flashes the Pillar, then Taliyah can just, you know, probably has passive up and can just flash
they're
forward.
going mid again.
Oh, rinse and repeat. Well, they got the flash. Might as well go back for another kill, punishing that summoner spell being down.
And Fnatic punish the summoner spell being down top. Wunder can look for the E flash. Ideally wants to get the W as well. There's the E flash.
Going for it. It's going to
have the damage.
Okay.
Wow. So this top jungle from Fnatic that showed us a lot of consistency, a lot of winning 2v2s in previous games is now look for 2
If he freezes here, it's actually a disaster for Fnatic, but I guess it's safer. I would have frozen here. I would just, you know, just use my W and freeze, and it's just annoying Fnatic so much because Razor might have to do another trip down to top lane, and it's not what you want.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it's only going to get harder for Fnatic now that Nukeduck's actually freed up in mid lane. You know, Humanoid's lost his summoners, 0-2. Nukeduck will come back to the lane, try to push it in, and then he will be another member that can threaten any kind of top plays and defend his team. Of course, when he hits level 6, that'll help out a bit. Humanoid again.
There we go.
Flash. Where's the follow-up? Nukeduck's on the way.
Fear. They're going to walk away before the fear is available.
Still a good chunk. That's probably 2 potions used.
Yeah.
And a freeze on mid lane as well. I mean, the gold difference is not as big for Nukeduck, but the XP difference should be pretty good after he catches this wave.
Yeah, just wants to catch it and be safe. Hilly and Razork on the way here, looking to try to deny some camps. Of course, that freezing wave is a stacked wave in favor of Fnatic as well. They can try to use that to leverage Humanoid being able to move first and try to take away this camp, which they will be able to. Marcoon will give that up, and he's got 2 kills. Going to build the Sheen, go towards more of a damage-esque Trundle, and the solo laners of XL slowly getting ahead in experience.
Definitely solid to even things up, and now take a look back at this replay. Simple rinse and repeat. Sadly for Humanoid, there's just nowhere to go.
Much he can do. Honestly.
he's just
kind of playing safe.
Is this one of those lanes where you look back on the replay in a scrim and say, okay, Humanoid, you shouldn't have stepped up initially. We knew Jungler could do a level 3 gank. We made a mistake. Or is it the case of, guys, we need to be more around mid in the early stages?
I mean, yeah, it goes back all the way to the first flash that he lost. You need to go back to even before that when there was like wards level 1, you know. It's like if you wanna, you should kind of have knowledge of this matchup, because if it's something you practice the scrims, you kind of know what it happens, what the pattern is, the times you can get ganked, and you want to prep for that with like good wards level 1, because they kind of used the hole in the vision that they had, and it just snowballs from there.
Yeah, you can look at like the easy route and say, well, you shouldn't have flashed, you know, you shouldn't have had to flash so early on, you shouldn't be getting ganked like this, but you have to go back to the root of the problem. And just as you identified there, the level 1 wards could be the root of the problem, either finding out where Trundle's starting, maybe seeing where he's pathing to, or early wards in the river to make sure Humanoid has one side to lean towards.
Yeah.
There's going to be a dragon for XL, a crab as well, so those early ganks by Marcoon should recover a little bit of XP in camps with the crab. And Marcoon defending Pink with his life, which Upset wants to get.
Upset away. Hillsang only level 4. Good damage coming over the wall. Patrick, is he going to full commit? No, just chunking him out, forcing him away.
Yeah, maybe
Nice,
Patrick.
great tempo for bot a lot.
Yeah, maybe Patrick wanted a bit more follow-up there. He looked a little bit aggressive. Marcoon could flash over, but a bit too risky. No point taking that. And it's these chunks that help the lanes out so much. We saw Marcoon chunk out Humanoid. Now we see this onto Upset as well. This just frees up the lane so much.
Yeah, I mean, it drags everyone on the map to kind of help you out, because as we saw when they chunked in mid, when they chunked Humanoid on mid, Healy was forced to move, Wukong was forced to move. Everyone was kind of on full alert that they need to fix the state of mid lane.
Definitely a difficult situation to be in. For now, Humanoid, at least isolated in the 1v1, is doing okay. Vex still frustrating champion to lane
The
against.
Healy classic. Incoming.
Here we go.
The Hilly
But
Classic.
they're ready for
I
it.
didn't mean this one.
He wants to cancel bases. Upset might pop the grabs. You're looking
coming in. Perfect timing for the gun swap, but
well, honestly, it's great. It was the Hilly Classic, and now even the wave got dragged back into the lane, and now they have a freeze, and he just lost the flash for it.
So let's describe to viewers at home, Odo, just what the Hilly Classic is. Is it just stopping your base as long as possible so his AD carry can get tempo in the lane?
Yeah, it's pretty much just... I mean, the Hilly Classic is like, everyone knows the clip where he just walks up and ignites you when you're basing. That's the Hilly Classic.
He was the creator of it.
But now, I mean, he didn't use his ignite, he used his flash, so it's kind of... It's a bit more, you know, kind of making it sound better than it is, but it was not bad. I mean, they lost the wave. It was actually a great play to lose flash like that.
So his team gets gold for him looking a little bit silly sometimes, trying to stop these bases, but it means
he's a
that
genius.
he's a genius. Patrick's going to come back late to this lane. The wave will bounce back into upset. 10 CS lead in favor.
I mean, honestly,
of
it's
him.
the correct play. What he did was great. Like, he kind of... I mean, he didn't win lane, but he got a big lead from this.
And it matters a lot, obviously, when you look at the bottom side. Odo, you're gonna love this. I know how you feel about narrative.
You love narrative.
You can narrative check me here if this is too much of a narrative. But I do think that we've talked about these bot lanes as two of the best bot lanes in the league. And I think that oftentimes when it comes down to carrying these big games, you saw some of these moments in Upset's performance on Twitch, leaping forward, not enough to finish the game. But these are two of the guys that we look at to really rise up and carry their respective teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're both great. They're both kind of bringing the star power to the team. I feel like Patrick is maybe not as flashy or like as present as Upset is, you know, in all the narratives and, you know, personality-wise and all of this. He's always more showy, Upset. But I feel like Patrick, he's doing always his job great. He's using all the gold that he has, and he's always consistently good. I don't think I've seen a single bad game from him this split.
High praise. Knock up coming out there, knock back, only going to connect on the clone as Patrick just continues to bully Hillising. Poor Hilly. Patrick is absolutely picking on this man. Waiting.
Patrick,
ulti out, he gets him! And that's the consistency you were talking about. There he is. He finds a kill onto Hilly. He might not turn to find back. Patrick! Oh my god, that was clean as hell!
He just outplayed them like hell. Patrick making fun of them. 2 kills over to XL. You could see the brief moment as he stands still for a second to time the ultimate in the air. He had it all under control.
We know the caster curse. Now we know the pro player buff. Odo says something nice. Instantly they pop off.
It is not done here yet.
Oh, here we go. Hold that thought.
And the clone is dead. I mean, it is, no?
It is indeed, yeah. And they're going to back away. TP here from Humanoid. Look at that mid tower. So low. 10 minutes into the game already. XL running away with this early game now. And the CS, yes, is even, but the rest of the team has just got so many resources from that. So let's take a look at this one again. Patrick playing out of his mind.
Yeah, it was great. Timing was great. Like, now he's going to come in, hitting Hilly for free. I mean, now is the consequence. I mean, Hilly's overstepping because he has no flash. He shouldn't, like, face tank it for free. But now this timing was great.
Stand still.
Was great.
Yeah. Look at the timing. Pixel perfect to land as the shield expires. And then the pullback on Humanoid's ult here. Flashes it in a second here. And then pulls back the feathers to let Mickey get the knock-up.
Just complete outplay, honestly.
It's just incredible individual performance there by Patrick. Gets XL a couple kills. And now Mickey's going on to Hilly.
Oh. A little bit of rinse and repeat here. See how this play. Looks like it might just fizzle out. Waiting in the darkness is Humanoid, though, just trying to lock down Nuke Duck. Looks like everything's going to calm down. Odo, I think we should let you go. Enjoy your weekend. But before you leave, I'm just curious. Now that we've seen this early game, you said the coin was slightly XL weighted. Are you down for the full? Are you predicting XL at this point in the game? You committed?
Yeah, I'm still all in on the XL hype play.
And it makes sense. Because Marcoon's now running for his life. Odo, you can't leave until the team fight ends. I'm sorry.
Team fight goes on forever. Huh?
Ah, they're keeping you here? They're Odo fans? Okay, no, they're ready for you to go.
But yeah, I mean, I think XL is going to take it. I feel like Xayah is such a monster pick here, especially with Vex falling behind, and she's going to have so many targets to hit, and it's so hard for Fnatic to get on top of Vex. Oh, on Xayah.
We'll see how it pans out. Odo, thank you so much. Give it up for Odo!
Absolute
Thank you, guys.
My friend. Here we are, focusing back in. Thanks again to Odo and to Rogue, lending us that expert insight, a little perspective. I wish we had a slightly more engaging top lane matchup, so he could have told us more snippets.
Yeah, something like Camille Jax or something like that. If Fiora Wall tries to connect onto Humanoid, but he'll get pushed to the right side, won't have to burn the flash. And XL trying to set up on this Dragon. Finn now getting a couple plates for himself in isolation. Has the ultimate up soon that he can use for the global if XL want to go for this 4v4.
Yeah, and credit to XL, because at the start of the season we were talking a lot about their early game, a lot of these early set plays, something that they picked up while they were scrimming against LCK teams, while they were practicing in Korea. Now it faded away in week 4, but now it's really come back where you see this dominant, controlled early game. And on top of that, not just an early game where they're playing well around the map, but the individual level, again, we're going to get a lot of opportunities to sing Patrick's praises because that clip is going to circulate a lot in the weeks to come. I'm sure there's going to be a mechanics coming out for it.
I will say, over the last year or so, we've had so many outstanding kind of surprise AD carries come out. You know, Karsi was the first bringing of that. Patrick now shining as much on this roster. Unforgiven had an incredible play yesterday on the Draven. Right?
Ooh, the R-flash.
Our AD carries are showing so much flashiness, showmanship, making incredible mechanical plays. And, you know, comp with the triple kill as well last game.
Yeah, Flacked popping off in the 20 Turrican fights.
Already carries pretty stacked this split, and now it's on Fnatic to try to find their way back in this game. Just taking stock. Humanoid not too far behind, 0-3-0, but only 400 gold down in isolation of the matchup. But you can see across the board, XL is ahead. Not the end of the world for Fnatic just yet, but with Hextech Soul being on the map, they are forced to fight this next dragon. You know, if you give them a Hextech Soul point situation, one steal and it's gone, right? One blink of an eye, one slip of a jungler, and there goes the soul for the rest of the game. So you can't afford to be in that situation. XL continuing to keep vision on this bot side of the map. Fnatic looking to contest.
Hylissang just poking around here, feeling a little bit more confident now the flash is up and available. I do want to cast our attention towards the top side of the map. Not because anything interesting is going to happen there, but because Wunder is playing Gragas. Now, Finn's GP was a monster, but we've seen Wunder's Gragas single-handedly carry some games. Hylissang again getting caught out here. XL really determined to punish the immobility of that champ, but I think if there's any X factor for Fnatic outside of this small exchange here, it could be Wunder on this Gragas.
Yep.
Big playmaker.
Markoon doesn't want to give up these wards. Razork's going to use the dash across the wall. Lots of bot side vision contest. No objective, though. It looks like both teams want to leverage this bot push because it can impact the rest of the map. Herald spawning in 1 minute's time can help crack open that mid tower for XL. We'll see if Fnatic want to contest that. Razork still waiting in this river, looking for an angle, looking for a play. XL reading the play and just going to back off and catch the wave. Now Wunder has the mythic item. Triforce for Finn. Fighting commences.
Trading back, knocking back with the cask here, but trading ultimate for very little there in the context. Does obviously, I think, get a first strike proc and probably a decent amount of gold using that many cooldowns, but at least for now will zone Finn away, threatening, I think, kind of a fake dive at this point.
Yeah, he's a bit scared of Humanoid. You can see him on the minimap. Nukedog's probably saying mid's miss, you need to be careful. Now he's going to lean towards the top side, you have to expect. Markoon's on the way, they need information, and now he'll show on this mid wave, and they'll know that the play is over. But do they want to make a play of their own onto Wunder? Probably the answer is no, as Wunder's just going to back up here. Herald in 20 seconds. Upset, probably has the mythic in base, but it looks like he wants to push out one more wave. Patrick's having none of that, he's just running straight top side, just took the Hextech portal, so XL will have the numbers, and with the pings, it looks like Upset wants to hit this tower, give up this Herald, and trade it.
And something that is always an option for Aphelios. I feel like I've said it a million times today, but it is important, the fact that Aphelios is one of the only champions that lets you trade effectively against a Herald. But that is usually only the case when plates are on the line, and definitely only the case when there's not a GP on the enemy team to just immediately delete the wave.
So I think XL's game plan here is take the Herald top, get the first tower. We'll see if Finn can get bot in time to defend that. It will be a race for this first tower. Upset's wave will be coming in a sec. Markoon's going to try to finish this as quick as he can. There's the smite. Does he run top and place it? Wunder will get dove if he shows here. I think XL can get that uncontested, and it looks like Upset doesn't have the guns to take this tower, doesn't have the damage, and he's a bit scared of Finn just coming in and wave clearing it, so they can hold on to the Heralds for now. XL get the tower and the objective.
Yep. Timing the back, though, so that he does get the Gale Force is Upset. Nukedog now ghosting forward here, looking to keep the pressure on Humanoid. Forcing the flash out is so big.
Yeah, Humanoid's really scared there. Maybe he was expecting a bit more follow-up, but Nukedog has a lot of damage, pops the thumbs up, and a flash burned in mid lane will mean that Humanoid will be a little bit vulnerable again, but I don't think it'll matter too much because the lane phases are kind of over at this point. Humanoid will go towards top or something like this, maybe catch one mid wave, because it's ideal for Fnatic right now to have their bot lane mid. It just makes your life so much easier when you're contesting these dragons, and with 1 minute on it, if Upset doesn't go mid soon, they're going to have to play through bot. Get a push in here, get vision through bot, and try to find their way in. As Hilly is going to take the portal, and it looks like they are going through bot.
Fishing for an angle here. Maybe they can look to dive. Nukedog ahead of the fight. Does seem like a tall task, however. Nukedog as well also has the stopwatch to prevent himself from going down too quickly. So just pressure on the bot side as you predicted. Now moving up to get vision. Moving up to the pit. The Scuttle Crab will fall away shortly as supports pretend like they do damage, squaring each other up.
This is the problem of not going through mid. Patrick and Markoon can just walk up and take your tower. Yes, it was probably going to die anyway. And now Fnatic are just kind of waiting. Still 30 seconds away from this objective. Maybe they want to look to try and make a pick. They were looking for Nukedog, now they're looking for Mickey. Finn will have the global up soon. Both top laners have TP. And I don't think Fnatic can keep saying, let's give it up, let's give it up. They're going to have to fight this next dragon. Can they find their way in? It will be another question. Marcoon is top, actually, and Nuke Humanoid.
Fishing for something. Patrick now ulting forward, or ulting backwards, rather, ready to pull the feathers back. On the top side, Wonder delaying the Herald charge as long as he can. Like it is going to come in. There it is. Tower almost taken down, but not quite. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, there's a big fight. Nuke coming in, walling, zoning upset out of the exchange. Razork onto the back line. Patrick, no ulti up and available, but Fnatic with no tools to dive onto. Keep your eyes on upset. Keep your eyes on the Aphelios ultimate. He's looking for an angle. He's fishing, trying to find something. Razork already dead. Now Finn coming in on the backside, but there's Wonder. There's the barrel. There's the big play. Upset still standing. Double kill. XL now the ones that find themselves split apart. They smell blood in the water, chasing down Marcoon. Finn in enemy territory. A blast cone will feel pretty good, but Humanoid popping in early, making sure to keep him into his territory. Finn holding on, running for his life. Nuke on the way up as well.
Flash here.
Flashing over the wall, knockback coming out. Good poke back on.
TP coming in from Wonder. He's not done here. He wants more.
Body slam over the wall, going in, goes a little bit wide. Nuke now exhausting him. Summoner Spellbook doing so much in this game. Wonder now knocked back. They're going to try to finish him before the fight even goes off. Upset now laying down a little bit of damage, but nothing else. Excel now set up to take the Drake as well.
Wonder was the hero, but he gets a little bit too greedy there. Got them 2 kills initially, but now he's given up his life. The respawns have come through, and now XL are 5-man strong around this dragon. Fnatic look like they want to contest. Mickey is behind them.
Hexgate Gaming, they're knocked back. Nuke is so strong, they cannot kill this Talia. She's just unstoppable. Upset, he's got terrible guns for the fight. He's got enough CC to disengage, but there's nothing else. And just when it seems like Fnatic have maybe got something back, Excel take even more away from them.
The game just turned into a massive mess there for Fnatic. It looked good, but then it went all downhill ever since the 2 kills came in for Wonder. Maybe they could have just turned towards the dragon when they had that numbers advantage. They get too greedy. They tried to contest a 4v5. Well, actually, just a 2v4, 2v5 straight up with Hilly and Razork. No ultimates. They die. XL get Dragon Soul point. They get a blue buff. This might be a long replay, but it actually starts with Mickey coming in from behind. So this is the end of the fight, the back half of it. And you have to wonder, why are Hilly and Razork jumping onto XL here? There's 5 of them in this river. Upset has bad guns. Humanoid doesn't have ult. Wonder's dead.
It just feels like at the start, the play, the confidence, you love to see it, but then as they continue to push and force, it just gets worse and worse the longer they stick around.
It's almost like a losing situation that you just keep trying to salvage and it just gets worse and worse there.
Sometimes you're in so deep, you just try to double down and hope that this time the coin, lands in your favor, but it does not. And so Fnatic find themselves 6k down up against 3 Drakes. Maybe they try to flip it here on this objective. Upset with the white gun can burn through the Baron relatively quickly, but it's only 20 minutes, so it's not going to be that much.
No chance here. I think Fnatic are just grouping up, trying to force something. They know they're really far behind. 6k gold almost, and they can't match side lanes, and they're just going to get outpaced on the map because the amount of pushing lanes and globals that XL have, so they want to group up as 5, look for a pick, and try to force down a Baron.
And while Fnatic are a creative team and often can find angles that other teams cannot to mount these comebacks, it's just going to be so hard against what's starting to feel like an insurmountable lead coming in from XL. They need more time, they need more items. Patrick only getting stronger, now has the rapid fire cannon as well, and just again, XL's rise here, qualifying for playoffs was good last season. They weren't able to do much past that, but this season they've been very strong. Their time in Korea clearly paying off, and credit to this team. Finn from 10th place NA, Nuke to being everyone's favorite mid laner to hate. Patrick, obviously Mr. Consistent, but never Mr. Flashy. But we're seeing more and more of these individual players really stepping up in a big way on XL, paired with what has been pretty consistent macro, and suddenly finding themselves from not making playoffs to top team in the LEC. Is Hillisang caught out here?
Yeah, easy kill, easy pick'ems, and I think he hit the nail on the head there. And consistency and non-flashiness can work in our league, right? As
Wonder,
Nuke will just pick up Wonder here. Rogue have shown us that formula before, checklist, easy start to finish game. Humanoid's gonna get caught. Now this just looks like a little bit of a solo queue game here from Fnatic. They're just getting caught out around the map for no reason whatsoever. Razork no flash, he might die as well.
Knock up, not going to connect. Razork running away. Humanoid with an initial fear. Marcoon, not sure if he wants to chase anymore for that one. Humanoid playing around the pillar, making sure he's at a decent angle. And yeah, things are going from bad to worse. Fnatic really can't afford to let any more gold bleed through, but they are. And Finn is only getting stronger. Level 14 on the GP, 2 items. Power farming, 42 from the creeps, 21 from the parlay. He's only getting stronger.
Yeah, it's the state of the game here where Fnatic just either have to group up, say screw it to the lanes and find an incredible pick and then turn that into a big team fight, or just wait for XL to make mistakes, because at this point you can't really push out lanes past the river. You're just going to have to play for defensive vision and hope they overextend.
And I don't want to overhype a single game. It is a single best of one in a long season. But when you are playing against teams that you will very likely be vying against for playoff seeding, for finishing in the regular season, it's really important that you own the head-to-head. And the second half is worth more. We know that win record in the second half is also worth more. So for Fnatic, falling to a team that they are neck and neck against in the standings is not something that they can afford.
Absolutely not. Mid tower is going to fall there. Tier 2 down. XL pick that one up. Dragon Soul 1 minute away. Fnatic need to get everything they can and throw it at XL and hope that it sticks, hope that it works. Otherwise, they're going to be against the Dragon Soul. Wunder misses the E. Mickey's going to land
Mickey's movement!
Oh my god.
He's just styling on him. Sidesteps the body slam. Team there for the follow-up and the damage. This is brutal.
Yeah, styling on his old teammate there, Mickey and Wunder. Mid-wave contest. Humanoid's looking for something. 4v5 now, but it looks like they want to force. They want to find a kill.
Finn's not there. Fear over the wall.
Oh, there goes Hilly, but he's just going to die.
They're now going in. It's just a disaster. It's a split call. 2 members commit, 2 members walk away. GP looking to finish the job. Mickey running as fast as he can. Upset now getting away. Nuke Duck coming. They're not done yet. They want to get everybody, but Nuke Duck, maybe he's going to give his life. No, stopwatch. They need the shutdown. They need more money. They need something back. Splitting the fight, but in the meantime, picture in picture, keep an eye on Finn. He's just taking towers.
20 seconds till the Dragon. XL want to get more kills here.
Back Humanoid instantly. Marcoon goes in and bites down on Humanoid.
It's just one by one by one. A new challenger
Patrick
approaches.
Forward, but he's just happy to take the 1v1.
Oh my god. What is happening in this game?
Signed, sealed, delivered.
Fnatic just falling over like dominoes, like bowling balls right now. Strike for XL. Everyone just keeps walking in, and the second they respawn, they walk to their death. That's going to be a soul. And bless them, Fnatic, they have to try something, but this is just so messy.
And we're 25 minutes in. It's a Hex Tech Soul. It's an 11K gold lead. Fnatic are dead in the water. They were falling before, and they found themselves, again, just obliterated. Pick after pick, fight after fight against XL, and it's only gotten worse.
Definitely has, and I mean, you heard Marcoon say it in the video before we saw this game. You know, if Fnatic are just individuals, if you beat them individually, they have no hope. And I feel like XL just came out individually. You know, they shut down Humanoid. Finn was winning in isolation. Patrick had a super play around mid, and from that point onwards, Fnatic just looked a little bit lost, just throwing numbers at the wall, hoping that they can find some kills, but they're getting nothing.
I mean, it's hard. I mean, credit to XL for how well they're playing. Fnatic are taking a lot of sloppy risks, but they are at the point of the game where you kind of have to flip it. Admittedly, they've sort of put themselves there, but it's been a bit difficult. Finn, Navori Quick Blades, interestingly enough, not an item that we're very used to seeing, but obviously means you can just reset the barrels in the parlay very, very quickly.
Yeah, Fnatic know they're on Baron. They're going to get the first tower of the game, get an objective bounty, get a little bit of gold. 4K gold lead here for Finn, 3.1 for Patrick. There's the Baron, there's a top wave. XL are running towards it. Fnatic need to start clearing out these waves. Wunder and Humanoid going to base, try to defend for their lives, and boy, they need a hell of a fight if they want to do that. XL now pressuring this mid tier 3, looking at top tier 3, 2 pressure points. Razork is behind. This might be the Hail Mary.
Nuke Duck off to the side, trying to ghost out to safety, looking to finish the kill. The lockdown coming in from upsets. They want to get the job done on a Nuke Duck. Does he have any cooldowns left? He gets shut down. That's massive. Mickey's now going to be in trouble as well. Patrick waiting off to the side. Fnatic cannot afford to overstep. Keep your eyes on Finn. Big damage. Now coming in, trying to find the fall, but the fear interrupts Mickey, stops him from dashing forward. Wunder does get taken down. That's the Collector. An extra 25 gold in the back pocket of Finn as XL just move into the top side of the map.
So 1-for-1, Nuke Duck for Wunder. XL managed to take him down at the end of that fight, and Fnatic, not many spells left to work with. Yes, they have the Vex ult, but Marcoon's going in.
No snare going to come out, but they don't need it. Can start to pull them back, but just holding on, and instantly Whitewood and Razork leaps in. He's taken out.
They just end top here. XL have a wave. Fnatic on the wrong side of their own base. It's a whitewash. Fnatic.
Absolute slaughter.
Yeah.
XL obliterate Fnatic, move up to 7 and 4.
Wow.
Not a lot more to say than that. Ultimately, there are moments, there are games, there are times where you feel like you can dig yourself out of the hole by taking risks, but every time Fnatic tried to dig themselves out of the hole, they only dug themselves deeper. For XL, a lot of clean individual play. Just going to tell you that your key player of the game is Patrick. If you vote for anything else, you're a clown.
He's going to call anyone out like that.
I mean, it's just the incredible. Don't get me wrong, Mickey also played phenomenally, but that play in mid lane was soul-crushing.
Yeah. There's not much more to say, is there?
Oh, redemption! Redemption! Come on, Patrick! I earned this. I wrote you a song. It wasn't good, but I thought I earned this.
Fist bumps come through, smiles across XL faces. They'll be happy with that game. Race for playoffs continues, of course. Fnatic now tied in 7th, I believe.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a long road ahead. Still around 6 games to play.
Yeah, so, 7 games. 3 in the Super Week, obviously going to be big. Very important that they are able to find wins against their direct competitors. But at the start of the week, it was an absolute mess in the standings. Things are starting to get a little bit clearer as we move later and later into the season. And right now, Excel, the performance that they showed today, looking like a playoff contender once again. See if they can be a Worlds contender.
And of course, 4 seeds. Top 4 of Europe will go. Fnatic want to slot themselves into that. Definitely a lot to reflect on, a lot to work on. And I'm sure they're very aware of what they need to fix because...
And that's a game where, again, you go back to the drawing board. There's a lot of little individual mistakes, maybe moments where players are a little bit overconfident.
Yep.
But you just have to hope for Fnatic's sake that they can find their footing, come back together as a team in the weeks to come, because if you let that break you, the season's over. So you have to find that strength, have to dig deep, and it is just a single game. It is just a single week. It is not the end of the world by any means. And it was an important game, but there are a lot more important games to come.
Absolutely are, but you can just feel it in the room sometimes. You know, when the game is just so heavy, you can kind of feel it in almost like the ambiance. You know, great game for XL. Happy for them. I think they're in 3rd now, tied for 4th, 3rd, somewhere up there in the standings.
I'm gonna hit refresh on this wiki page. Shout out to River over at the wiki.
Yep.
7-4. 3rd. Sole possession of 3rd. G2.
But
tied.
G2 beat Rogue, XL taking out Fnatic. Now, it was almost like G2 and Astralis were the ones at the start of the week in 7th, 6th. And now they've swapped it with Fnatic. G2 have beaten Rogue, so G2 have now taken their first step back to where they quote-unquote belong.
3-way tie for 6th right now. It's... Sometimes it feels like it's getting clearer,
but
and
then
we're
more
right
questions
back to
come.
8 teams that could make playoffs, and that's a stressful place to be. Kia player of the game, however, at LEC on Twitter, Marcoon, Patrick McMickey. There are all good choices. I was caught up in the heat of the moment. Vote with your heart.
Yeah. Do you like flashy? Do you like setup? Do you like engages? Do you like supportive play? Do you like ganks?
We got it all.
Yeah.
LEC on Twitter. Vote. Personally, I think really excellent win for Excel to find that momentum, especially after they were just dropping very sloppy games last week. And that's the kind of thing that you need heading forward. Of course, strength of schedule, not important in week 5 because you're going to play everyone again. But as we look ahead towards week 6, they're playing Vitality, they're playing Mad, 2 teams that they very much want to beat, 2 teams that are in the running for playoffs. And Mad looking probably like the strongest team in the league right now, especially after Rogue lost earlier today. So big competition for Excel in the week to come.
Yeah, and a couple of must-wins for Fnatic, right? BDS next weekend. Mad will be very difficult, but need to start getting these wins because getting later and later towards the end of the split.
Yeah. Well, let's head over to the interview. Machine standing by with Patrick and Mickey X.
One more button, Dracos. One more button, and I will be investigating further. Thank you, Mickey and Patrick, joining me. It is a pleasure to have you in a great game. I mean, after what looked like a shaky previous week, was there conversations of just turning it around, nose to the grindstone? I'm sure you're tired of hearing it, but playoffs are on the way, are up for debate, and going 0-2 this deep into the split. Did that ring any alarm bells, Patrick? Did you have a little team chat about that one?
Yeah, we had a little team chat. I think last week many things didn't work for us very well, and we didn't know too well what to do. So I think this week in scrims especially, we just were more on the same page and we had better practice. And yeah, we had good drafts this weekend, so it was nice to play.
And talking a little bit about your opponent as well, you know, it hasn't all been sunshine and rainbows for them. When you looked into, you know, in preparation for your game, was there anything in particular you were targeting, or was it more focusing on your own game?
I think it was mostly focusing on us and what we're doing, and just getting the priority picks, which, well, I think Fnatic had a very different read on the meta, which I think we also had a wrong read last week, which I think we fixed for now. And yeah, I mean, I think already in Champ Select, I think it was already decided, like most games, but yeah.
This is a really interesting dynamic for me, not something I'm familiar with. I'm accustomed to more of an FPS, but the fact that the meta is so quickly shifting, right? Like, I mean, do you just have to brainstorm as soon as the patch drops, you all sit there and kind of problem solve, or are you stealing from other people? Is there like one team that tends to be the trendsetter in meta and adjusting to patches? Where does that, you know, theory crafting start, and where does it stop?
I'm not sure. I think it's just playing a lot of games, and sometimes when you like lose a game to champion, you can be a little bit...
You get a feeling?
No, you get a feeling that it's super OP, or you are delusional. So you have to like sit down with your team and really figure out if it's strong or not. And sometimes it's also like a little bit about luck, I feel like.
And I think a lot of times it also shows on stage more than in scrims, because in scrims, anything kind of works. So sometimes you get like fake data.
Right, sure.
So yeah, I think the most you can get is just like playing on stage and seeing how the champions feel when the games are much slower.
And I want to talk a little bit more lane specific. I mean, I've got the two of you here, a rare, exciting opportunity to have the full bot lane. And I was, picking the guys in the green room's brains, like what's the power rankings of bot lanes? And I've heard people, praising Kaiser. We've been talking about Comp and Trimby. What would be, your power rankings? Whether obviously you put yourselves at the top. Is that how it works, or?
I guess.
I think for me, Unforgiven and Kaiser are the best right
Really?
now.
Even though Unforgiven's kind of new blood, they're already threatening to you.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're doing well these days. Yesterday was some crazy Draven game, and Kaiser, I feel like, is always very consistent. And then I think everyone else is just kind of even. I think everyone is pretty good.
I think for me, Rogue is probably the best one. I think today they're playing a bit for fun with the Sejuani pick, but otherwise I think they usually play pretty well. So I would put them number one, and then, yeah, the rest.
The rest, yeah. I did want to wonder, just last question before we wrap this one up, is, Mickey, do you have any questions for Patrick? I've run out. I was wondering if you had anything you wanted to interview your boy about.
What do you think of my Rokan performance?
Yeah, today it was better than in scrims.
Thank you.
Oh, we got the juicy gossip.
So a positive surprise, yeah.
Thank you.
Wow, well, that is the most hard-hitting journalism I'll be getting out of these guys. Thank you so much, Mickey, Patrick. That is, of course, your successful XL. A big week coming up next week. Looking forward to seeing you guys keeping up the form. I hope that you guys enjoyed the show. It looks like you did. But don't go anywhere. Sit around, grab a bottle of water, because come on back for our PGL. They've managed to grab a successful XL. It's all coming up after the break.
Control of this lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff. Really inspirational.
And here we go, he's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
Over the past 2 years, the LEC finals have been played from this studio. That's 2 years where the LEC hasn't been on the road. That's 2 years where we haven't been able to come to where you are, the fans. But this year is different. That's why we are proud to announce that this year, this season, the LEC is back on the road. More specifically,
Looking for 4, that's the Quadra, he will get it! The reset forward, looking for a pentakill, we're in Sweden!
to the LEC post-game lobby. My name is Shox, and I'm joined by Goldberg and Markoon, who are just chatting away because they're actually, I mean, friends, I guess, but, you know, both NLC boys.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about both NLC, but also good old days, apparently. I took, in a Riot League, ERL, 1 game of Markoon.
As a coach.
As a coach, and lost the best of 3. But I won 1 game in the best of 3.
That is what caster life is about. You keep like going back to these things that you never actually did well in a competitive spirit, and you kind of like have to go back to them all the time. Where you sit next to an actual successful jungler. Yeah, congratulations. Pretty crazy win, actually. Super impressive. What's going on with Fnatic?
I think they're just playing pretty bad. Simply, let's not like. I don't know what's going on in that team, but they're just performing really, really bad individually.
And how do you feel that in the game? Because you guys looked like you just had to read in terms of both the draft that you had to play, the macro, the gank timings, everything, right?
I think we outdrafted them a little bit. I feel like having Talia on this patch, she seems very strong. And then after I got those ganks off, and I think getting Talia ahead made it so that now we also win mid 2v2, and then from then on the game felt very easy to play. We could get every Drake, we could get every Herald, so we just snowballed from there.
So far, at least from this week, this meta set's like, it seems like it's really put in stone. You see like Talia, you see Poppy, there's like Silas now, all this stuff, Gangplank. Is the meta really just this stale, or like are we just scratching the surface right now?
I mean, I think the meta recently changed, so I think most teams are still like figuring out their priorities. I think the meta's gonna change like a little bit, and power picks are going to change a little bit, but I mean, it looks like the strong champs have kind of been figured out, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
When it comes to you yourself and Excel, obviously not the best week last week, and I feel like maybe that, of course, it's never necessary to lose, right? But sometimes I guess it's good to get brought back to earth. So what did you draw from those losses last week? Because you look completely reinvigorated coming into week 5.
I think last week, I think our practice was really bad, like the 2 weeks before, because it was also in the break week.
Yeah.
So we had bad practice. I think we all dipped individually that week. I think we all had very bad performances. And I think that just resulted in 2 losses. And after that, we just had some team meetings, discussed what was going wrong, because there was a lot of stuff going wrong in those 2 weeks of practice. And then once we figured that out, we just fixed it, and it looks like we're back on track.
Easy.
I'm really curious about this, because we hear it from pro players all the time, like it's just bad practice. Can you kind of identify the process as like, how does a team that started out so well as you guys all of a sudden just end up in bad practice? Is it on the individual level? Is it just like team suddenly just lacking a fundamental? Do you then have to relearn, or like what kind of goes into it?
I think it's a little bit of discipline. Like normally in practice, if you're very disciplined, you're going to have good practice, like close to stage games. But in our scrims, I think we're lacking discipline. So I'm dying in random invades, lanes are dying to random ganks, lanes are limit testing. So then already every game becomes a little bit of clown fiesta. And then when you also start playing bad on top of that mechanically, because people are like maybe losing confidence, or maybe people are a little bit cocky, like you don't know what's going on, but like you're going to start losing every game. And that's what happened to us.
When it comes to kind of new expectations for Excel, I think Excel for the longest time were the team that were like, oh, are they even going to make playoffs, blah, blah, blah. Now, yes, you made playoffs. In fact, people are wondering how high you're going to place in those playoffs. How different is that to play with those expectations as opposed to the, oh, well, a win is a win?
I mean, I never really felt the playoffs mentality that Excel kind of had for a few splits. I came in and I wanted to win from then on.
Yeah.
I didn't have my eyes set on playoffs. I just wanted to win every game. And I think I have the same mindset now as I did when I came in, and it's just I want to win the league.
So Janka said something really interesting in a recent on the Inferi podcast, basically just saying that a lot of rookies coming in, when they reach playoffs, they kind of start relaxing a little bit. They feel happy about it because for them, it's like on G2, it's a given. They need to make it to the international stage. What's your point of view in terms of making players? Do you feel like that's a fair narrative for you guys coming in new to the league?
I mean, for me, regular season seems like really like kind of like boring and useless. Like playing it now, I feel kind of relaxed playing regular season because it feels like the games are very like, they don't matter as much, so you can play very relaxed. I feel like playoffs is when the game actually starts for me. I don't think I really feel that narrative that I like relax during playoffs. I feel like I'm gonna actually get more intense during playoffs.
Okay, that's good to hear because we would be excited to see that. We talked about ego, I think, the last time we talked. Do you remember that? Yeah, you were like, ego is so important, blah, blah, blah. And then you were giving all these big statements. How do you feel your ego is doing right now that you're doing so good in the league?
I think it's pretty similar. I think my ego took a little bit of a hit after we went 0-2.
This man just tweeted, am I the MVP now? Like, make me the mid-season MVP.
I mean, I think my ego went down a bit after we went 0-2. Like I lost a little bit of confidence, but now last week practice was really good and I felt like I was playing well again. So yeah, I feel like I'm at the level again that I was at the start of the split, like after Korea.
Yeah, we asked Goldberg and Jamada to give us their mid-season MVPs. You were actually not on the list. You were a honorable mention only after, I believe, Niski and...
Comp.
And Comp.
Which I think is fair. I'm not going to sugarcoat it next to him. He had a little bit of a slump, but I also think today, like, you see different signs, right? You see the likes of a volleybet that can go in and then create pressure for his team in a side lane, but you also see the difference, like in Trundle, all of a sudden, you know, paying Nuke Dog a little bit back for facilitating him so much in the start of the split to make him look like the star. So I think it's fair, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
What would it take for you to think he deserves MVP in summer?
I think he just continues what he did here. Like, I genuinely feel like as a player, he's one of the, we often talk about these EU players that develops, right? And you are definitely one of these EU players where we're like, we put you in the same booth as Elioria probably in the future if the split continues as it is. Because it's just like, you see the development and you see the, you know, willingness to continue and no lack of pressure. Like, you've never even been in front of a huge crowd or anything like that before. You've been to some random land in Italy. We were talking beforehand. So I generally feel like we're only just scraping the surface of what he can do. So I generally feel like he's on the way. There's no need to worry.
Nice PR talk for Marcoon. The Kia player of the game, though. The Kia player of the game, though, was Patrick. We have a sick outplay, actually. I think we're going to see it. But did you realize how he was smurfing this game, actually?
Yeah. I often realize how Patrick is smurfing,
yeah.
His timing is so good. It's the small things as well. You know, it's like he stops a little bit, waits out the thick skin, and then the ultimate comes down. And then the setup from the ultimate afterwards is just in the perfect position to go for the flash afterwards. And, you know, Odo was on cast, and he literally just said, well, Patrick is not usually the flashiest player. Then he does that immediately. It was amazing.
Under tower. Really good stuff. Yeah, we already had the standings up, but maybe we can get them up again because there's a lot of talk right now. Is it like, is EU bad or is EU good? Is it somewhere in the middle? What's going on at the middle of the pack? What do you think it is?
I'm not sure. I mean, I haven't been in LEC very long, so I can't judge on the gameplay too much. I feel like I'm not sure if everyone's bad, but I do think everyone's pretty evenly matched right now. I feel like anyone could beat any team in the middle of the standings at this point, and I don't think, except for Rogue, I think everyone can beat each other.
The Rogue lost today to GT.
Yes, Rogue lost today, but yeah, I still think Rogue is going to do very well.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
That's true.
But
Good
also,
job, GB.
thank you. I hope, I'm going to talk with production after. Either way, I think one thing that really solidifies the top three that we have is just generally mid, jungle, support synergy.
Yeah.
The people that understands how you play around the mid lane and how you either create pressure in the mid lane or bridge pressure from the mid lane to other lanes. Like, I think XL does this very well. I think Mad Lions does this very well. And I think Rogue is up there as one of the teams that does this very well. It's kind of what puts them up there because all of a sudden, not only do you have one pressure map, you could just create it all over to the entire map. I don't know if you agree with that sentiment.
Yeah, mid-jungle support is very important. I think they just decide how the game goes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
It's always important, actually, in fact. Let's take a look at the Kia player of the game leaderboard, talking about mids and junglers. Perks, Niski, VTO all have 4 wins, and we have...
Sorry, why are you here?
We actually asked Discord today which role they thought was most overpowered, and they said jungle.
Of course.
Of course. Yeah. But yeah, interesting there, the player of the game leaderboard. Perks, so that means in the wins that Vitality is getting, people are rating him very, very highly.
Makes
no surprise there, I guess. Cool.
Yeah, I'm just saying 4 mid laners, and mid lane is not OP at all. It's
not OP at all.
There's 4 mid laners on the leaderboard.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the schedule for next week. I believe you are playing both Mad Lions and Vitality, so that's going to be good. I'd love to know specifically about that matchup versus Mad Lions. Is it the first day? No, it's the second one. Because a lot of people are maybe looking at putting them as the best team in the league, you know, of course, together with Rogue and actually together with you guys. But what are going to be the challenges in playing them?
I mean, I feel like Mad Lions, when they get going in the early game, they tend to snowball very hard. But I feel like looking at Mad Lions, I feel pretty confident that we are just a good match into them. I think we just have stronger individual laners on top and AD carry. And then I think as mid-jungle support, we actually played their style better than they do. And I think we will just win again.
Ooh, I like that nugget.
So I agree with the sentiment that stylistically, I actually think they're very, they're kind of just not really the same team, but they go for the same play style in terms of how that mid-jungle support function as well. If they're better, maybe we'll see next week.
We'll see. We'll see.
We'll see indeed. So we're going to sign off. We're going to take a selfie though first. Where is my phone? Oh yeah, I'm also going to say that the LCS is on, by the way. Evil Geniuses versus CLG in just a second.
Wow.
Yeah, that's great. You guys can stand up.
Oh yeah.
Be too small.
Oh, there we go. Oh my god, you're so tall when standing. What the fuck?
Awesome. Thank you guys. So we'll be back next Friday for more LEC action. We'll see you then. Watch the LCS or go to bed. I don't care. Bye. Good night.
Good
no,
night,
watch
boys.
the LCS. Watch the LCS. LEC Summer. The second round robin started with a bang.
Are you the best team in LEC right now?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, I like it.
And it is my absolute pleasure to introduce my brother, Samuel Initialize Hapgood, to the big stage. Welcome.
He knocks him back! We wanted to know how they would get into range, and Larson delivers!
They still have a smite in the pit.
Oh,
Black
it's
again.
messy.
Perfect.
He's gonna fight Larson! The Emperor himself, but is it enough? Can he keep the fight going? Keep your eyes on Flag at 20 shot from him. This man is popping off!
Five anyway as Jonghoon goes in, kills off Synchron, and the fight continues. Meganar is going to be around as well, but who even cares? As everyone melts, and Astralis find mid-game team fights. And it's a complete ace aside from Maddie. They've made mistakes around late game objectives before. Chains land, and let's see whether they can drag this one down to hell. The cycling shot will keep alive and have a treat. Throws down, death charge, thank you very much. Armored tried to flash through the flag and drag BDS early game. Hang on, Jonghoon, buddy, did you just spellbook smite the cannon away from your AD carry? Korean mechanics, baby.
Patrick is absolutely picking on this man, waiting. All the
out, he gets him!
There he is. He finds a kill onto Hilly. Humanoid now trying to find back.
Patrick! Oh my god, that was clean as hell!
Gonna be in trouble. Trying to leap backwards here. Knocked up, knocked down.
TP and Matty is sandwiched. Nowhere to go. A Mistral Bolt plus a barrel. Sticks him in the dirt. Trying to trade this one out anyway. Armor getting Gale forced down. Oh, Matty. Oh, Matty. Oh, dear. He is dead. Deceased. Pushing up the daisies. Got to meet his maker. He is at X. Went for that flash hook, but now a turnaround from Nisky with a seismic shove.
Broken Blade's forcing it.
So
Broken Blade going massive. Carzy popping off. Vitality.
Oh my god.
Poor Poppy.
It's a champagne supernova, but for who? Explosions galore in the early game. Gilly's ignited.
What
Burst,
is happening?
Blood, Certus. Who knows what it is? It's the LEC, baby. 2-0 to SK in the early game.
G2 taking everything from Rogue.
There will be times when the waves hit harder, but we won't wash away. There will be days when the skies get darker, but we won't fade to gray. And when we fight all night and all our tears run dry, we'll be okay, okay, yeah. 'Cause we can talk it out, nothing can bring us down. No, I won't walk away. Our love won't die, we'll stay alive. 'Cause we're just too good to let it fade into dust. Let's make it right, 'cause you and I, we're just too good to bring the bad out of us. And if we break apart, we'll pick up the pieces, pick ourselves up again. 'Cause you and I, our love won't die. We're just too good to let it fade into dust. Don't let our love, don't let our love die. Won't let our love, won't let our love die. Don't let our love, don't let our love die. Won't let our love die. Cause we're just too good to let it feed into thoughts. Let's make it right, cause you and I, we're just too good to